wanted to post?
Yeah, there are a couple more. Hold on.
I'll do it.
Hi, Nadia.
I want to see Bill Grommy speak, Jack.
I think he is. Speak about something. Trying to remember.
I find him hard to listen to for some reason.
I'm the opposite. I find him hard to read, but easy to listen to. Like his video on value properties at that university in India is so straightforward to me.
This is Colombia.
Oh, this is perfect.
And then
I'm surprised Columbia does so fewer colloquia than NYU.
well, they're a smaller department, a less prestigious department.
Let's see.
Like NYU is generally considered the top department in the world. It's a pretty big department, and they have a lot of money.
Yeah, Chalmers is a visiting professor at NYU, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's a couple others here.
Who was it that was saying all we talk about is sex?
Gus. Wait,
That
no.
was that Hermine? Was Hermine saying that?
No, it was that guy.
Oh. Okay, this is Fordham.
I was at Fordham years ago.
Oh, because that's where the girl you're seeing is?
Yep, and then she also teaches there as an assistant professor.
Not in philosophy, though.
No, not in philosophy. Oh, this is wonderful.
Eleanor Stump, she's a pretty big name in the Christian philosophy of religion.
Yeah, I've heard that name before.
And Nancy Cartwright is a very big name in philosophy of science.
Yeah, this is amazing. Although Nancy Cartwright's talk looks boring.
She's a really big name. I've never seen her.
It's about informing policy, though. The conversation's usually boring.
Robert Pippin is a very big name. And Elizabeth Camp is a very good philosopher.
Aren't we?
Matthew Bell.
Oh, and then they're doing a metaphysics. Oh, that passed already.
Fucked. Aren't we due for another Night of Philosophy? Isn't it coming up in April?
Sorry?
There's going to be another Night of Philosophy in April, I think.
Oh, maybe. I haven't seen anything about that. Oh, here is this is the poster for the Philosophy of Religion workshop. That lists the.
Wow, Jack, these are great. I should have gotten these from you a long time ago.
And then there's a couple other things here. Here's the epistemology and ethics workshop that Stephen Grimm runs.
Wow, this is great.
And hold on, there's a couple others. Let me find them.
Well, here comes a Matt Bell attack. Compliments. This next conversation is sponsored by OG, because I'm giving up the seat for the dude. See yas.
Bye-bye, OG.
Here's the cognitive science speaker series. at CUNY. I don't really know these people, though, except for Adam Paus, who's somebody that Zach knows.
Where do you find these, Jack? I mean,
Well,
the colloquia is obvious, but where do you find like this cognitive science speaker series?
It's linked from the same page.
Oh, shit.
And then I think the only others that I know about, well, I mean, I guess in theory I've never actually like checked certain institutions like, you know, Brooklyn College or whatever, but, because they probably have stuff that I just haven't tracked down. But the only other major ones that I know of, if you want me, I'll find them for you, are the New School, but that's Continental. It's
Yeah,
not
that's okay.
analytic. And then Rutgers is really good. But that's, you know, it's kind of like an hour bus ride or something. So
Yeah, but Rutgers is where Fodor is, right?
Yeah. In fact, I should check because I would really hate to. Giving a talk.
Yeah.
Out there, I would travel out there to hear him. Let me
Oh yeah, I
find
mean
their.
the path is easy.
No, I don't think it's the Path. I think it's New Jersey Transit or something.
Yeah, New Jersey Transit.
That's right. Still easy
Yeah.
though.
But let me see if I can find the list.
I'm gonna save all these.
Which Rutgers campus? Newark, Camden, or New Brunswick?
Well, I think they have a. A list of colloquia that theoretically would cover all the campuses, but I think it's actually one campus where they actually do all the.
New Brunswick. Yeah.
Probably New Brunswick.
It is, yeah.
So here is the Rutgers list. Let's see if, but there's some more. But let me see if there's anything good here. Yeah, Moore Stump is going to be there as well.
Holy shit, Rutgers has the best list.
And Michelle Moody Adams, she's at Columbia. Scanlon is a huge name.
Yeah, I know him.
I guess that's it for that. Let me just see the other stuff they have here, because they also have conferences. Oh, and one other thing that's good is the Society for Comparative Philosophy at Columbia.
What do they do?
Well, what they do is they invite people to talk about Eastern philosophy in relation to Western philosophy. So they'll have like an analytic philosopher respond to a scholar of Eastern philosophy and stuff like that.
I would love to see
And Graham Priest and Bill Grommy have been at those. And actually Bill Grommy's wife too, Carol Ravane. In fact, if you want, they have on their, I'll show you the website. They have on their website, they have archives of audio from some of the talks.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, I need that.
And, the ones that Graham Priest did and that Bill Grommy did were really good. There's one on like Buddhism and free will. That's the link to the page. The problem is that they don't seem to currently announce their meetings like far in advance, right? So if you like go on the page, it says next meeting February 26th. It's just already passed, right? So
yeah.
So they presumably there will be more meetings this semester, but they just have, for some reason they don't put them. They don't seem to be good about putting them up. So you have to keep checking. But if you look at the archive, there were some very good talks. Like there was a really good talk on Indian philosopher, on a debate in Indian philosophy between basically Humeans and Kantians. Although they had never read Hume and Kant, you know, in like medieval India, they basically had mapped out the same positions that Hume and Kant were to take later, you know. And, you know, just these titles, Buddhist fictionalism, testimonial knowledge and word meaning in Indo-Tibetan epistemology. I mean, it sounds really good, you know? Like,
Yeah,
I have to go through all these. But let me just see if there's anything else here. So here's something at Fordham, a workshop on Chinese philosophy. And if you want to get in on the reading group, here's the reading
go ahead.
at Rutgers.
Is the reading group for the Chinese philosophy, or
Oh
just?
no, it's just what they have: philosophy of science, religion, and metaphysics.
What the fuck? Of course I do. What the fuck?
Yeah, and that would be a good place to meet girls.
I love that you included that.
And let's see. Well, I'll give you New School to boot because they sometimes get really major people like Zizek and Badiou and stuff.
I hate both of those people though.
How could you hate Zizek?
I love his personality. I fucking hate when he speaks.
Because of his accent?
No, because he's an obscurantist.
Well,
not always. I agree.
I think it depends on the talk because sometimes I don't think he always is. I think sometimes he's very accessible.
I agree. Sometimes he makes really good points, but
sort of hit or miss though. You can't necessarily know in advance what you're getting. I mean, I guess when he's addressing a popular audience, like at the New York Public Library, it's probably more likely to be accessible. But yeah, I've been to seminars that he's done where I just didn't know what he was talking about.
Yeah, exactly.
But let me just see what they have. Because, you know, occasionally they get people like Bill Grommy did a talk. I think Bill Grommy was on a panel with Charles Taylor there. Let me find it. Yeah, but I don't see, I have to say, out of all of these, I don't see one unmissable one for me.
Yeah, there's only a couple that I'm interested in.
I mean, they don't seem bad. They seem like if I were going to go to a lot of colloquia, it wouldn't be a bad set. But you know, I get really excited when people like Fodor and McGinn, and you know those guys. Stanley Fish is another guy I like.
Jack, I managed to have a discussion with Servetus about politics while blogging his way with immoralizing about it.
Oh, how'd you do that?
I don't remember how, but whenever he tried to moralize it, I had a way of blocking his way of doing that.
And so how did it end up?
It ended up being a fairly good discussion. Like, we had a discussion on what we consider a free person to be and stuff like that.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I definitely, you know, he's one of these people who it's complicated because he can be a really good debater on some things, but on other things I feel like it's very hard to get through to him.
Well, I think he respects me, so it's easier for me to have reasonable discussion with him than some other people.
Right. I'm just trying to find a filter, Justin.
Okay.
Like, for
Hey,
example,
Matt,
like he tried to talk about us having rights, and I explained that I think rights are just a legal issue. We don't have. I don't see how it makes sense for us to have objective rights unless there's some sort of eternal, immutable moral law or something.
right. But he probably agrees with that.
Yeah, he agreed with me, and then he stopped using rights as an argument.
Oh, that's good. So that's progress then.
Yeah.
It's kind of good that you asked me to do this, Justin, because I've been sort of busy about checking all these, because it's hard enough to keep up with the concerts and ballets and movies and stuff, so I just haven't really been diligent. So you're sort of forcing me to.
I'm your anti-Thomas, Bill.
Yeah. Because I've been very disorganized this semester.
Have you talked to Zach at all?
A little bit.
What's he been up to?
He's going to be delivering some papers at some conferences. And he got friendly with this guy, Noel. Well, he's gotten friendly with a couple of guys. He's friendly with Jonathan Dancy, and he got friendly with Noel Carroll, this esthetician at CUNY Graduate Center.
No, I don't.
Jack tried to talk to me about philosophy on various educations, but it's like we have two separate domains of knowledge or something.
I don't mean who Zach is having sex with, Jack. I mean, like, what's he doing philosophy-wise?
No, those are guys. Those are philosophers.
I'm making a joke, Jack.
Oh. So, Justin, this is the New School events page. I can't see how to filter out the non-philosophy stuff.
Yeah, I can do it.
But if you go through it, you'll be able to see all the philosophy stuff. I just want to see if there's anything that stands out.
I like the authoritarianism is as an illness of societies. That doesn't look bad.
But I'll be back in a couple of minutes. My friend is calling.
Oh, we should probably I'll see if we can get Matt to chime in on the various subjects at hand.
Yeah, we can switch the conversation.
Well, or try to bring Matt into it.
Oh, we were just talking about events that are going to be taking place in New York that are related to philosophy. But it's all kinds of different shit.
Well, I do need to get out more. Maybe I can, I suppose, meet you there. Yeah, I'm supposed to do this indefinitely. So it's a failure. What I do otherwise. Yes, I'm told that actually. Who knows how that works? So, Matt, what's your take on all these philosophical events? Go ahead.
Who, me?
I was checking in on Matthew Bell here.
Matt Bell won't talk to us now.
Oh, Matt.
Yeah, I talk to everyone in any way, particular in regards to who I speak with, but I do that under certain conditions, and people become obnoxious pricks, and yeah, I don't talk to them.
Matt, do you want to pick up the intelligent design conversation?
Sure, why not?
So, have you thought about what Jack said about the fact that the hypotheses don't generate the conclusions that you were talking about?
No. If the day I start thinking about anything Jack says is the day I think I need to give up.
So I'm going to make the assertion that the hypotheses of intelligent design don't lead to things like specified complexity.
Yeah, what is a hypothesis of intelligent design?
Isn't
According to what the ID proponents say. So what do they state as their hypotheses?
Actually, can I ask you one more question before that?
Okay.
It's not a gotcha question, but I just want to confirm. Do you hold the position of intelligent design?
No.
So you just felt like arguing about it earlier?
No. If you can switch on your memory, can you your little button there? You can switch that on. You can switch, if you can switch your brain on. If you can go back to the discussion I had, all I did was I recommend that people watch a movie, which is not even about the scientific hypothesis of ID. It's a movie about the persecution that some people claim to have came under by the scientific community because they lent some credibility to the intelligent design movement, not the hypothesis, the movement, in scientific literature, in journalistic articles, and in the schoolroom.
Right.
So
I'm not accusing
the conversation that came, anything that came from that flowed from my own recommendation. So I was recommending that documentary or movie, whatever you want to call it, so that people can watch it and give me some input because I'm interested in the subject of ID, theistic evolution, current theory of evolution, and get some input back from it. I wasn't saying I'm a proponent of ID or ID is is a credible scientific hypothesis or anything like that.
Yeah, Matt, you could have just said no. I'm not accusing you. I was just curious if you held the position.
Yeah, I could have just said no, but I decided not to just say no, as you can guess.
Yeah. You seem angry today, Matt Bell. What's wrong?
No, that's just Americans. They don't get Scottish. They don't get Scottish people very well.
Are Scottish people always angry?
No, American people always pricks.
Oh, are they?
No, I asked a question.
Oh, yeah. I mean, usually, yes.
Yeah, okay, get you. That explains a lot. I'm sure other Americans might disagree with that, though. But go ahead.
It just depends on which area of the country you encounter them from.
Sure.
Okay.
But is there something about intelligent design that you feel piques an interest that evolution or creationism doesn't? Is there anything?
Yeah. This is what piques my attention. Okay, for people who say it's not a scientific hypothesis. Okay, that's what some people will say. If it's not a scientific hypothesis,
It's not.
Okay, so can you tell me, would you expect a non-scientific hypothesis to be addressed in peer-reviewed major journals of science, peer-reviewed
Yes,
journals?
I would, because peer review can establish things that aren't. They can establish that things aren't in fact scientific. That's the process of peer review. Doesn't mean you've made it in science.
Okay.
It's scientific theory now.
Okay, but the thing is, though, that's not what these papers are about.
What does that matter? What does that matter? Why are you arguing that it's in scientific peer-reviewed papers? How's that relevant to it being a scientific theory that generates novel predictions?
Because what happened is you had a book written by a scientist, Michael Behe, who proposed something that's part of the intelligent design hypothesis.
Mm-hmm.
That was irreducible complexity on that there. And then, whilst he cannot get published in a scientific peer-reviewed journal proposing his hypothesis, people in the scientific community can produce papers addressing his hypothesis. So why would he do that?
The issue. How's that relevant to the issue?
Well, where it's relevant to the issue is whether or not established science is playing on a level playing field.
I'm not talking about the institution of science. Why are you shifting the discussion?
Because I'm not shifting. It's totally relevant to what I proposed at the beginning. People should watch the Expelled movie because that's about the scientific establishment, not the hypothesis.
So you don't want to talk about whether or not these hypotheses are scientific?
No. I mean, it's already a given to me. They are scientific, given the fact that in scientific peer-reviewed journals, subjects which are raised. In fact, there's actually articles.
It's not a valid inference.
Okay, so you're saying that. So let's say we have a proponent of the intelligent design movement, Stephen Mayer.
Uh-huh.
If he's proposing something that's not a scientific hypothesis, would he be published in a peer-reviewed scientific journal?
Yes, he could be. Yeah.
On the subject of the intelligent design?
Yes, he could be.
Why? So why would they publish a paper in a scientific peer-reviewed journal? You're saying they would publish a paper about a hypothesis that's not scientific?
Yes.
Why would they do that? And give me examples of where that's been done.
Why would I have to give you an example? Isn't it just?
If you can't provide me any examples of what you say can happen, then that's evidence against what you just said.
Listen, let's make rational points here. Isn't peer review's function, right, to either dismantle or support something? Would you agree?
No.
You wouldn't agree that the whole point of peer review, right, review, is to critique something, right, and either support it or dismantle it.
It's an examination of a proposition. By guess who by? People in the same field.
Right, but that doesn't mean that intelligent design itself is an established science or a scientific criteria.
No one is saying it's an established science. What we're saying is it's a scientific hypothesis.
No, but I'm saying that it's not, and you don't need to point to peer review to show that it's not.
And can you demonstrate to us why the scientific community doesn't agree with you?
I'm telling you that's not relevant. Do you know what an undercutting rebuttal is? Are you familiar with that term?
Do you know what deflection is? No. You need to understand something. The discussion here isn't about me listening to you talking nonsense. You said about making rational points. So have a rational discussion then. Try and answer the questions rather than just asking the questions.
I'm going to tell you that there's an undercutting rebuttal that undercuts any kind of talk about peer review.
And I'm saying you're talking shit.
Right, well then we can talk about the undercutting rebuttal and then you can decide whether or not it actually works.
Yeah, go ahead. It doesn't work before you even start.
Well, how do you know that?
Because you're full of shit. You've demonstrated that. Go ahead though.
Matt, listen.
Go ahead and make your supposed undercutting rebuttal.
Right. Okay. So let's agree on some definitions. That intelligent design is the theory of life or the universe or the theory that life or the universe could not have risen by natural gradual processes and was therefore created by some intelligent agent. Do we agree on that?
No, and that's a misrepresentation of what the intelligent design proponents postulate.
Oh,
you won't find that anywhere proposed by any intelligent design proponent that I'm aware of.
Oh, weird. That's the definition on intelligentdesign.org. But what's your definition?
Yeah, you can post that into the side chat. As I said, any source I'm not aware of.
What's your definition then, Matt Bell?
Their hypothesis, what they're about is they're not saying it's not possible that life could not have originated by naturalistic causes. They're saying the evidence doesn't point to that. It points to something different. Now, before we go further, what source did you say gave that definition?
Intelligentdesign.org. But I'm fine with your definition.
Okay, let me just check that out.
Yeah, I mean this is part of agreeing.
Let's start doing some fact checking.
This is part of agreeing on definitions, right? I offered one, you offered a different one. I'm willing to accept it.
But I'm going to check yours out though.
Okay, take your time. Oh, also, if you want another source, OxfordDictionaries.com gave the same definition I did. But like I said,
actually quite fun enough. When we actually look at intelligent design, do you say org or com?
I think org. But are you getting the general point that I'm making here?
I'm not looking at general points. I'm getting to specifics, which I'm sure you're interested in doing.
Right.
That's what they actually say.
Okay, but I'm saying I'm willing to accept your definition.
Yeah, but I'm just pointing out to people what that source you gave me actually says about what intelligent design is.
Okay, well, I'm going to offer another source, and then we can go back and forth like this, or we can move forward. I'm willing to accept your definition that it's a better explanation. Not that it excludes another explanation, but that it's a better one. So we can go forward based on that.
I don't see the word in this definition from intelligent design, or I don't see the word you used and talk about creating and creation.
Do you want to have a real discussion?
Do you want to concede you didn't accurately represent that source?
All right, Matt. Let me go find where I got it from, so we can.
I just posted in the side chat. That's from intelligentdesign.org.
Right.
There's a side chat for you.
Let me find where I found it because you're being petulant.
Can you point out where it uses the word create or creation?
Did I say creation?
Yeah.
No, I never. Oh yeah, I did. I said.
Yeah, you did.
The theory that life or the universe could not have arisen by chance and was designed and created by some intelligent entity. That is what I said. You're right.
Yeah. Which is not what the actual source that you gave me says. Yep.
All right. Well, let me find where I found that from. So it's easier.
Well, you gave me the source, intelligentdesign.org.
Well, I gave you a website, Matt, and a website has more than one page.
Yeah. Okay. So what you're saying is when I'm quoting from definition of intelligent design, that there's going to be something else on that website that gives us a different definition of intelligent design from what they actually give us when they're giving us a definition of intelligent design.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. You knocked yourself out trying to find what you're searching and groping around in the dark for there.
Well, I don't think it's important because we can just agree on your definition.
No, I'll tell you what's important. It's important, and this is something I think it's important for everyone who watches this or is in this hangout. It's very important that people learn, don't just take people at their word when they try and say something. Fact check what they are saying.
Do you really?
Guys like this, Tom, what you'll find is, more often than not, they will misrepresent a source.
How can I misrepresent you when I'm agreeing to establish definitions with you?
What I'm saying is you misrepresented this source, intelligentdesign.org.
Right.
They give a definition. It does not state what you said, which is creationism.
You're babbling about an inane point, right? Let's say that I was wrong about this website saying that, right? And then I offered another website that did. Let's concede that point just for the sake of time, right?
Cool.
How is that an important point to focus on?
It's an important point that people should learn a methodology which fact checks people.
But I didn't say anything. I didn't make any stipulations like that's the only definition. I said I'm going to give my definition, you give yours, and let's pick one. That's all I said, right?
And then you gave it. No. That's not what happened. That's not what happened at all.
That's exactly what happened.
This is what happened. You said about a definition of intelligent design. I said I was not aware.
You're running from the argument.
No. I said I wasn't aware of any source which defined intelligent design as you did. You thought
Oxford Dictionary that defines it exactly like I said. You're only taking dispute with this particular website, and I may have been wrong about it.
Once I said I was not aware of any intelligent design proponents that defined intelligent design as you had given us. You thought you had a gotcha moment. You said, yeah, intelligent design, intelligentdesign.org.
I conceded your definition. I conceded your definition.
Only after your own definition was shown to be a misrepresentation of the source you gave.
No, your definition is fine for the point that I'm going to make. It doesn't affect my point at all. So I'm drastically okay with accepting it. It's fine. It has no bearing on the conversation. You're just being a fucking polemicist.
Yeah, no, what I'm doing is demonstrating a methodology that people should engage in as skeptics.
All right, good. I'm glad that you're being a rational agent and agreeing to a concise methodology. So when we go forward, when you don't do that, let's point it out each time that you don't do that.
Yeah, that's cool. I'm good with that because then I learn from that.
Good. That's good. Although if you did learn from it, you should have learned from the conversation you and Jack had 45 minutes ago.
You know, if Jack had said something in it that made sense, maybe I would have.
Okay. Okay, so let's before we start, I don't want to misrepresent you, right? So I think that intelligent design tries to say that it has four hypotheses, I guess. One would be that if the universe was designed and everything in it was designed by an intelligent agent, we would see irreducible complexity, specified complexity, fine-tuning, and you would have to accept an intelligent designer, right?
I'm not. No, I don't think that's what they do.
Good, because this is where we try to agree. So you tell me what you think the hypotheses of intelligent design are.
Now, the intelligent design, the material I've witnessed on intelligent design, kind of restrict, and it's more narrowed and more focused. It's not about.
That's fine. That's okay.
It's not about the design of the cosmos and cosmology and things like that. It kind of it touches on that, but it kind of restricts itself to the theory of evolution. So what it's offering is it's offering a competing alternative to the theory of evolution. That narrows down what their main goal is to biological life on the Earth. It's not about the universe and the beginnings of the universe. It's about something specific on this Earth.
I agree that that's their goal, but I'm asking you what the particular hypotheses are.
The hypothesis is from them that when they examine biological organisms, they find within biological organisms things that the current theory is insufficient to explain, but which their theory does, or their hypothesis would explain. Like, for example, irreducible complexity within the organisms, like, for example, specified complex information, like, for example, that we won't find a large portion of junk DNA. All of it, no, those are things which they say they can explain better than what the current theory of evolution. Remember, it's about the theory of evolution, not the fact of evolution.
So can you just, one example, can you state the hypothesis for
I just did.
Irreducible complexity? No, you said that would be one of their hypotheses. Can you state it as a hypothesis?
I know. David state as one of their predictions that you're going to find those highly mechanical. Let me get the exact quote from them so I don't do your mistake. Let me get the website up.
Because it'll be something in the form of, if there is an intelligent designer, then we would expect to see X. X being something like irreducible complexity. That would generate a prediction, an expectation that could be confirmed or disconfirmed.
No, my understanding is you seem to think that they start with their conclusion. I don't kind of agree with that. The intelligence, what they're saying is we have the current theory of evolution, neo-Darwinianism. Neo-Darwinianism has achieved a lot. It showed us a lot. However, from what we find within biological organisms, its explanation is not sufficient, because we find, when we examine these biological, we find stuff, and it's that stuff that leads us to the conclusion there's an intelligent designer.
Well,
you don't start with intelligent design and get to the
two things now, though, right? You're saying two things. First of all, a scientific hypothesis isn't just showing another theory that's insufficient. That doesn't count as a hypothesis, right?
So they do both, yeah.
So that's not even relevant. That doesn't matter.
No, that does matter.
No, it doesn't as far as the scientific hypothesis. No scientific hypothesis says, because such and such theory X is insufficient, therefore...
No, you don't get it. What the falsification or disconfirmation of a theory in science is part of the scientific discipline.
I'm not saying it's not part of the scientific.
So what they do is they have that aspect. Wait a minute. Hold on.
This is going to be fun. Yeah, it's fine. Take your time.
Yeah, I'm back. So you can look at it as two separate things that they are engaged in. First of all, they are showing the current theory is flawed, faulty, insufficient to explain what we find in biological organisms. That's one part of their work. And then their other part is to say, okay, so here's our hypothesis for what we do find in biological organisms. That's the second strand.
Notice what you just said, right? So another theory's misgivings or insufficiency can be the basis of generating new hypotheses, and I agree with that. No one would disagree with that, right? But what I'm saying is that I'm asking you for the specific hypotheses that intelligent design itself generates, not why they decided to generate them. Just what
that would be that what I gave previously, that when you examine biological organisms, you find indications of intelligent design, such as specified complex information.
Right. So then my question would be, why would an intelligent agent, an intelligent designer, generate expectations for irreducible complexity or specified complexity?
No, again, you're arguing back to front. Intelligent designer is the conclusion of the hypothesis. It's not the hypothesis itself. So when we say the
hypothesis is a conclusion of a hypothesis, that doesn't make sense.
No, what I'm saying is you have the hypothesis based on what is found there. So they see this stuff. They say, okay, what do we make of DNA? What do we make of this alleged specified complex information?
You're literally describing ad hoc justification. You're literally describing what ad hoc justification is.
No, you're not. You're describing a scientific method. It starts with a hypothesis. No. We're not going to do the listen stuff. I'm going to answer your questions.
Okay.
It starts with an observation. From that observation, it makes speculations called hypotheses or explanations for that. That's not ad hoc.
No, that wouldn't be ad hoc, right?
Well, that's what they do.
So, again, if you can provide me with a hypothesis that was generated from that observation, right, then I would agree with you. But if you simply say that because we see X and it appears complex, therefore there was an intelligent agent that designed it, that is ad hoc.
And that's not what they do. They say they have the observation of specified complex information. And they apply abductive reasoning to that in regards to what's the best explanation for that. And the best explanation for that, as in line with every other example we have in our experience of specified complex information, is an intelligent agent.
Okay, so listen to what you just said. We see something that appears...
Observation, observation.
Right, we have an observation that something has what we were dubbing specified complexity, right?
Yeah.
And we use our reasoning, abductive reasoning, to conclude that an intelligent agent did it, right?
No, we use our reasoning to get to the best explanation for our observation, and the best explanation for our observation, according to this hypothesis, is it's intelligent. It's an indicator of an intelligent agent.
Right. Well, that's not a hypothesis, though. That's an inference.
No, that's your hypothesis. You're saying
it's not.
Here's our best guess.
A hypothesis is something that generates expectations. I say a hypothesis is something that generates expectations.
And the expectations this generates is, for example, that the irreducible complexity and the non-presence of.
But that's what you started with.
No, you didn't. You started with the observation of specified. You started with the presence of specified complex information,
right?
Which is not equal to the present irreducible complexity. Irreducible complex things.
Listen.
The two are different subjects.
Listen to me. It would be different if you said, here's the problem here.
Oh, okay.
An intelligent agent, an intelligent designer, right? You want to say generates the expectation of specified complexity.
No, I don't want to say that at all.
You're working backwards. You're saying because we observe specified complexity, I'm going to make an inference that an intelligent designer did it. That's not a hypothesis.
No, you're going to make a hypothesis. You're going to make a guess, which is what a hypothesis is in science. It's a best guess.
It's not just a best guess.
It's a best guess from your observation. Okay. No. Yes, it is.
Hypothesis generates expectations.
Again,
you're starting from the expectation and working backwards. That's not what a hypothesis is.
I'm starting with the observation.
You're starting with what the hypothesis should generate an expectation for.
No, I'm starting with the observation. We observe biological organisms, and that's our observation. That's my starting point.
You can do that, right? But that's not a hypothesis. Now, based on that observation,
that's the observation.
Right, I agree. Which is why when I've been asking you for a hypothesis, listen, that's why when I've been asking you for a hypothesis and you've been offering me an observation and an inference, that's not what I'm asking for.
No, what I'm doing is I'm educating you on the scientific method. It always starts with an observation or observations, and then
I disagree that you're offering a hypothesis.
From that observation or observations, it then makes predictions, or it gives you a hypothesis, or it tells you what they think the best explanation for those observations are. Then it goes on to try and confirm or disconfirm what's being put forward.
Well, listen, you just skipped a step. You wouldn't say that it's a best explanation until it's met the hypothesis criteria, right? So you've given me an observation, right?
Yeah.
An inference. I'm asking you for a hypothesis, a statement which generates a novel prediction or expectation.
I don't get what you. I don't think you understand the scientific method at all.
Look, I think the problem here is that you may not understand it, but look, I don't want to go back and forth about who doesn't understand what. Here's an example of a hypothesis. If black holes are infinitely dense, they would generate strong gravitational fields, right? Yeah. Notice that I gave a criteria for that hypothesis to be confirmed or disconfirmed, right? I generated an expectation, right?
Which is just when you're using hypothesis, just the same as a prediction.
A hypothesis in science generates an expectation.
Or predictions.
Yeah, I mean, how are they different?
So no different. So I've already discussed with you previously. In fact, you outlined 3 or 4 of the expectations that the intelligent design proponents would put forward.
Right, but if intelligent design is something that you're saying is a supporting premise or a supporting, it's not. Are you saying that intelligent design, just the mere observation, is a hypothesis?
No, the observation is an observation. It's not a hypothesis about anything.
Right. So I keep asking you, what's a hypothesis generated by intelligent design?
The hypothesis would be with respect to what the best explanation is for those observations. So you would say that given what we observe and given how Darwin came up with his origin of species there, the same methodology applied to that, you're going to get to the best explanation for what we observe among all the alternatives is intelligent design.
Do you understand the difference between an explanation and a hypothesis? Because let me give you an example. I can have an explanation for why when I wake up I feel tired, right? I can have explanations for that. I can say that I have a vitamin D deficiency or that I have liver disease, right? But those aren't hypotheses. Those are just fairly reasonable explanations, right? In order to have a hypothesis, I would have to generate some kind of test or prediction or something like that I can either confirm or disconfirm, right?
And they've provided that, and you've given a couple of examples of those with the predictions or the expectations or the hypothesis that they make from the observation, that they're going to find irreducibly complex things. They're going to find if intelligent design, if what they believe could be the case is the case, then you should expect to find you should expect to find a low volume of junk DNA. You should expect to find sudden appearances of life in the fossil record, rather than the gradualism of Charles Darwin, etc. And they would say that all these things they've hypothesized that they have confirmed.
Listen, why would those things be an expected result of intelligent design, of an intelligent designer? Why would we expect to see irreducible complexity from the fact that there's an intelligent designer?
No, what they're not using irreducible complexity in that aspect. They're basically saying that they are making a contrast between what is ongoing in the current theory, how that's insufficient, and what would be sufficient. So my view is that for example, in this paper, so you have a scientific paper published not by an ID proponent but by someone trying to refute irreducible complexity as proposed by Michael Behe, trying to show that within biological organisms, irreducible complexity is not the case. It's reducible complexity in the cells.
Showing the insufficiency of another theory isn't putting forth another scientific theory with actual testable hypotheses. There's a difference.
If you have science and science says, hey, listen, here's our prediction, or here's what we say, that you're not going to find irreducibly complex things within cells, and then we go and we look at cells and we find irreducible things in existence in the cell, then that science has been falsified. You can dismiss that, and then you can say, okay, so given that we find irreducibly complex things, what would best explain the presence of those? What would be consistent with those things in those? So let's say you have an irreducibly complex thing within the cell. Well, that could not be the product of anything but intelligent design.
Why is
because
that?
Because it could not have went through any naturalistic process to get there.
Listen,
because if it went through any, I'm not finished my explanation.
Okay.
If it went through any naturalistic process to get there, it would be not irreducible. It would need to appear, boom, there, it's there.
Why?
Because that's the only way it could be irreducibly complex.
Why?
So you take let's say the bacterium flagellum in every one of your cells. If that's irreducibly complex, then it did not get to be there. It did not evolve into that status. So if it did not evolve into that mechanism, then what other options do you have apart from it happened in one single instance? It appeared completely, total completeness.
Well, the other option would be gradual complexity. Like Hal gave you the example earlier. If someone takes out my heart, I die, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
it's a reduced complex being, right?
Actually, brain death. I think if your heart stops, you're not technically dead. I think it's brain death that where you're medically put down as being dead. So your brain will still be active if your heart stopped. So that wouldn't be the case.
Well, that's definitely an important other discussion, but we're kind of getting besides the point. All you've ever offered since we've been talking is the idea that another theory, and I'll even grant you this. Let's say that evolution's been disconfirmed, right? Let's grant that for the sake of conversation. All you've done there is disconfirmed one theory. You haven't confirmed another theory by disconfirming the bad one, right?
Yeah, I've already said that.
Right, and you certainly haven't provided the idea that it couldn't possibly be naturalistic because one naturalistic theory failed, right? That's
Wow. So now, but what you just did there was again demonstrate you don't understand what the idea is proposing, because what you did there is you basically said, well, it could not be naturalistic. The intelligent design movement does not. Yeah, you did. You just said it 2 minutes ago.
All I said was if you disconfirm one naturalistic theory, you don't disconfirm all naturalistic theories. I didn't say anything about ID.
You said no. You said that it could not be a naturalistic theory.
No, that's not what I said.
Okay, well, it's a live on-air hangout, so people can evaluate that for themselves, and they should take that in line with your earlier misrepresentation of the intelligentdesign.org website, and then they can start building up a pattern of misrepresentations until you lose credibility.
Yeah, okay, if that happens, that's fine. But
so what I was clarifying is that the proposing intelligent design is not to propose something supernatural.
The same method is why Matt Bell has such high credibility.
Wait. You're saying that ID doesn't propose anything supernatural?
No, definitely not. It does not identify. I mean, I was listening to Charles Darwin, and okay, he was just giving a talk. No, he was being generous to the intelligent design movement, and he was saying, so he was able to come up with a hypothesis for intelligent design, which is purely naturalistic. For example, let's say we have this other life form, on alien life form, and this alien life form who would have went through some sort of process similar to our own biological evolution to get where they were, but they're highly intelligent, or they have superpowers, or whatever, or they're more powerful than us. And yeah, I can imagine that they put life, the first life, they seeded life on this earth, and then life evolved from there. That's a purely naturalistic, understanding of intelligent design, which is not inconsistent with intelligent design, as proposed by
I don't think anybody argues
Stephen Mayer, etc., etc. So to say intelligent design proponents are not claiming anything supernatural is, it's just a fact. That's the fact of the matter. They're not proposing anything supernatural necessarily.
Okay.
Well, maybe some of them aren't, but some of them are.
Yeah, and that's fine. That doesn't matter.
Give an example of someone who is.
Listen, that doesn't matter though. I can accept that it's just the act of saying that there's intelligence involved in the process, right?
Yeah, that's all you can. That's all they try and say about it from the evidence.
Yeah, no, I'm fine with that, but I've continued to ask you for a hypothesis, because what we're talking about here is the scientific, if it's actually a scientific theory, right? That's the whole thing that's in question.
No. Hypothesis, not theory.
Yeah, you're right. You're actually right about that. Scientific hypothesis, yeah. So I still haven't heard one though.
Well, you haven't heard. Well, I you haven't heard yourself speaking. You gave three or four. You gave 3 or 4 predictions made by intelligent design yourself.
They're not predictions.
Well, you just said that when you use the word hypothesis, that you basically mean the same as explanation. Prediction. So you said if it's a hypothesis, it will produce expectations.
Right. Exactly.
As I recall, Matt, you rejected those.
Then I said to you. So when you use the word expectations, that's synonymous with predictions.
Yeah, we agree on that. Yeah.
But earlier on, you gave us at least 3 predictions made by the intelligent design movement.
Wait a minute. What did you say right after that? Those were the observations we start with.
Wait a minute. Yeah, okay. Well, so I'll grant
you rejected those as predictions, Matt.
It doesn't even matter. He said they were mere observations.
Yeah, but okay. Well, no. Wait a minute. I can grant you arguendo. Let's say I was completely mistaken. Okay? That does not change for a second the fact that you made synonymous expectations and predictions between those for you agreed are synonymous terms. So when you say well, that's because I'm not finished speaking yet, and you don't know what I'm going to say. Yeah. So given the fact that you have those 2 terms as synonymous, and then you say, give us a hypothesis from intelligent design,
right?
And then you define a hypothesis as something that gives us predictions,
right?
Then you are conceding that the intelligent design gives us predictions because you gave us
it was a
3
question.
of them.
Hold on.
Actually, that was a question, man.
No. You gave us 3.
He was asking you.
Wait. Let him finish. This is fine. This is good. Go ahead and finish, Matt.
Okay. So you gave us 3 predictions that you're aware of that the intelligent design movement made. Predictions for you is synonymous with expectations. You say if something's a hypothesis, it will produce expectations. ID has produced expectations, therefore it's produced a hypothesis on your own definition of terms.
All right, now let me talk now for at least 1 minute, and I think we can clear up the confusion, right? So you're saying that I said those were predictions, right? And I'm disagreeing because you yourself said those were the observations you started with, right? Now, if you accept that those intelligent design and specified complexity are the observations you started with, right, to generate an explanation, then they couldn't have possibly been things produced by hypotheses. They weren't generated. It wasn't expectations that were generated. That's what you started with, right? That's why they are not part of a hypothesis. A hypothesis, like I gave an example of earlier, is that if black holes are infinitely dense, they will generate the expectation of having strong gravitational fields, right?
Yeah.
That would only be a valid hypothesis, right? If I didn't start with the idea that there was a strong gravitational field present to a black hole, right? See what I'm saying?
So if biological organisms are the product of intelligent design, then we would expect A, B, C, and D.
But you didn't generate any novel predictions.
I don't know what you're talking. You don't need to. I mean, yeah. Go ahead.
Your hypothesis didn't generate any expectations. You just started with the observations that of what you think
No,
they're.
that's my. I'm saying that what I just said there was in the same forum as what you said about black holes. So if one is valid, the other is valid.
No, they're disanalogous. That's the whole point. Look,
Totally analogous.
we can make this more simple. Look, we can make this simple.
Okay, what was the first word you used? Let's simplify. The first word you used was if, and the first word I used was if.
Right.
The second word you used. The second word you used was black hole.
Listen, using the same two words in a sentence doesn't make them analogous. Look, let me give you a really simple example.
If they've been used in a non-equivocal way, then they are analogous.
Listen, let me give you a really simple example. Let's say that there's a scarecrow in the middle of a farm field, right? And we both see the scarecrow in the middle of the farm field, right? Now, if based on that, you say something like, well, you know, someone must have decided to play a prank and put that scarecrow in the middle of the farm, right? That's a somewhat reasonable, possible explanation, right? It is.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a second.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. You can make of this what you will. I just got a message through there that one of my friends is in trouble. I need to go and deal with that. We can pick it up another time. But I do
walk the dog.
Yeah.
That's fine. We can always talk about it later. But anyway, the point I was going to make was if we both make an observation and then one of us proffers an explanation, right? It can be anything. We could decide that anything caused that. I could make 1,000 different theories for why that scarecrow got there, and they would all be post hoc, right? And the difference between a post hoc justification and a scientific hypothesis is that the hypothesis starts from something and makes a prediction that generates an expectation where we would actually end up with that scarecrow in the field. There's a difference in the way you go about it. One starts from a conclusion, right, the thing they want to prove in the first place, and offers reasons as to why it happened. A scientific hypothesis does the opposite. It starts with the data that would generate that observation. It would predict that thing to happen. It's just a difference in direction, and for some reason, Matt can't understand that.
Well, yeah, that's what Matt failed to do.
I mean, I think Jack puts this whole thing, and there's a lot of different points you can make here, by the way. Like, for instance, the idea of an intelligent designer doesn't generate any of the expectations of things like specified complexity or irreducible complexity. So then he concedes that, and then says, well, if you start with those things, then a possible explanation is God. And we can all agree on that, sure, at face value it is a possible explanation. But the whole point in contention here is that ad hoc explanation isn't in any sense scientific because it's not generated, it doesn't have hypotheses that generate novel predictions.
That makes sense to me.
Yeah, there's got to be a better way of explaining this, though, because Matt doesn't feel like he's in a corner, which means I must be doing a bad job. But I'll figure it out. Godless Girl is trying to get in the room right now.
Tough.
I'll leave. It's my bedtime anyway. Take care, guys.
Oh, good night, Art.
Night, Art.
I'll send her a invite or whatever. Bear with me. So yeah, I think we're going to try to get into wisdom. Probably use more DSCR post. Well, the topic of the hangout was apparently Franklin Graham is on some, I guess, doing some kind of like Girl Scout cookie boycott because of, I guess, their recent inclusion of what is it, trans Girl Scouts or whatever. Scott Lively is. Sorry?
I was going to say I could have just asked Matt one really simple question, which is, what tests can I run whose results would prove intelligent design? And that really demonstrates the difference between an ad hoc explanation and a scientific hypothesis. I'll do that next time. And that's not even the biggest objection to this, by the way. That's just showing how it's straightforwardly non-scientific. You can generate other like internal inconsistencies, like even the things they're proposing aren't predictions that would necessarily follow from an intelligent designer. Like God could have made everything reducibly complex, or an intelligent designer could have. There's no reason that couldn't have happened.
Didn't realize Matt didn't actually leave.
Yeah, he's still here.
Good.
Well, we should probably hope we can get back soon enough for it.
I mean, the whole thing I've been trying to do is just have sex. I just want to see Matt Bell naked. That's what this is all about.
Well, his naked head is enough, isn't it?
Scott Lively.
It's nice, but I want more.
I think anything more would be disappointing.
Maybe.
Is it Floyd? Floyd is here.
I think, what is it, philosophical objections to intelligent design are actually rather productive kinds of ways of objecting to the thesis. I think it undercuts a lot of the, well, I guess, quagmires would say unreachable research or, whatever kind of wars of citing one paper or another. So there's I want to say undercut, in the sense of undercutting the defeater, of course. Well, if I can cover the topic very briefly, because I'm sure nobody will actually want to talk about it. Scott Lively has said, what is it? Acceptance of homosexuality is a dress rehearsal for the end times. And apparently Hillary Clinton got on some kind of reality show with Caitlyn Jenner as well.
Wait, who?
Nadia, do you have a link to that?
Oh yeah, it's on the description of the video on YouTube, and I'll dig up the.
I heard Caitlyn
Hillary
Jenner.
Clinton.
Yes, Caitlyn Jenner is apparently a Republican somehow.
What?
Not sure if she's. Yeah, it's bizarre. It's kind of like this party's got people who literally are endorsing the extermination of all people like me, presumably including me.
She's just trying to save her money.
I think it's going to do a whole lot toward that end.
Well, I guess turning from a man into a woman doesn't make you any less of a jerk.
Repeatedly, there's evidence that she'd tried to transition in the early 80s, and I think it was actually almost directly inspired by Renee Richards, who I think announced her transition around the same year as Jenna won her gold medals or whatever. So. Yeah, she's been trying for a while. Apparently, I don't know what with the money not being a barrier, but delayed things further. But who knows?
And still a Republican. Go figure.
I mean, my plot was to go on sabbatical, and I was like, how many months from getting this seniority? I got it in April, August to April. Yeah, I think it was like 8 or 9 months from getting the seniority to go on sabbatical. I probably would have been short a little bit of the goal for financing it all, but still, yeah, it was. I mean, I had a reason to delay because I didn't quite have all of it in hand, and I was like, oh, I better almost so I can preserve the actual means of garnering further income, right? And she apparently had gotten more than she needed already. Okay. What else?
Ted Cruz's campaign ads are scary.
Hmm. Oh yeah, they got a bit of theonomy ongoing. I think Raphael's literally 7 mountains to Nunez, so it's actually a little bit rare because most of the time, even when they hold a sort of position, they don't like the Dominguez name or title. So
I only mention it because I only saw one yesterday several times. And only exposed through YouTube. Otherwise, I don't see these ads.
yeah. Yeah, darn. Yeah, so we've got what is it? We've had fine tuning. I guess intelligent design, argument for design, and what was the other one? Something else is getting floated like ever today. Yeah. I think we have some pretty good answers to those, at least. At the very least, undercut defeaters, but I think, well, perhaps even stronger ones. I mean, like I was presenting Justin Schieber's, what is it? I guess he calls it an argument for naturalism, but it's really more of an argument for atheism from fine tuning. Actually, have you seen any of Justin Schieber's, I guess, original arguments or anything like that? Anyone?
Not that I know of.
Yeah, I'm back.
Actually, on G Plus. Oh, sorry. Actually, Matt, I think you've had Justin Sheba, haven't you?
Yeah, Justin Sheba's an interesting guy, studying philosophy, things like that. Had a few debates with some low-key atheists, theists, same as him, is a low-key atheist. And he goes with the hiddenness argument, skeptical theism, the argument against skeptical theism, things like that. Interesting guy. One of the better informed atheists online. But he used to do hangouts, but I think he gave up on those. As most rational people do.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I think I met him hangouts. I think in the latter half of 2012.
Yeah, me and him are kind of we had lots of discussions, and we actually made a very accurate prediction. We set an expectation. Our hypothesis was that William Lane Craig would change his version of the Callum cosmological argument. And in his very next debate with Sean Carroll, guess what happened? Different Callum cosmological argument. So it just confirmed for me, of course, that William Lane Craig is actually stalking me privately and following everything I say and adjusting all his arguments in line with what I say.
Are you serious?
Kind of obviously not.
Okay, good.
Matt Bell, do you want to continue?
Yeah, go.
So, do you think that scientific hypotheses make specific testable predictions?
Yes, good ones, yeah.
All right, good. Can you give me an example of a testable prediction that intelligent design generates?
Yeah, I think you gave us 3 of those yourself. So they would make predictions that. I mean, I read a website from the Idea Center or something like that, which represents intelligent design, and they gave 4 predictions. The problem is they say that all 4 predictions are being confirmed.
How would you test things like irreducible complexity? How would you test the hypothesis that an intelligent designer would generate an irreducible complexity?
I don't think that's their prediction. I think I think they say that you will, if they're saying, if their hypothesis, whether it be scientific or not, if their hypothesis is true, then this is some of the stuff you should expect to find within biological organisms.
But I thought we just agreed that it has to be testable.
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, it is. I mean, what they're saying is all their predictions are testable. They're being tested and they're being confirmed. But that's where I have a slight problem with the ID movement, because it's easy to predict things that have already been confirmed beforehand.
Well, I think it's better to say that. I mean, the question is just how would you test that?
How would you test what? So you can test. So you can look at you can look at biological organisms, and you can see whether or not. So let's say I predict to you that if intelligent design is true, then we will never find junk DNA in biological organisms. That's a testable prediction. You can.
How would you disconfirm that wasn't created by an intelligent designer?
No. This is what. Let's stick with one of the ways they can do this. So you asked me how this could be tested.
We are sticking with that. So the testability is being able to disconfirm or confirm something.
Yes.
That's what.
So you could disconfirm the prediction of the intelligent design movement about junk DNA. Although that's not what they say. I'm just using that as an example. If I made that prediction, no junk DNA in biological organisms, and you went into a biological organism and you found junk DNA, then you have disconfirmed my hypothesis or my prediction, the expectation I set. You've disconfirmed it.
No, you would have only disconfirmed that you didn't find junk DNA, right? You wouldn't have disconfirmed the specific hypothesis that an intelligent designer.
No. I'm talking specifically.
Junk DNA.
What I said was, if I predict, we're talking about, so the ID proponents, they don't actually say what I said. They say, and I think this is another problem with it because it's kind of open to interpretation, and it shouldn't be open to interpretation. That we shouldn't expect to find large numbers of junk DNA.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what's a large number? But what I find interesting is where I follow Evolution News, which is a project from them, and they've got this prediction. And what I find interesting is they'll sometimes publish articles from Science which say something along the lines of this was thought previously to be junk DNA. Now this has been confirmed to not be junk DNA.
I think you're missing the point, though, right? The hypothesis in question isn't just that there wouldn't be junk DNA or there would be junk DNA, right? The hypothesis for intelligent design theorists would be specifically including the idea of an intelligent designer, right? So you don't want to just test for the junk DNA or not junk DNA. You want to test specifically that it either was or wasn't put there by an intelligent designer, right?
Yeah.
Because that's the hypothesis, right?
Well, right. I think that's where the talking past each other is coming in. So what we need is a setting out of their hypothesis from an ID proponent itself.
That's what I've been asking you for.
Well, that's what I'm trying to find.
But haven't you been arguing the whole time that it is a scientific enterprise?
No, oh my God. What I said was that that's what they claim. They're saying they have a hypothesis. In fact, they don't even call it a hypothesis. They do what other scientists do, and they mislabel it as a theory. And that brings the response from the scientific community, hypocritically so. It's not a theory. It's not a scientific theory. Well, that's obvious. It's not a theory. It's a hypothesis. Yeah.
Right, but what you and I have been talking about, regardless of which view you hold, right? What you and I have been discussing specifically is that you've been arguing for the fact that it is a hypothesis. I don't care if you believe it or not.
I've been arguing for the fact that they claim it's a hypothesis, and I'm examining whether or not their claim is justified or not.
Right, but in this conversation,
that's what I'm doing.
Right.
Unless you're not aware, one of the ways you can test your own beliefs or your own thinking is you can expose them to a critical environment.
But you're not being rational right now, because if the argument was merely if they believe it, if the argument was merely about if the fact that they believe it or not, then we would just go look at evidence on the internet to see if they actually believe it or not. We've been actually discussing the particular thing they believe, right?
Yes. Which I'm not committed to, as you previously asked me.
It doesn't matter to me if you're committed. If you're going to take up the opposing position, I don't care.
Yeah, so if I'm taking up the opposing, that's what I'm doing. I'm testing my own hypothesis that there might be some sort of credibility in the claim by intelligent design proponents that they have a scientific hypothesis.
I'm not asking for why you're doing it, is what I keep telling you. I don't care about your motivations.
Then you shouldn't be saying things like, "Oh, you're not rational." Because first of all, that's a needlessly
rational in saying that what we're trying to talk about here is whether or not they believe it, because that hasn't been the conversation.
No. That's not what I'm saying. You seem to be of the impression that I'm trying to establish that I believe, and I'm trying to establish ID as a scientific hypothesis.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
But that's what you were saying earlier.
I'm just saying that you're arguing of the position that it is a scientific hypothesis.
Yeah, I'm exploring that option.
Right, I don't care what you call it, though. That's what I'm saying.
Well, what you call things is important.
Right, but back to the original subject, right? Yeah. The conclusion that there is or is not junk DNA does nothing to confirm or disconfirm the hypothesis that an intelligent designer put it there or didn't put it there.
No, because if part of their hypothesis is if there is an intelligent designer, then we should expect to find a low number of junk DNA, and then we find a low number of zero junk DNA, then that would be confirmation of their hypothesis.
All right, let me tell you why it's not, right? Let me tell you why it doesn't disconfirm or confirm that an intelligent designer calls that junk DNA to be there or not. Because I could just offer some ridiculous example where God, or whoever, the intelligent designer, did actually put no junk DNA in the body, right? But then 100 years after we came along, an alien modified us to have junk DNA, right?
Yes. So what you do is you're going with that's where the abductive arguments come in. First of all, you don't base current scientific hypotheses or theories based on what might be the case in 100 years' time. All scientific theories are based on the currently available evidence to us.
I think you're missing my point. What I'm saying is that the hypothesis that intelligent design people put forward isn't just that there will or will not be junk DNA there, right? Right? It's the particular fact that a designer put junk DNA there or didn't put junk DNA there, right?
I'm not sure that's the case.
Well, I mean, what would ID be if that wasn't the case?
It would be the case that because the biological organisms are intelligently designed, that you would have a minimal amount of wasted, useless, redundant DNA.
Yeah, I don't think I'm making the point as well as I want to here, because
so if you design something, and you were designing that to obviously to a specific purpose, then you're not going to have wastage there, or you're going to try and minimize wastages. Yep.
Listen here. Let me make it simpler. I've thought of a way to make this simpler, and it's obvious, but maybe this will help. Disconfirming junk DNA or confirming junk DNA could be disconfirming it for anything that that they were exposed to radiation. It could be that they weren't exposed to radiation. It could disconfirm or confirm many hypotheses, right? An infinite number of things could have caused that junk DNA to be there or not, right? But the particular hypothesis that ID is putting forward that they need to be able to test is that an intelligent designer did it, right? Which means the criteria for testing that hypothesis is different than just observing junk DNA or not observing junk DNA, because that allows merely observing junk DNA or the lack of junk DNA is disconfirming and confirming a multitude of theories. It's not narrow enough. It's not specific enough to confirm.
Of course it's not.
I can give you a million examples of what seems.
Yes, but you can't give me a million examples of what intelligent design proponents say. This is our predictions. That's very limited. It's very specific.
That's the point I'm making.
So if one of the things they go into and they say, if what we are suggesting to you is true, then we should expect to find a very low instances of junk DNA, and you go in and you find lots of junk DNA. It doesn't matter whether there could be other things going up that could be explanatory to that. The fact is, you have disconfirmed what they have proposed.
Right, but that's why hypotheses have to be specific, right? That's why hypotheses aren't general, right? That's why when a hypothesis isn't going to be the Earth moves around, the Earth, has a rotation. Therefore,
Well, that used to be. I mean, that was a scientific hypothesis before the heliocentrism and geocentrism and all that kind of stuff. Someone came along and made a hypothesis about the orbits of the sun and the orbits of the Earth and all that kind of stuff.
That's not the point I was getting at. The point I'm getting at is that a scientific hypothesis has to be specific to the particular thing you're trying to confirm or disconfirm, right? And in this case, you have to be specific to the fact that an intelligent designer caused or didn't cause junk DNA to be present, right? So the specificity there is important because you're not wanting to merely disconfirm or confirm the presence or lack of presence of DNA. You're making a stronger claim that it needs to be able to disconfirm or confirm that a designer was responsible for that.
let me dumb this down for you, okay? Because you're obviously not getting the point, okay? If what you were saying were true, then what we would expect to find is the detractors to the intelligent design movement and what they're suggesting, we would expect to find scientists who are going against that to be producing these sorts of criticisms of the ID hypothesis that you are suggesting. We don't find that, therefore it's unlikely that you are making a valid critique of the intelligent design movement and their hypothesis.
You're still
unless you can present to us, unless you have maybe you have access to, I don't know, maybe you have access to sources from the scientific community or scientists who have critiqued intelligent design and said it's not a hypothesis. This is why it's not a hypothesis. Where's that in the scientific literature?
Specificity?
No, that the idea is not a hypothesis. That what the intelligent design movement is proposing is not even a scientific hypothesis.
I mean, that's irrelevant. That's what we're arguing for.
No, you're not a scientist that I'm aware of. You're not a member of the scientific. I'm asking for scientists to.
Why would that matter?
Because they're the people most likely to know what constitutes a scientific hypothesis or not.
But we can reach an agreement about the fact that a scientific hypothesis needs to be specific, right?
No, I don't know whether that's the case or not.
You don't know whether a scientific hypothesis needs to be specific?
No, I'm not. I don't have confirmatory information in front of me that that's the case. In fact, when I look at the internet, if I go to Google Plus and anyone else goes to Google Plus right now, they type in scientific hypothesis, let me tell you what they're not going to find. They're not going to find any sort of definition as you've given in this hangout.
Why wouldn't they?
Because it doesn't exist.
But
it's something you've invented yourself.
No,
it's your own understanding of what a scientific hypothesis might do. But present to me the scientific source, a source from an accredited scientific organization or something like that, that when they define hypothesis, gives us what you have given us in this hangout. And I'll say, okay, you're onto something here.
Listen, Matt, I can do that for you, but let's...
Go ahead and do it then. I'm interested in that.
Even as two rational people, I think that the example that I'm giving, it's only two criteria. Generates expectations and is specific so as not to disconfirm or confirm too many other things, right? Because when you have a hypothesis, you want to make sure that you're narrowing the experiment and the test down to your hypothesis, right? It's just a rational basis for science. We don't want to confirm too many other things. That's why we want to narrow down our hypothesis.
Again, all you're doing now is repeating your view of what a scientific hypothesis is.
And do you not agree with what I'm saying just on a rational basis?
It wouldn't matter whether I agree with it or not. It's not going to change how science describes for us what a scientific hypothesis is.
If you think that's rational and you agreed in your mind that was rational, if I found a Wikipedia page that told you the exact opposite, you would accept that as fact.
No, I would dismiss anything from Wikipedia.
Well, wherever. If I gave you a good scientific source, even though you found it rational and the arguments were sound, you would accept an unsound thing just because it came from an authority.
If it came from a scientific authority, if it came from there, then yeah, of course, I would put aside what I believe to be the case in science for an authoritative source in science. Because I'm not a scientist and I'm not pretending to be a scientist like you are.
But listen, you would dismiss your own rationale, your own rational argument that's constructed that says, yes, it makes sense to make hypotheses specific. You're saying that even based on rationale, that you would dismiss that from a scientific authority.
Yeah. If we're talking about a scientific hypothesis, guess who it is that sets the criteria for what things are happening in science?
But what do you think they base that on? Rationality, right?
Yeah, but you haven't established you haven't established yet that they do set that criteria.
Are you really not understanding what I'm saying?
I'm understanding fine well that what you're trying to do is you're trying to give us a layperson's definition of what a scientific hypothesis is. But
we're just talking about criteria.
So far,
we're not even talking about the whole scope of a hypothesis.
So why don't you settle the matter then? Give us scientific sources, credible scientific sources, not Wikipedia, that tell us what a scientific hypothesis is, and that contain both of the things which you have said scientific hypotheses must contain.
Matt, look, if I generate a hypothesis that says, listen, if I generate a hypothesis that says...
That means you can't provide them.
Listen, if I generate a hypothesis that says if you're a human, you'll laugh, cry, piss yourself, get drunk at some point, and probably shit the bed at one point in your life.
I wouldn't grant you that, no.
Would you consider that a better or worse hypothesis than something that merely says when the humor portion of your brain is stimulated in such and such way, you will likely experience laughter? Which one of those hypotheses is better?
I wouldn't. I don't think I would grant either of them as better. I wouldn't grant you what's the first one. Human beings don't necessarily are going to do all that shit.
Look, do you understand the point I'm making? That a general hypothesis incorporates too many results, right? That has too many confirmations is worse than a scientific hypothesis that has a very specific confirmation.
The point is this: you have been specifically asked to provide scientific definitions of hypotheses that match with what you are providing in this hangout. Now, the question is, can you do that task, or can you not do that task? Regardless of what you think is rational, can you do that simple task? If so, do it.
The point I'm making is that nothing I can give you should go against your rationality.
That's incorrect. Quantum mechanics might go against my rationality. Let me give you another example. A B theory of time goes against my rationality. When I think about it, there's lots of things that go against what I would reason to as a layperson that would be corrected if I'm presented with scientific sources providing evidence and substantiation for the fact that, okay, I thought this was true, I thought I had good reasons for this, my intuition was this, and all of them are wrong. So provide the sources.
You think there's nothing? Do you think it's possible to have square circles if a scientific authority tells you that?
No.
Why not?
Because scientific circles are not a matter of science; they're a matter of philosophy and the law of non-contradiction.
What if a scientific article from a reputable source like Nature or whatever told you that the brain is actually capable of generating square circles if stimulated the right way?
And I would need to evaluate the evidence they presented for that, but I would be highly skeptical of that, and I would expect to find error in that.
It's a contradiction.
Of course, it's a contradiction. Quantum mechanics proposes things which seem to be contradictions.
How?
There's lots of things.
Why are they contradictory?
There's lots of things that, well, for example, let's take Schrodinger's cat. On Schrodinger's cat, you are proposing that a cat is both alive and dead at the same time and in the same respect until someone opens the box and observes it.
No, that's not what it says. It says that it's neither. It says that it's neither alive or dead until observed and the wave function collapses. So that's not a contradiction.
I dispute.
Wait a second. You just did the infamous bullshitting fact-checking thing. You just were obviously wrong about quantum mechanics, right? Should we point that out for an hour while I chastise you about it?
No, you can feel free to make claims as much as you want.
It's not a claim. The cat is neither alive or dead in Schrodinger's equation. It's not both alive and dead. There's no fact of the matter until the wave function collapses, but I'm not going to be a fucking petulant child like you and deride you about that for the next hour.
Oh yeah, here we go with the here we go with that nonsense.
Well, what nonsense? You mean insulting people? The thing you do?
Yeah, here we go. I mean, here's a source from you. Okay, this is from National Geographic. Do you think that's a credible source?
I mean,
is that a credible source? Yes or no?
Mildly.
Okay, so I'm not going to use that one then. I want something better than mildly.
You're misunderstanding my point.
Okay, wait a minute. What about Live Science? Livescience.com.
Look, Matt, mildly.
Is that a credible source on your view?
Mildly.
Mildly, okay. So that's 2 mild source. So what source would you consider to be reliable then?
Well, Matt, it depends on the claim you're making. If you're going to try to prove to me the existence of square circles, I'm going to tell you that there's not going to be a credible enough source to do that, right?
Well, what I am going to do is I'm going to demonstrate. No, I can demonstrate to you. And in fact, I encourage people to do this. Anyone who's heard this discussion, go on to Google, type in cat both alive and dead at the same time. See what the results come in,
narrow it down to EDU, look at the scientific articles on Schrodinger's cat, and you'll find that's the claim that's made. Not
Matt,
what he said, not what he said, neither both, but both. They use the word both dead and alive.
Matt, do you understand that when people talk about quantum physics in the popular sense that they use phrases like that, but that's not exactly how scientists think about it?
If I'm quoting stuff, and that's why I asked you whether you thought the sources were credible or not, if there's scientific sources out there speaking about Schrodinger's cat, and they're talking about both dead and alive, then that's not laypersons. That's not laypersons speaking about the subject.
I can show you why you're wrong. Because in the state, in the indeterminate state where the cat's in the box, right? It's in a wave function. It has no definite position, right? Yeah. Under the Copenhagen interpretation, there is no definite cat present.
The Copenhagen interpretation is only one interpretation. It's only one interpretation out of 13 or many. So why would I go with the Copenhagen? Why did you refer to the Copenhagen then?
Support your point.
But why did you refer to the Copenhagen then?
Listen, because
why did you refer to the Copenhagen?
Model, don't we? We have to talk about the model.
Well, yeah, but why did you refer to one then when there's 13?
I mean, Matt, according to your reasoning, that's the most scientifically accepted theory of quantum mechanics, right? Shouldn't you also?
No, definitely not. It definitely is. Well, actually, it's not. That's another. I suggest people fact check that as well.
What is the most agreed upon? Matt, what is the most agreed upon interpretation?
Let me get the source for you. I'll try and get an authoritative.
You just said I was wrong. What is it?
Yeah, I'll try and get an authoritative source for you.
You said I was wrong. How do you know I was wrong if you don't know the fucking answer?
How do you know it? Well, what I'm doing is, unlike you, I don't just throw out shit and hope people don't fact check me, and then when they don't fact check me, I get away with my shit. What I do is, when I have something comes to my mind and I say, no, that's bullshit what he's talking there, I go and I fact check it, I make sure of my facts first, and then I post it in for everyone to see.
But actually,
I recommend.
You did was say that I was wrong before knowing.
Yeah, that's my view. My view is you're wrong. I'm going to confirm that or disconfirm that. That's testing my hypothesis. You get that?
But you didn't
get how it's working there?
I was wrong.
You get how it's working there?
Matt, you're contradicting yourself. You didn't wait. You didn't wait until I was wrong. You just put it out there that I was wrong. That's not
my view is that you're wrong. However, I'm not a scientist, so I'm going to fact check myself.
Okay.
You get how it works there? You don't only fact check other people, because if you do that, you get rid of so much bullshit, like from you, but you also fact check yourself to get rid of your own bullshit.
Matt, you're the most irrational person that claims to be rational that I've ever talked to.
Yeah, and when you're being exposed as someone who's prepared to misrepresent intelligent design sources, when you're getting to the point, when you're getting to the uncomfortable point, when you know that when you make a claim and an assertion that people on the hangout and looking at this hangout right now and the person you're speaking to is going to be fact checking you, the best response, start attacking the person.
Matt, do you really think that people watching this think that you're the rational person here?
Yes, definitely. Over you any day of the week.
Shit.
Yeah, I mean, rationality, the only thing that you're rational about, the only reason you're rational is because you're a human being, and human beings are generally reliable creatures. Apart from that, you would be sinking in sand.
So Matt, we got away from the original point, though. You asked me for a scientific source of why scientific hypotheses should be specific instead of broad. And I pointed out that was a stupid question to ask, right? And then
Where's the source?
You said, give me a source for why that's not
a reliable source, yeah.
But do you understand my question? Like, why do you need a source to confirm something that's obvious by rationality?
To confirm what it seems to be a rational position to take, because we can be wrong in how we reason. So, for example, if you're an atheist, that's an irrational position to adopt. So, whatever you think you are rational being an atheist, but you're actually being irrational being an atheist. People who hold to an A theory of time, they think they are being rational, holding to an A theory of time, but in fact, according to other people, they're being irrational, and so on and so on and so on. You could go with examples where people think they are being rational, but there's good counter evidence.
But Matt, you're just blabbering now. You're just fucking blabbering.
I'm demonstrating to you.
Listen,
I'm answering your question. Yeah, I'm answering your question. You don't like your question being answered. You're getting a little bit agitated. You're getting a little bit agitated because you're not being allowed to just lecture people like you're used to doing, and people sitting by and listening to your spewing of shit and soaking it in like a sponge. You're being challenged on every statement you make that I think is controversial, and every time I do that, you're being exposed as someone who just makes shit up.
It hasn't happened once. It hasn't happened.
Yes, you have. Well, let me give you an example. Intelligentdesign.org. Intelligentdesign.org, where you misdefine, claiming it to be from that source, you misrepresented that source on its definition of intelligent design.
Matt, listen.
One example.
Listen, Matt, you have to let other people talk. You have to let other people talk, right? If I give you two theories, one theory of which is confirmed by every fact in the world, every observable fact, right?
Yeah.
And then I give you a theory that's only confirmed by one particular circumstance, right? Which one of those theories is better? And why do you need an outside source to tell you that?
Which one? The one that's better is the one that has confirmatory evidence from an authoritative source, experts in the field.
Everything confirms a hypothesis, Matt. If I tell you that I have a hypothesis that I'm alive because of everything in the world that exists, right?
Yeah.
Right?
No, I wouldn't grant you that. I might be an idealist, for example. I might be an anti-realist.
Look, I'm just trying to illustrate the fucking point, Matt, not elucidate.
Yeah, well, try and demonstrate the fucking point without assuming I'm a realist.
Matt, if 150 things...
Tom.
Listen, if 100 is from a hypothesis, but then there's a different hypothesis where only one thing confirms or disconfirms it, which one is the better scientific hypothesis?
The one that has the best weight of evidence behind it.
I just don't understand how you don't get this point.
Yeah, I don't understand why you don't realize we don't count things in science. What we do is we evaluate, we weigh things in science.
You don't count things in science? What do you mean you don't count things in science, dumbass? What the fuck does that mean?
What it means is you don't evaluate whether a hypothesis is good by allegedly number of supporting evidences, but you weigh the evidence for any given hypothesis, and the one that has the...
It's about number of supporting evidence. It's about the number of things that confirm or disconfirm the hypothesis.
Oh my goodness, you don't even understand. If you've got a confirmed hypothesis, you've got a theory. It wouldn't be a hypothesis, you idiot.
We're talking about testing a hypothesis, Matt.
Yes, you just said confirmed hypothesis. That's a theory.
I said confirm or disconfirm.
Yeah, and a confirmed hypothesis is a theory.
I'm not saying that it's been confirmed. I'm saying in order to...
That's one of the options. That's one of the options. That's one of the options available, and the other one would be a failed hypothesis. If it's confirmed, if it's a confirmed hypothesis, it's a theory. If it's a disconfirmed hypothesis, it's no longer a hypothesis that science will pay any attention to.
Right. We've never disagreed about that.
No. Well, don't make silly statements then about. It's about whether or not it's confirmed or disconfirmed hypothesis.
No one's disagreeing with you.
No, what I'm saying is to use the phrase confirmed hypothesis is silly. A confirmed hypothesis in science is a theory. And a disconfirmed hypothesis is something science won't pay attention to. It's not even looked on as a hypothesis.
Who are you arguing against with this?
Your statement when you said it's about whether it's a confirmed or disconfirmed hypothesis.
Right.
Your statement. A confirmed hypothesis is a theory.
Matt, you're just not understanding anymore, right?
Yeah, I think other people should have a chance to talk, apart from me and you.
Why, Matt? You're clearly the most intelligent person here.
Well, I grant you that. I do agree with you on that. But other people are here for a reason, and not just to listen
Matt,
to me.
I have this.
It's not just for me to. It's not for them just to listen to me educate you about science.
I have the suspicion that you don't actually think you're that rational.
I have this suspicion that poisoning the well is a logical fallacy.
You mean like when you told Jack you weren't going to listen after 30 seconds because he's an asshole?
No.
You mean that exact hypocritic behavior that you exhibit on a daily fucking basis You mean
No,
that?
I mean, Jack's a bit of an idiot. Obviously, you're one of his friends, so that
How
makes
is
you
that
a
not
bit of an
poisoning
idiot.
the well, Matt?
It's not about, well, yeah, people can evaluate that. That's a claim. People can test that
But
hypothesis.
criticize me.
People
I mean, I
can-
made a claim too. They
People
can
can
test
take
that,
that
but you
hypothesis.
criticize me.
People
And
can
then
take
do
that.
the same thing.
Yeah, you seem to be getting a little bit agitated. Take another smoke. Take another smoke there. Calm down. Calm down. Watch your blood pressure there.
I mean,
Come
Matt.
on. Go. Take another smoke. It'll
Take a
calm
smoke,
you down.
Justin. Come on now.
Go on.
All
I dare you.
right, hang on.
Go on. Maybe if you did that less, you'd be more rational.
Inhale, exhale.
There we go.
If you did that less, you'd be more rational, maybe.
Matt, I mean, you're the most fun person to talk to on Google Hangouts, though, I'll admit that.
Yeah, I am, definitely so. I'm the most rational person in this hangout.
It's crazy that you think that.
It's crazy you think I'm being serious, yeah.
You're not being serious.
Oh, okay, cool.
I mean, no, Matt, are you being serious at all?
No.
I think the things you've said, but based
no.
on your serious
I'm
judgment?
not. I don't view myself as the most rational person in a hangout, no.
But otherwise, you've been serious the whole day.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
No, most of the time.
Well, I think what we need to convince Matt here is that there are no such things as gods. What do you say, Matt?
I say are incapable of beating your bed. In fact, as I recall the other evening there, when I asked you to bear your burden of evidence for that claim that there are no gods, you eventually admitted that you weren't referring to all gods, just most of them. Isn't that the case? Or do I need to post it from your hangout?
Pretty much.
Isn't that what you said?
Yes, I did not say it was limited to only some gods.
So when you make the statement, there are no gods, you don't mean there are no gods, you just mean some of the gods don't exist. The majority of them don't exist. You don't actually mean there are no gods. You're not making an absolute statement.
Oh, yeah.
Well, how can you substantiate that when you've admitted the other evening there that you don't mean all gods? Have you came into a new argument for philosophical naturalism since then?
That going.
It's not me.
I don't think our conversation got far.
Yeah, it did. You want me to post it into Google Plus where you said it eliminates a bunch of them. That's what you said.
So, Matt, I found you a credible source for why scientific hypotheses should be specific.
Okay, post it.
Okay, it's from Berkeley, and the title of the article.
Oh my God! First of all, you post Wikipedia. Now you type in Berkeley as a reliable source.
Is Berkeley not a reliable source?
Yeah, I'm just pulling your chain.
Wait, why is Berkeley not a reliable source?
Oh, it is a reliable source. I'm pulling your chain.
Oh. Well, what I think should be alarming to you is that this article is for
laypersons. Yeah, that's kind of basic. Yeah.
Well, it's not really laypersons. It's beginners. It's called How Science Works.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not really impressed by that article.
But isn't it weird that they include the criteria?
Yeah, but this is what it says. Hypotheses are proposed explanation for a fairly narrow set of phenomena.
Why would they say fairly narrow? Why would they say fairly narrow?
Well, why don't they say specific?
Do you not see the difference between those two phrases?
Yeah, I see a difference. These reasoned explanations are not guesses of the wild or educated variety, which means, guess what that means? They still are guesses. They're just not off
Matt,
the wild.
the fucking article. Listen, Matt, hang on. The article
When
says.
scientists formulate new hypotheses, they are usually based on prior experience, scientific background knowledge, preliminary observations, and logic. For example, then you give an example. Yeah.
Matt, the article says hypotheses are proposed explanations for a narrow set of phenomena.
No, it doesn't say that at all.
It's right on the fucking page, Matt. Look under snapshot. Look under snapshot on the right-hand side. It's the second bullet point.
Oh, this is what you missed out. Well, you missed out the word fairly there.
Matt, okay. Let me say something very basic here. Do you think that a fairly narrow set is more specific than a broad set?
Yes.
Okay, so it seems like specificity is playing a role here.
It doesn't say specified there.
Matt, the fucking concept of being specific is part of being narrow.
No, it's being, and it doesn't say being narrow, it says fairly narrow, which is a bit more generous. It's a little bit more broader than a narrow set of things.
But you're missing the point. More narrow is better. More narrow is better. More specific.
Fairly narrow, yeah. Better. So you don't want a generality. That's what it's saying. You want as narrow as you can possibly get.
So specificity.
No. I don't think it says specificity.
Matt, it doesn't say the fucking word specific, but you realize that narrow means more specific, right?
Yes, but fairly narrowed, what does that mean? It means fairly specific.
That's beside the point.
You don't want to be. You don't want to be.
It still indicates that specificity is something to consider in these questions.
Yes.
You don't want to be tied down by the very words of the article which you cited. Fairly narrow or fairly specific.
Matt, synonyms don't bother me.
They're not supposed to bother you. They're supposed to tell you what other words can be used to say the same thing.
Yeah, that's what a synonym is, right?
So they're not intended to bother you.
Exactly, which is why the word narrow and me saying that narrow means specific should not bother you.
Yeah, narrow does mean specific, but the article doesn't say narrow, it says fairly narrow.
Look to the right-hand side of the article.
The right-hand side is a synopsis of what's said in the main article.
Right.
That's like turning around and saying, if you read a scientific paper and it gives you the abstraction,
right,
and then later on when it's expounding on the abstraction, that you should go with what the abstraction says and not what's specified in the actual article. That's
right.
silly.
But we've agreed now on my original assertion that specificity matters, right?
Oh, no, we haven't. Fairly narrow is what it says.
Narrow is a synonym of specific.
Yes, but fairly narrow just means fairly specific, not specific.
Okay, but so...
Specific as opposed to what?
So on that article, what we can agree is that a hypothesis should be fairly specific.
Right.
Fairly specific.
Okay, but let's think about what we could relate the term specific to. If we say fairly specific, if we're talking about something that is already specific, then fairly specific would be even more specific, unless we're talking about something broad, in which fairly specific would still be better than broad.
Fairly specific is less specific than specific.
Matt, listen. I want to make
fairly specific is a broader term than specific.
Matt, I agree with you. Listen, I just need to.
Yeah, you just need to
understand something. Just listen. If fairly specific is good, and that's something that science says you should be fairly specific, right? Do you think? Do you think that being more specific? Do you think that it follows?
No.
Do you think that it follows that because fairly specific is a criteria for a hypothesis, that being more specific would be better?
Let me type in what it actually says, okay? This is interesting. I just read it more properly.
Fucking question.
I am, and you're wrong.
I'm wrong.
Yeah, here's what it says, okay? This is your source, and this is your source telling us what hypotheses are.
Right.
So, it says hypotheses...
Matt, you don't have to read it. We can all fucking read.
No, there's people who aren't on the chat, this is a live chat in case you never knew, they possibly can't read it.
Oh.
And sometimes there are people even in the Hangout who don't have access to the live chat because on their portable devices.
Matt, go ahead. You're the most verbose person ever, but go ahead.
Yeah. So hypotheses are proposed explanations. Do you agree with that?
Well, you have to continue because there's more criteria.
But let's make sure we agree But let's say we need to agree on this as we go along.
Matt,
I'm going to continue.
There's other properties of a hypothesis that
Yeah. Okay. Do you agree with the first part?
Matt,
Hypotheses are proposed explanations.
Matt, that's necessary for a hypothesis, but not sufficient for us hypothesis.
Okay. So hypotheses are proposed explanations for what? A fairly narrow set of phenomena. So
Right.
the fairly narrow. Whoa. Wait a minute.
Why did they put narrow in there?
Well, why did they
put narrow in there?
Well, because it's talking about for a narrow set of phenomena.
Why did they put narrow in there? Why does the hypothesis need to be about narrow phenomena? Why?
It's not. It doesn't say for a narrow set of phenomena. It says for a fairly narrow set of phenomena.
Why did they put fairly narrow set of phenomena
because
in there?
Because that's better than an overgeneral point there.
Yes!
However,
yes,
what it does is it tells us that hypothesis. Now, then, look at what it says next. These reasoned explanations are not guesses of the wild or educated variety. That doesn't even make sense. Okay? So that means they are guesses.
Matt,
when it's whoa, let me finish. I'm on a roll. Hypotheses are proposed explanation. These explanations are guesses for a fairly narrow set of phenomena. So when you're looking at the phenomena, so the phenomena with ID would be what? Biological organisms.
Matt, you just
is that correct? Is that correct?
You just said of your own free will that more narrow is better than broad, right?
So what would the phenomena be with that intelligent design?
Matt, listen.
Again, what would the phenomena be? Can you stop saying my name in that pronounced fashion repeatedly?
Matt Bell.
I'm getting the feeling that basically my name's not Bell.
Matt, whatever the fuck your name is, Matt. Bald Matt.
No, you've got it now. Yeah, cool. So, what would be the phenomena with intelligent design that it's trying to provide it's proposing an explanation for?
Right.
What would it be? What's the phenomena?
It would be things like irreducible complexity.
No. It's biological organisms.
It's not just biological organisms.
So what else is it? What else is it that's not entailed by the phrase biological organisms? What else?
The whole fucking point of ID is to infer design.
Yeah, no. The phenomena, we're looking at the phenomena here. Hypotheses are proposed explanation for a fairly narrow set of phenomena.
Yeah.
So what's the phenomena that ID claim they are providing they are proposing an explanation for?
Design.
No, it's not. It's not design. Design is their conclusion.
No.
It's not the phenomena. It's not the phenomena. It's not the phenomena that
prove, Matt. The thing they're trying to prove, because if they just assumed it, it would be fucking ridiculous. The thing they're trying to prove is that there was intelligent design. That's
incorrect. That's incorrect. That's completely incorrect about any scientific hypothesis.
It's the name of the fucking enterprise, Matt.
Yeah, the name of the enterprise, the intelligent design movement.
Matt, what?
Okay,
Matt,
so this is a classic example. This is a classic example where Tom gets caught with his pants down, stroking his dick, and now because he's been caught with his pants down, well, your dick's not big enough to do that. But
I beg to differ.
I'm always saying. I'm always saying. The fact of the matter is, if anyone wants to look at that statement, that this is his source, by the way, and his source is telling us what the hypothesis is in science. That's a proposed explanation for a fairly narrow set of phenomena. Now, right. I'm asking people, not you, you're beyond reason, I think, but other rational people, to ask themselves the question, what is the phenomena which the ID proponents are stating they are trying to provide an explanation for? The answer to that question is biological organisms. They are looking at biological organisms, and from that they say, when we look at these organisms, we find A, B, C, and D. What's our proposed explanations for what we find in biological organisms? Intelligent design is the answer.
Matt, it's particular things that are given in biological organisms that they're attempting to explain.
Yeah,
Would you agree? Would you agree?
Okay, but wait a minute. See what you just said? It's specific. It's specific things.
Right.
So which means they're giving specificity.
No, that's not the same thing.
Oh, okay.
Not
okay.
the same
So now,
thing. Shut
wow.
the fuck up. It's not
Okay. So
their
specific.
hypotheses are
So
specific.
intelligent design is telling us about specific things, but it's not specificity. It's too general and too broad.
No, Matt. It's trying to explain specific things. That doesn't mean that its hypotheses are specific. Do you not understand the difference there?
Again, hypotheses are proposed explanations. Now, here's the first question.
Matt.
Is the intelligent design movement trying to present us with a proposed explanation?
You've been running from the question of why fairly narrow is better than broad. Can you please explain that?
No.
Why is fairly narrow better than broad?
Because if it was too broad, then your hypothesis would be capable of confirming too many things. So there's a saying. There's a saying that which proves too much proves nothing.
Yeah, I agree completely, right?
Okay.
So wouldn't it follow from that?
Let me get back to whether or not.
Wouldn't it follow from that the more specific the hypothesis is, the better it is?
Yes, it would. However, when we look at the intelligent design movement, we need to ask ourselves a few questions. Are they presenting to us a proposed explanation? That's undeniably the case. They are putting forward what they view as a proposed explanation. Now, what are they, and then what are they trying to put a proposed explanation for? It's a phenomena. What's the phenomena? The phenomena is what we find in biological organism. And is that fairly narrow? Yes, it is, because if it was broad, it would not be limited to just biological organisms. That's very specific.
Matt,
so
the
intelligent design movement
hypotheses have to be held beyond a shadow of a doubt. Your conclusion is the only conclusion that could have been reached, right? That's why.
Absolute nonsense. Absolute nonsense. So even on his source, the intelligent design.
The hypothesis is made and designed to be specific to exclude other possible explanations, right? That's why they're specific, right? So in ID, what we want to do is have a set of hypotheses that not only generate expectations for things, right? But we want them to be specific. We want them to be specific to intelligent design. So the hypothesis.
I'm reading this now. I'm looking for the word. I'm looking at your definition here, and I'm looking where it says generates expectations. I don't find it.
Matt.
Why don't I find that? Why don't I find that in your source? Generate expectations.
What would a hypothesis be? What would a hypothesis be if it didn't generate expectations?
Okay, let me ask you a question. Okay.
Don't answer my question with another question. Come on. What would a hypothesis?
I'm going to walk you through this.
What would a hypothesis be that didn't generate expectations? What would it be?
It would be a proposed explanation for a narrow set of phenomena.
But Matt, if it didn't generate specific expectations, it wouldn't be a hypothesis, right?
No, according to your definition, provided to us here, it's not necessary that it generates predictions or expectations. It doesn't say that anywhere in the definition of a hypothesis from your source.
This article that you listen to.
Maybe that's because it's only for beginners.
This article is a series. There's another page on the next page. There's more pages.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. And what in those other pages? Where do they define hypothesis again?
Matt, just listen.
If I search that whole site, if I do a search on that right now, am I going to find the word set expectations or anything about expectations or make predictions?
Yes. You're going to find the word test. You're going to find the word test.
Yeah. Am I going to find that under hypothesis or theory?
You're going to find it on hypothesis.
Where?
You have to test a hypothesis, Matt. Is this really a thing you're disputing?
So where is that in here?
Matt, do you have to test a hypothesis?
If you want it to become a theory, yeah.
Or if you want to confirm that it's true or not, right? It doesn't matter what you call it. If you want to confirm or disconfirm a hypothesis, it has to be testable, right?
Yeah, if you have that desire, yes. But you would still have something would be a
It's not about your desire. Listen to me. If you go to the National
something would be a hypothesis, regardless of whether or not you had the desire to confirm
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
On your definition, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Well, where does it say that on
Justin,
your
you don't have
definition?
to do that if you're an idiot, though.
Yeah, where does it say that on your definition?
Matt, if you went to the National Academy of Sciences and you said, I have a hypothesis, but it generates no expectations, who would take you seriously? Because you care about authority, right?
I don't know. I don't know. I've never been there. What do you think they would say?
You've been there, you fucking idiot. It's not a question of your experience.
Whoa. Take another smoke. Take another smoke. Your blood pressure's
been there.
Your blood pressure's going up.
Blood pressure's going up again. If I ask you if a hypothesis has to generate expectations and be testable, and you tell me you don't know because you haven't tried yet, that's you being a fucking idiot, right?
Yeah.
Your experience is irrelevant. It doesn't matter.
Take another smoke. Go on, calm down.
Matt, you can smoke my dick. Listen, you just have to be logical.
Your dick isn't big enough to smoke.
Matt, well, look,
I'm sure that only a few girls told you that.
We can watch Monster Trucks and hold hands, and I'll show you it yourself. Listen, we'll
if I came over, I'd bring my boxing gloves.
Come on, Matt.
Listen,
you can totally
I'd
smoke
bring
a
my
pinner.
boxing gloves if I went over there.
Matt, just don't be a fucking idiot.
I don't see what's wrong with them.
Yeah, of course. There's nothing wrong with a small dick, you know about that.
What's wrong with fellatio?
Nothing's wrong with fellatio. But obviously you prefer cunningless now.
Oh, shit.
Listen, Matt. When someone tells you that a hypothesis needs to be testable and you say it's a matter of opinion, that's
No, I don't say that. I don't say that at all.
You just literally
What I'm saying is I'm restricting myself to the definition you have provided for us, that you provided to us for a hypothesis.
Matt, the definition goes on for pages and pages, right? Do I need to find the word test for you to understand
No, listen. The definition lasts one paragraph, then it moves on to theories. Then it moves on to overarching theories, then it goes to model explanation.
I mean, Matt, maybe I did you a disservice at assuming you had enough common sense to know that a hypothesis needs to be testable.
Well, yeah, I'm trying to find that in the article. Let me see if I can find that.
Why do you find that out to have this conversation?
Well, because you presented this as an authoritative source.
Why do you make polemics? Why do you do this? Why are you not capable of an honest, rational discussion?
Well, why are you a pedophile?
Well, don't
Why
stop.
are you a pedophile?
Fucking
Why
question.
are you a pedophile?
Why am I a pedophile?
Yeah.
Because I like little kids, man. They're awesome, and they
Fantastic. Good.
Right?
Enjoy.
I mean, thank you. I also rape as
please.
people as I can find, and I stab as many Jews as I can find in the street. Who gives a fuck what you say about me in a Google Hangout?
No, the point of that question was to demonstrate what the fallacy of complex question is.
The fallacy of complex questions.
Yeah. Do you know what that is?
Be tested.
Never heard of that.
What that is? Do you know what that is?
No, I've never heard of that.
Okay, the fallacy of complex question is when you ask someone a question, but contained within that question is another question which has already been answered positively. So if I say to you, why do you like being a paedophile? Then contained in that is the assumption that you are a paedophile, and everyone agrees with that.
Isn't that?
Oh, I see. You're talking about the fallacy of many questions.
Well,
but it's called the complex question or the loaded question, and the questions
also
you
called
ask
a
me,
loaded question.
Yeah, so the questions you asked me before I gave you that example, just for example, were examples of the fallacy of complex question.
How is this relevant to what we were talking about, Matt?
I was demonstrating to you that you're asking questions which are loaded.
No, how is the question, does a hypothesis need to be testable, a loaded question?
No. I mean, I can agree with you that there's other criteria. Science has criteria that they apply to hypotheses, and one of those would be testing them to confirm or disconfirm them. However, testing hypotheses is not part of the definition of hypotheses.
No, but
wait, so you're agreeing with him, but now you're just being difficult.
At least not on the definition you've provided. In fact,
being testable is part of a hypothesis.
No, it's part of science. It's a scientific method, and it's how it applies.
A hypothesis is part of science, Matt.
Yes, but oh my God. Yeah, a hypothesis is part of science, but the scientific method is broader than a hypothesis. So you can have a hypothesis, and then you can have what science does with a hypothesis.
Matt, it's not about the act of actually testing it. It's about the proper...
I have a hypothesis.
It's about the
Oh,
proposition
that's interesting. What's your hypothesis?
can be confirmed or disconfirmed. In principle, it has to be able to be disconfirmed or confirmed, right? Otherwise, what are you putting forward? It wouldn't be scientific.
Oh, okay. So what's the multiverse hypothesis then? How do you confirm that?
Matt, people dispute that that's the valid scientific hypothesis for that exact reason.
Okay, I agree with you, but there are other people who say it is a hypothesis.
Okay, Matt, and what do you think about that?
I'm asking you the question, how would you confirm or disconfirm a multiverse?
Matt, I would say that if a multiverse hypothesis was presented to me that wasn't testable, that it wasn't a valid hypothesis.
But the fact of the matter is, in science, there are scientists who do propose the multiverse hypothesis. Wait a minute. And at the same time, they admit it's not testable.
Matt, there's a difference between proposing something and having a hypothesis.
No. Well, oh my goodness. Listen, it's called, let me break this down for you. It's called the multiverse hypothesis.
Matt, listen.
There are scientists.
Is it testable?
No.
There's no, but see, that's the thing. There are multiverse theories that people think are testable, right?
There are no multiverse theories. There are only multiverse hypotheses.
There are, you fucking idiot. Listen,
hypotheses.
Shut the fuck up, Matt. Shut the fuck up. Listen, I know that. I can give you an example. I can give you an example of a possible proposed hypothesis, right?
But you said theory.
Here's an example.
But you said
cosmic microwave background radiation, and they said we may see certain patterns, right? We may see certain shadows on the cosmic microwave background radiation if, in fact, a theory of the multiverse was true. Now that...
hypothesis.
That, in particular, is a testable confirmation because they can see the pattern on the cosmic microwave background radiation or not, right? That would be a hypothesis. The mere proposition that there may be a multiverse is not a hypothesis. It's just a possibility.
Yeah, it's called the multiverse hypothesis. It's not... according to, for example, Lawrence Krauss, it's not even science.
People call the Higgs boson the God particle. Do you really think that fucking matters?
Yes, of course it matters. It's evidence for the existence of God.
No, that's not why they call it that.
Yeah, it is. Of course,
it's not.
I'm joking. Oh my God. You guys have no sense of humor.
Listen, I can't keep arguing basic things with you while you try to dodge very obvious points, right? A hypothesis needs to be testable.
Again, provide a source for me. Scientific source that says those words. A hypothesis needs to be testable in order to be a hypothesis.
Matt, there's a point where you continue to ask me to prove things that are common sense is unreasonable for you to keep demanding. Do you understand?
If there's one thing that science is not, is common sense.
Matt, but this particular part of the scientific method, the idea that we have to test things that we put forward, is the most basic assumption in science, right?
An assumption? I thought it was a criteria, but provide a source for me.
Matt, you just agreed to me that it was utterly commonplace and accepted. Why do I provide you a source?
Because people on the internet like you, they have a certain idea of what science does and what it is, and that's the common view. But when we go to science itself,
you have a different view about science than just say that. I don't have to.
When we go to science, it's when we go to actual science.
Matt, look, I'm a better over-talker than you are. Believe me. If you don't agree with what
I know that. That's all you've been doing for the last hour.
What I'm saying, we can disagree on terms and we can stop talking, right? But I'm not going to define every fucking fact, right?
Matt,
if you're not
Matt, you should really find a hobby that you're good at, I think.
And you should stop abusing young kids. If you're going to refuse to substantiate,
I suspect that's just projection on your part, Matt.
If you're going to refuse to substantiate claims that you make,
alone is a substantiation. Not everything requires a URL to be substantiated. Would you agree?
No. I agree with you. What they do require is supporting evidence that the other person is persuaded of.
Or they give you supporting arguments, right? There's a difference.
Supporting arguments are evidence, but if you're referring to what's the case in science, then we need to look at what science says to confirm that, not any arguments that you have from rationality.
Do you have to look to see if science tests hypotheses?
No, I know they do, but I know that being a hypothesis. But I also know that there are hypotheses in science which are not testable, but are held as.
Show me one.
The multiverse hypothesis.
Show us.
Yeah, Lawrence Krauss said.
Show us where it says that.
Lawrence Krauss has stated as a cosmologist that
Can you back that up?
Yeah, I'm
I
just
wanna-
giving
I
you
want
the source.
URL.
Don't you want to know the source?
I want a URL. Show me.
Well, as I just said to your colleague there, you don't need a URL for everything you say, but you do need to support the statements you make with evidence. And then he
support all of
said,
your
or
statements.
with arguments. Yeah, any claim and that's why I try to restrict myself in discussions to only making assertions which I believe are going to be uncontroversially accepted by everyone else in the hangout. If I don't do that, then a person has a right to say to me, that's controversial to me, can you support it with evidence? And I'm duty bound to provide that. If I don't,
Then
they can
would
dismiss
you
what
do
I
that?
said. I try
Would
to
you
do
do
that
that,
as best
please?
as I can.
Matt, you just provided.
I haven't seen this.
You just provided the only example that supports my point. People contest the multiverse as a valid hypothesis based on the fact that it's not testable. You're supporting my point.
What? It's untestable means it cannot be tested. Don't you get that point?
Did you hear what I just said? Because it can't be tested, right? Because there's no good supposed test for doing that. People have said that it's not a hypothesis, right? That's a
Another people have said it is a hypothesis, and both of them are scientists. So when you have when in science or in any field of discipline, if the experts are disagreeing with each other, you cannot make a valid appeal to authority.
Matt, I'm not making appeals to authority.
Yeah, you did. You just said your basically argument there was in science there are scientists who say because the multiverse is not testable, it's not a hypothesis. However, in science, the same field of study, there are people who call it who say it's not testable, but it's still a hypothesis.
Notice, though, that I didn't proffer that as an example because I wasn't making the appeal to authority. You're the one that brought it up, right?
Oh, so who are you referring to that says it's a hypothesis, and it's not a hypothesis, but it's science? It's not a hypothesis, but it's because it's not testable. Who are you referring to there? Who says that that's of any value to us?
For another source?
No. When you made the statement 2 minutes ago...
Can you read? Can you read?
Yeah, I can read. I'm capable of reading.
Can you read the side chat there?
I don't take Wikipedia.
Can you see the side chat there?
Yeah, Wikipedia is a source I never go by. Anything posted by anybody posting Wikipedia or anything by Wikipedia, I dismiss it. I don't even look at it. I never will.
Why?
Because I don't view it as a reliable source of information. If it contains information that is sourced, if it contains information that's sourced, then cut out the middleman, Wikipedia, and give us a source and a link to the source.
Listen, Matt, this is easier. We don't have to make this so hard. If you disagree with me that a hypothesis doesn't need to be tested, you can just say that.
No, what I'm saying is that there are scientists who
but I don't give a fuck about other people. I'm talking to you. If you don't agree with that, then we can't have this conversation, right?
No, because the conversation is about science, not us. You're not a scientist, and I'm not a scientist.
But we're having the conversation, right? In order to move forward in a conversation, you have to define your terms and agree on your terms, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm glad we agree on that. So if we don't agree about what a hypothesis is, then we may not be able to move forward.
Correct. I go with the definition. I go with the definition you provided of hypothesis. It doesn't include must produce predictions or expectations. So I don't agree with you when you say for something to be a scientific hypothesis, it must produce expectations because it's not provided in the definition of hypothesis that you provided to this hangout.
Okay, that's all you had to say. The hypotheses don't have to be testable, and then that's it. That's fine. I mean, damn.
Want to hear my hypothesis now?
Yeah, what is it?
Do I have to test it?
It depends on how you feel about it, apparently.
Well, I hypothesize that Matt Bell is a dipshit.
Yeah. Matt Bell...
Wait. Maybe we can test this.
Probably. In some possible world in the multiverse. But, Matt, what good do you think a hypothesis would do if it couldn't be tested?
None.
At all, right?
None.
Do you think science could move forward if we didn't test hypotheses?
No. Does that make testability part of the definition of a hypothesis? No.
I see.
It means science is bigger than a hypothesis. It has criteria that it applies to hypotheses and theories. I mean, for example, if you're talking about a theory must be tested.
Well, all right, let's back up for a second.
Because wait a minute, let me tell you why. A theory must have been tested because a theory is a confirmed hypothesis.
Right.
So if you don't test a hypothesis, you can never get to a theory.
Right. I agree.
But if you just have a hypothesis, it doesn't necessarily entail you test it.
No, it
so
doesn't.
The hypothesis of intelligent design then will never be a theory.
Matt,
why not?
Matt, you're missing the point.
Why won't intelligent design ever be a theory?
Matt, this is critically important.
Because
I'm
nobody's
not saying that you have to go.
It's already been tested.
All right, listen, I've got to make a point. If I'm not saying that you have to go and test the hypothesis immediately to call it a hypothesis. What I'm saying is that the hypothesis must be structured in such a way that it is in fact testable. Not that you have to go and...
No, that's incorrect. The multiverse is an opposite to that. That's a counter example to that. String hypothesis is another one. There's two examples of current hypotheses in science. Abiogenesis is a third one. There's three hypotheses. Three hypotheses in science which are
because they're not testable?
Correct.
Well, string theory does actually have some
string hypothesis.
Like the existence of magnetic monopoles.
Do you know who Roger Penrose is?
I beg your pardon?
Do you know who Roger Penrose is?
Sorry, once more. You're coming through a bit unclearly.
Penrose. You know Penrose?
Penrose, yes.
Leading physicist, cosmologist. I think he's a theoretical physicist. This is what he says about string hypothesis. It's not even science.
Yes, I'm aware of that quote, but you can't deny that string theory does make the prediction of magnetic monopoles. That is a testable prediction.
Again, it's not string theory, it's string hypothesis.
Oh.
I'm not interested in quibbling about semantics with you.
Wow, it's not semantics. Hypothesis and theory have specific definitions in science. If you look at the
string hypothesis, if you want to call it that, does propose the existence of magnetic monopoles.
If you look at the definitions,
okay, you need to listen for a second, Matt.
No, you need to listen. You need to shut up.
You need to listen.
You need to listen and be educated. If you look at the link provided by TomTom for definitions of these terms, you'll see that
nobody cares.
Theory is very different from hypothesis, and
nobody cares. At this point, you're just
not a
blah
theory.
blah.
If string was a theory, it would be a confirmed hypothesis.
Matt,
you can't tell
Matt,
him that. You can't say that.
You're just talking.
Listen, Matt.
Yeah, I can't tell him that.
No, you can't actually, because you just told me that I couldn't say that the multiverse wasn't a hypothesis because people disagree.
No, you can say it's a hypothesis. Yeah, you can't say.
Fucking sentence, right? You said that I couldn't call the multiverse. I couldn't say that it wasn't a hypothesis because some people said that it's still a hypothesis even though it's not testable in principle, right? Yeah. You said that solely because other people said something that I wasn't allowed to say that it wasn't a hypothesis, right? So because people commonly call string theory a theory, you can't say shit about it not being a theory.
Yes, I can. And let me tell you why.
By your own reasoning, you fucking idiot. By your own
tell you why.
You can't do it.
Let me tell you why. The only people I'm concerned when we're talking about science,
why can't it be called a theory?
Well, let me tell you why. If you shut the fuck up, you'll hear.
So I want to make sure you're answering the question, not just saying blah blah blah.
If you spoke to scientists, that's the people who are the relevant people here. And you said, so you keep talking about this string theory. What do you mean by that? I thought a theory was a well-confirmed hypothesis. They would say, okay, sorry about that. We're just using the term theory colloquially there. We're not using it in the scientific sense.
Not every scientist does that.
Matt, are you done? Can you actually address the point I was fucking making now? Let's call it string hypothesis that will make you happy.
If we were speaking in the scientific sense,
proposes the existence of magnetic monopoles, which is a testable phenomenon.
Do you have a source for that?
Say that one more time.
Do you have a source for that, Albatross?
Say that one more time.
Do you have a source for that, Albatross?
Who are you talking to, Matt?
Albatross.
Albatross, could you please repeat that one more time?
Yes, what I was saying is, if I stipulate that we can call it string hypothesis, it does propose the existence of magnetic monopoles, which is a testable phenomena.
Okay. magnetic. Type it into the side chat. Do you have side chat? I'm going to have to move away from this page.
Matt, by the way, I know you hate Wikipedia, but Wikipedia's second line hypothesis.
Yeah, I never even look at Wikipedia articles.
Right. You just arbitrarily pick your sources.
Yeah, I tend to go with the most authoritative source I can put my hands on.
Really,
Wikipedia doesn't fall.
Have you done the background research to confirm that every source?
There you go. Have fun, Matt.
If you go to Wikipedia, anytime you go there, many of the articles which you go to there, they will tell you themselves that they're not to be relied upon, because it will say the citations in here need substantiated, or these need to be confirmed, or such and such and such like. So they tell you themselves. The Wikipedia tells you itself that you should be taking it with a pinch of salt.
Well, they mean that about everything, though, right?
Not about everything, but why? As I said, why? If you can give me a source, if Wikipedia has a source, why give me Wikipedia? Why not give me a source?
Will you please stop bitching about sourcing now?
No.
Matt, the same thing applies to your sources, right? You need to take it with a grain of salt because you can't confirm that they're utterly reliable, right?
No. That, in a valid appeal.
No. What the fuck do you mean no? If it's written by people, it can't be 100% reliable, right?
You know what a valid appeal to authority is in logic?
Yes.
Okay, what's a valid appeal to authority in logic, since you said you know?
Doing something like appealing to peer review would be appealing to a valid source.
No, that's incorrect. Not in logic. In logic, a valid appeal to authority is where your interlocutor regards the authority you're going to cite to them as authoritative. That's why earlier on I asked you, so do you regard this source as authoritative? If you said yes, then, and I can give you something from something you have conceded you regard to be authoritative, then I am providing you with a valid appeal to authority. If I don't, then an appeal to authority can never be valid, because the person you're speaking to doesn't regard the source you're providing as authoritative, so they can never be persuaded by that source to whatever you're trying to lead them to.
Right.
Here ended the lesson. Here ended the lesson in logic.
Why is it a lesson in logic?
Because you never knew what the fuck I was talking about. You misdefined what a valid appeal to authority is. And I had to give you a basic
fallacy or a rule.
I had to give you a basic 101 on what a valid appeal to authority is.
You're Mr. Textbook.
Putting a name on it doesn't make it any more known to me, right? I know that if someone doesn't think a source is credible, then the source isn't going to work. I don't need to put a fucking label on it to be that commonsensical, right?
Yeah, but you see
Matt
the importance
is Mr. Textbook.
You know the importance of avoiding invalid appeal to authorities.
I think people know that by common sense, that if a person rejects a source as reliable, then it's not going to be persuasive.
So this is what you
Why is Matt changing the subject?
The reason why fallacies are fallacies is because they often can be psychologically persuasive, even though they ought not to be.
Yeah, that applies to every.
So that tells you
that applies to
most people do not recognize when they are reasoning fallaciously. That's why they have to be carefully analysed and carefully presented.
Your inane banter. Can we get back to the fucking point?
No, I can't. I'm kind of tired of your discussion now.
Why? Why is that?
Because it's kind of because for the last hour or so it's been more replete with just attacks on the person rather than substantive content.
Well, Matt, if you could stay on a fucking subject without asking for 30 seconds and denying.
I'm going to take this opportunity to cut out the conversation from you and let other people join the conversation and raise new subjects.
Matt's running.
Yeah, just like your brain.
Matt's running.
Yeah, it seems that way. He has completely failed to address the points I was making about magnetic monopoles,
By the way,
despite the fact that I have sourced that claim.
By the way, Matt, Encyclopedia Britannica did a study about the accuracy of Wikipedia, and I just posted the study in the side chat, and they found it exceedingly accurate.
Was Matt able to show that the intelligent hypothesis can generate predictive expectations that are not ad hoc?
Well, he's taken the idea now that it can be a hypothesis without generating expectations.
So he's backtracking from his original claim then?
Yes.
I see. So why? So why would he backtrack from his original claim? Because it was proven false.
That ID had been tested.
Well, the funny part is he just said that you can have a hypothesis that's not testable and it's utterly useless, and then he conceded the fact that that's okay. And I guess he's conceding that intelligent design is a useless proposition.
But he did also claim then thereabouts that it had been tested.
I mean, it seems kind of stupid, doesn't it? Right? If he thinks that an untestable hypothesis is useless, why was he defending ID in the first place if it's untestable?
That's a great question.
Because he's some kind of a dipshit. That's what I hypothesized.
Yeah, I guess that's really what it amounts to.
I don't know if we can test it though.
So can we get the timestamps on this to add to the Matt Bell archive?
I mean, we've got at least a dozen today.
All right.
But well, beyond just Matt Bell, might there be other critics of my position that there are no such things as gods?
I'm cool with that.
Well, is others think it's maybe beyond what is possible to justify, or?
Do we have to test it?
Well, I think you need.
Can I just come back on the magnetic monopole?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think you're interrupting
for
that.
albatross there, because earlier on we were establishing that to be a useful hypothesis, there must be some sort of fairly narrow on there. Isn't it the case that magnetic monopoles that it's predicted by every grand unified theory?
Yeah, but it's a specific phenomenon.
Okay, so where's the specificity in that? If every grand unified theory predicts the same thing. What's that? The sound of silence.
I'm sorry, this sounds like a bullshit argument to me.
What are you asking?
He mentioned the magnetic monopoles as a prediction made by the string hypothesis. However, if you do even the most basic research, which he hasn't done obviously, you'll find out that the monopoles are predicted by every hypothesis of a grand unified theory. So if we go back to earlier, where Tom was basically saying narrow, specified, you don't want it to be too broad, too general, then we have an example from that provided by Albatross with magnetic monopoles.
I'm sorry, are you deliberately trying to be an idiot here? We're talking about a specific phenomenon. It doesn't matter how many other theories propose an explanation for that phenomenon.
Something that's actually predicted by the hypothesis, though.
The same as we had earlier on.
So in the case of intelligence,
didn't you say you want specificity?
Yes.
You don't want something being too broad. So here we have something that's very broad. It's predicted by every gut that's in existence.
That doesn't.
Every gut also will tell us that the sky is blue during daytime.
I'm a little.
Are you going to argue with that as well?
No, it's obvious because we don't, that's not a hypothesis. The sky is blue. That's a fact.
I'm a little confused.
Please fuck off.
That intelligent design predicts nothing. Haven't we established that? So I don't really understand why Matt thinks he has a gotcha moment there, when the hypothesis that he was defending doesn't predict anything at all. So, what am I hearing sounds of silence?
Matt Bell, are you really going to run?
No, what you're hearing is the sound of dismissal.
Yeah, you know he doesn't want to talk to you, Jack.
So you have a gotcha moment because
I got him. I got him.
Because something that's actually predicted by the theory, right? Happens
by every theory, not that theory, by every theory.
Happens to be predicted by rival theory.
Yeah.
Right.
No, every theory
was a hypothesis that doesn't predict anything at all. What kind of a moron are you?
Actually, if you want to talk about something that's basically predicted by something that is predicted by string, that seems to be more specific than it does predict supersymmetry. So I'll retract my claim. I'll retract my claim that string hypothesis makes no predictions.
Right, but
okay, that's really the only point I was trying to make there.
Did you hear what Jack said, though, Matt? You're criticizing him for having something not specific enough, but you're admitting that ID has no predictions at all.
No.
Yes.
Oh, no? Oh, so ID does make predictions. Was that right? ID does make predictions? Was that right?
Dismissal.
Why are you running from him, Matt? Are you not capable enough of conversation?
He's running because he knows he will be humiliated, as has happened many times before, right, when I've debated him.
Matt,
right? If you'd like to see some examples, let me post some links, right,
do that, yeah,
of how Matt Bell said completely idiotic things in the past, right, such as that the reason why an agent, when he performs a libertarian free act, chooses A over B is because he chooses A over B. That's why he chooses A over B, right? Or how about when Matt said that God has a mind even though he doesn't have thoughts, right? You remember that one?
Hang on a second, though, Matt. Why won't you have this conversation now? Why are you hiding?
I won't have the conversation with someone like Jack, okay?
Why?
Because for the same reason that other people won't have a discussion with Jack.
He's a kind
of creepy stalker kind of guy that's obsessive, and I view him as potentially dangerous to people. But not only that, he doesn't engage in discussions. Rational discussions. He engages in preaching his own faith, and I'm not interested in listening. I'm not interested in listening.
That was just a string of ad hominem attacks.
And not engaging in serious dialogue. I provided an opportunity. On my page, it's on my page in my profile page.
That?
I provided an opportunity which basically stated, if anyone has the view that I say anything in any hangout that's incredibly stupid or irrational or illogical or factually incorrect, here's a thread for you. Please post in there what I've said, because I learn from my mistakes. I don't find it shameful if I say something idiotic and someone corrects me. I learn from that.
You're rambling like a good person. Listen,
that's how
a valid objection, right?
That's how you learn.
Stab people in the street, and I've been meaner to you than Jack will ever be, and you're saying that you don't.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. You've been nothing but a gentleman.
Right. Your reasons for not Jack don't add up, right? Your justifications don't add up, right? I've been. I
have this sneaky suspicion that you and Jack have met before and you're kind of buddies. So I kind of guess that you're doing the same as the other buddy Hal and the other buddy CK, and you're kind of just supporting your buddy, which is very sweet.
I don't care.
Listen, I'm touched by your compassion for your friend, but compassion for your friend doesn't give you a good argument.
I'm not going to intervene if you two talk. I'll be silent.
We're not going to talk. That's the problem you have.
Because you're scared.
Why is it a problem that I have?
Because
you'll be embarrassed.
Because I'm shaking in my boots. I'm shaking in my boots.
Matt, why are you
Because he's an asshole. That's why.
Matt, I told you earlier that you're a dickhead and that I stab people in the street and get a 2-hour conversation.
Yeah, but you've been fairly open to, at least slightly open to rational discussion. He's completely closed off from that.
Does anybody think that if Matt Bell could produce a rebuttal that would cry?
You see how someone muted me there? I just muted Jack for that.
Matt, you're being a coward. Come on.
You muted
again, I'm not interested.
Dumbass.
If you know anything about me, I know you didn't mute me. The other guy muted me, but I muted you because you were the person talking.
Matt, you're being a coward and you're rambling to hide it. You're being a coward.
Okay. One of the things you'll learn about me if you ever get to know me on my Google Plus is I'm totally unaffected by people's personal opinions of me.
Right.
So I won't be goaded into. I'm not going to be goaded into a conversation because you
Why
try
do
and
you have to be goaded? Why is this a discussion?
because I pick and choose whom I want to engage with, the same as you do and other people do.
Yeah, but
if it was not
criteria is bullshit. It's not about Jack being an asshole. If it was not
Jack being an asshole, if it was not disruptive to the hangout and would get me booted from the hangout, I would do what I usually do. I would ignore Jack completely.
Because you're a coward.
I would block. No, but yeah, you're free to come to that view, and I don't particularly I'm not going to lose sleep over that.
But you should feel that way about yourself, knowing.
I know my motivations for my actions better than anyone else in the hangout, and I'm comfortable with saying.
Everyone in the room knows your motivation.
Yeah, I know you think
knows that you can't answer this objection.
Yeah, I know.
No, listen, Matt. Be honest. You know that Jack is the most articulate person in the group, and you know that he's gonna dance.
Well, look. I mean,
that's funny.
Oh my goodness! I think Nadia is the most articulate person in the room.
Hey, Matt, can you let Jack speak for a minute?
I don't think anybody can doubt. Yeah, I don't think anybody can doubt that if Matt had a good rebuttal where he could crush me since he thinks I'm an asshole, that he would hesitate to produce it. So I think everybody understands that the reason why he refuses to engage me is because he knows he's going to be trounced like he was in the past, right? Now the fact remains that Matt claims that the intelligent design hypothesis does actually generate predictive expectations and can't produce, right, a chain of inference from the bare hypothesis of an intelligent designer to any predictive outcome, right? Nobody's seen him produce that chain of reasoning.
Yeah, I asked him if he could do that, but he just ignored it.
Okay, so that's where it stands, that he made a claim that he can't defend, and now that he's been pushed up back the wall, right, he's making excuses for his own cowardice.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Well, fingers crossed, maybe you don't have to rely on humiliation per se, and maybe just inform, educate, and enlighten and such. If perhaps, well, yes.
Matt, you're a fat pussy, and you look like a clitoris.
Actually, if I had a clitoris, my goodness, the fun I would have.
You are a clitoris, so you must have a lot of fun.
Thank you very much for the compliment. I appreciate the compliment.
I'm hoping to have one, surgically arranged. So.
Well, shrink Matt Bell down and then jam him in there, and you'll be fine.
If you take pictures of Matt Bell, though, maybe it's ironic. If you take pictures of Matt Bell and you turn his head upside down, totally looks like a scrotum.
I don't think that's necessary.
I just think it's unreasonable that a person could do so much polemics to avoid a basic fucking argument, and then when a person comes in who won't play the polemics game with you like I will, you immediately get silent.
No, I got silent with him many times and many. There's precedent.
You talked to him earlier today, Matt.
Exactly. Because sometimes you go into a high and say, okay, I'll give the guy a chance, but then when he repeatedly produces the same sort of assholeish behaviour, demonstrates he's not interested in rational discussion, you say, you know what? Here's the penalty. Here's the penalty for his.
Look, Matt, that's false. Jack came in earlier today, was nice to you, tried to.
So I got muted there, so I muted you. You see how that works? If I get muted,
yes, I muted you because you've been talking for quite a long time without actually saying anything, and I'd like to get some other points of view on that.
You see how that works? If I get muted, I mute the person who's speaking.
I didn't mute you, though. But Matt, you're being dishonest, right? You're being dishonest. Because when Jack came in earlier and talked to you, he wasn't being aggressive at all. And then with your first response to him, as was after 30 seconds of him talking, you said, blah, 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 I'm not listening.
Yeah, exactly, because I have precedent with him. I know his behaviour. Other people know his behaviour. He has a reputation already on Google Plus as an asshole.
But a lot of
people are more than me who refuses to dialogue with him because he's a stalker.
Matt,
because he's a dangerous person that people should avoid. Because he is not interested in rational discussion. He's just interested in pontificating his opinions.
Why are you perpetuating this slander?
Well, it's not slander. It's true. It can't be slandered if it's true. Don't you know the law? Don't you know the law? If it's true, it's not slander. You can say whatever you want if it's the truth.
You're just a fucking coward, Matt.
Yeah, I know you want to think that, but I think you have a little bit of an inkling for me.
Here we are, waiting for Matt to substantiate his claim.
Oh my God! Now he's muting Jack repeatedly.
Because someone adjusted my volume.
Matt, we're going to have to unbroadcast you.
Yeah, that's cool. Nadia, do you have mod controls here or not?
Why give him the out so he can run away? That's all he wants to do. He's acting like a child that wants to get
Where we are is that Matt made the claim that the intelligent...
I'm going to do it again. Every time someone tampers with my access to the chat room,
Can we all just...
All right.
Oh, thank God.
I'll broadcast you again when I'm finished talking, since you can't seem to control yourself, Matt.
He's going to leave.
So where we are is that Matt made the claim... Matt made the claim that... Oh, he blocked me? Okay,
now he's blocked you.
Yeah, now we can kick him.
Ridiculous.
How do we kick him?
Oh, allow me.
I never do it.
Done.
Oh, without the.
So just to repeat what I was saying, he made the claim, right, that the intelligent design hypothesis does actually generate predictions. Not just that intelligent design proponents predict certain things, which they attribute to the intelligent design hypothesis, but that you can logically derive certain predictive expectations from the intelligent design hypothesis, right? So there should be a valid chain of inference from the propositions that constitute that hypothesis, that is, that there is a designer that has the capacity to make things such as life, right, to a specific predictive outcome. He hasn't produced that. So he's just concocting excuses for his inability to support his claim.
I agree. You know, like, all said and done, after 2 hours of doing that with him, I don't mind spending time debating with someone, even if it's kind of stupid, right? I don't mind the back and forth yelling, the over-talking, any of that shit. But the depressing part about it is that when it came down to it, he just really ran away from the argument.
Well, I mean, you won't see somebody like Max behaving that way, you know?
Yeah, you're right. That's true. It's just fucking depressing. It's such a bullshit thing to do.
Yeah.
I think he switched the subject at least 9 times. Then it became cite every...
The most hilarious part was that he spent so much time saying that a hypothesis, right, could still be a hypothesis even if it generated no predictions, when he even agreed that such a hypothesis would be worthless.
Yeah.
Right? Why would anybody do that who's not engaged in pure obstruction? Right?
I mean, I think he did it because
he's just trying to dodge the objection that, in fact, he's committed, right, to defending a hypothesis that even he believes is worthless by his own lights. Right?
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, he also doesn't understand, Jack, what it means to generate a prediction and not go on observables.
He doesn't understand that. But it doesn't seem like it's a very complicated notion.
Yeah, but for some reason it's exceedingly hard to explain to him.
On the bright side, Commando's here. Hi, Commando.
You know, the other weird part, he contradicted himself about 4 times in that conversation, because if you notice, he was appealing to science a lot throughout the conversation, and yet no reasonable person would say that a hypothesis could be valid if it generated no predictions. No scientist would ever say that.
Well, I think what they could say is that there could be explanatory virtues for a hypothesis, and it wasn't even tested.
I agreed with him about that, though, but I just reduced that. I said what you have there is an explanation and not a hypothesis.
But the point is that's not going to help him, right? Because even if you conceded that, even if you said there could be reasons to infer to an untestable hypothesis, given that it might have explanatory virtues apart from testability, right? It might have
and
other
there seems to
virtues. Right?
There seems to be different usages here, because I guess there is specifically a scientific hypothesis as opposed to just any old hypothesis.
Well, we were talking specifically within the framework of science, though.
Let's be as
I understand that, and he was not necessarily going that way.
Yeah, but let's be as charitable as possible to his position, right? Let's say, for the sake of argument, right, that string theory. Let's imagine that string theory is. I'm sorry, not string theory. The multiverse hypothesis. Let's imagine that it's untestable, right? I don't actually know that that's true, but let's just, for the sake of argument, grant that the multiverse is untestable, right? And let's grant that it's been proposed by scientists, right? Well, the charitable reading would be to say it could qualify as a scientific hypothesis, even though it's untestable, in virtue of the fact that it has other explanatory virtues besides testability, right?
Okay.
And so there could be an argument, at least, that that could be a good reason to believe the hypothesis, right? The problem is that if he wants to make the same kind of argument for intelligent design, he's going to have to be able to produce an argument to show that the intelligent design hypothesis does actually have explanatory virtues over any rival naturalistic hypothesis. And I don't think he's going to be able to do that.
Well, yeah, that's impossible, though, right? Because if you say that a hypothesis has some kind of explanatory virtue being charitable, right? There's no other inferences you can make. I don't even feel like you can say that, because you could always have the possibility of saying, well, there is another hypothesis that's testable that generates the exact same predictions, or that it's not testable and there's a million other ones. Like you just
No.
said.
The idea is, until you actually have a rival hypothesis that is testable, right? You could say that we could infer to this hypothesis, given that it has other explanatory virtues. You see what I'm saying?
Is virtue enough, though, to make? Because it's just ad hoc, though, right?
So it's not ad hoc if you can give independent justifications.
What would an independent justification be that's not testable?
Well, there are criteria like parsimony, integration with our background knowledge.
Well, those are all characteristics of ad hoc explanations, though, right?
No, that's a way for them not to be ad hoc. I think the problem, though, is that the phenomenon in question does have to, something has to actually be explained by what's being invoked has to actually do some explanatory work, right? And I don't see how it can do explanatory work if it doesn't at least predict the phenomenon in question. Now, I don't exactly know what the multiverse. Well, the multiverse is a strange example, because I think the reason why it was posited was not to actually explain fine-tuning, right? It was posited originally for some other reason. It was a fallout of some other reasons. I don't know if it was a fallout of some other type of theorizing, and they noticed that given that certain models entailed a multiverse.
Yeah, Hugh Everett's many worlds interpretation.
Yeah, given that certain models entail a multiverse, that could actually account for fine-tuning, which was itself unexplained. But the multiverse wasn't originally proposed to explain fine-tuning. It was something that was theorized to explain some other facts, right? But see, I think the problem with intelligent design is that for it to actually explain any phenomenon, it has to at least predict that phenomenon. Right. So if it doesn't predict anything, I don't see how it can explain the phenomenon.
That's what I'm saying, though. That right there is, if you can't predict something and you can't do any. I don't like the idea that someone thinks that something has explanatory virtue if that explanatory virtue does nothing to get you closer to any kind of.
That's going to be a different thing from testability, right? I mean, I take it that you could design a hypothesis that predicts the phenomenon in question, right? So there wouldn't be an issue about testability there. It would predict the phenomenon in question, but it would be merely ad hoc if it didn't have other explanatory virtues. But if it had other explanatory virtues, it wouldn't necessarily have to predict anything other than that phenomenon. But normally we say, well, this is a good hypothesis because not only does it predict what it was designed to explain, but it makes predictions of novel facts, right? Like in the case of general relativity that light will bend around massive objects, right?
I think you have to include novelty, because I think if you just include the criteria of integrates well with existing information, is parsimonious, and has explanatory virtue, I think if you just include those three criteria, then you can come up with an infinite number of competing theories, right?
No, but I think the issue is, take the example of Newton, right? I think, because Reyes was mentioning this before, right? The reason why Newton's theories were adopted was because he was able to actually explain a whole range of phenomena with one set of equations.
Right, that's the parsimonious part.
And that's a criterion that's known as the unification criterion, right? And that's been proposed as another explanatory virtue, right? Now, later on, a long time later, there was actually a novel fact predicted by the Newtonian model, which was, I think, that comets would return or something like that. And so eventually there was independent confirmation, right? But the point is that you didn't actually need novel facts to have good motivation to adopt the theory. It was just further confirmation of the theory when the novel facts were finally confirmed. Right?
So then the claim that you have to make against ID is not that it lacks the ability to be considered a hypothesis, but that the hypothesis can't get off the ground.
Well, as I say, I think there's two things, right? You could have the bare intelligent design hypothesis, which is that there's a being that has the capacity to design things such as living organisms, or whatever. It could be anything. It could be fine-tune the cosmological constants, right?
Right.
The problem here is that the mere ability to do those things doesn't actually generate the predictive expectations that we should encounter those phenomena that we're seeking an explanation for, right?
Right.
A being
so you would be undercutting the idea that even if they could generate quote-unquote hypotheses, that they don't follow from an intelligent designer.
Yeah, so in my view, that wouldn't have any explanatory power at all, because it doesn't actually predict the phenomenon. So how does it actually explain it? It only explains it when conjoined with other assumptions, right? Now, you can build those assumptions into your hypothesis. You can say, imagine a designer that not only has the capacity to create complex life, but has the desire to do so, right?
Right.
And let's say is a rational being, right? And has no stronger competing desires, right? So you build in a few more assumptions, and you do get the predictive expectation that we should encounter complex life. And lo and behold, we do encounter complex life, right? So therefore, it does actually have explanatory power, but the explanatory power is extremely minimal, because in fact it's a just so story, just an ad hoc explanation, right? You construct a hypothesis to explain the mere phenomenon that lacks an explanation, right? But that's all it does.
So I get it. So to condense it, the bare intelligent design theory, it doesn't actually follow that we would see these things. So it's eliminated there. It's undercut by that. And then if you add in we'll call it the beefed up intelligent design theory, then it's ad hoc.
Yeah, although it doesn't have to be ad hoc. I mean, somebody could come up with a version of the hypothesis that does actually generate predictions of novel facts, for example. I think it's unlikely it's going to have other explanatory virtues, right? But it might at least have the explanatory virtue of predictive novelty.
I don't think that's possible, though, because look, in the first example of the bare intelligent design theory, the whole thing that stops that from getting off the ground is the idea that you're not sure that God has the motivations to actually make those things happen, right? So in the second theory, when they add that assumption, right, there's no way for that it will always be. There's nothing that would ever make that prediction that God has certain desires and motivations, right? What could they ever appeal to?
Well, what I'm saying is, all I'm saying is that if somebody proposed a version of the hypothesis that built in some prediction of a novel fact, and that, or a set of novel facts, and those predictions were confirmed, then we would actually have good reason to accept the hypothesis.
But if
the problem is that nobody has a hypothesis like that on all.
It sounds to me like you were describing the Duhem-Quine thesis.
No, not really.
No.
But
the Duhem-Quine thesis is the idea that when we have this confirmation, when we have something that's inconsistent, when we encounter data that's inconsistent with our model, we don't know what exactly in our model has to be revised to correctly accommodate the anomaly. Because we could say it could be that our theory is false, or it could be that our detectors are false, right?
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
So the point is that all tests that we undertake to evaluate a model come bundled with background assumptions, such as that our detectors are working, that we have a good theory of how detectors work, et cetera, right? So in principle, an observation that contradicts what our models would lead us to expect doesn't tell us whether our theory is false or not. It might just tell us that our detectors aren't working, or that we have a bad theory of how detectors work.
I got
you know, something like that.
So Jack, I get the point you were saying about with the beefed up version of ID, and then if they included some novel facts, that it would be worth possibly accepting. But here's kind of what I'm saying. Even if they have a beefed up theory with the assumptions that God is rational and has the dominant desire to create things that we novelly predict, right? What I'm saying is even with those novel facts, there's never going to be a reason why God's motivations are known to people, right? It's never going to be the case that anything would ever confirm that. You might confirm novel facts, but you're never going to be able to confirm.
No, but they're going to build the motivations into the hypothesis, right?
But I think that undercuts the value of the novel facts, right? I think even if you
no, it doesn't undercut it if in fact the hypothesis wasn't constructed to explain those facts, right? Because the point is, look, let's say there's some fact nobody knows about, right? Which is that buried 400 miles into the earth, right, underneath the surface of the earth, is a message that written in English, with the words, "I think a loaf of bread would be a good idea."
Right.
In fact, let's make it more robust. Let's say there's like 400 messages like that buried several hundred miles deep into the earth. Right. So somebody constructed a hypothesis saying, well, there was a designer that had the capacity to create human beings, right? And it also follows from this hypothesis that he would have these other characteristics and so forth. And you built up a whole complicated hypothesis, and it actually predicted all those novel facts, right? Well, as long as we were unable to detach one set of predictions from the others, right, then we would have good reason to believe the hypothesis.
But I'm saying that'll never happen, right? Because the inference chain there, part of the chain right in the beginning is included in the idea that built into the assumption that God has those motivations, right? And I'm saying nothing follows from just including the idea that God has the dominant motivation to put the messages there. You could never go from there to the actual finding of the novel facts, because it just doesn't follow that would be the case. Even if they want to say that it's an assumption that it does, it's not a valid inference chain.
But see, I think I'm saying something very uncontroversial. What I'm saying is that we're not going to try to rule out design explanations in principle, right? Because there are times when we do think we can infer design, right? That is to say, we say, well, this could be explained by some unknown natural phenomenon, or it could be explained by the fact, like why have my shoes, if I leave my shoes out, right, and in the hallway, and then go to bed, and I wake up in the morning, right, and my shoes are gone, right, I could say there's an unknown natural explanation for why my shoes are missing, right, but it might be the case that I could propose a good inference to an agent as the explanation, right? I could say there could be a neighbor who has a propensity to steal shoes, right? And I could build other stuff into the hypothesis where I could say, well, it's not just a just so story, right? I actually have independent lines of evidence that converge on that explanation. So in principle,
that's analogous because there's no other justifications that support the idea that God would have the motivation to do these things.
Well, but let's say there really was a God.
Okay.
Right. And let's say that God did actually. Let's not say God, but let's say a designing agent, right?
Right.
So do you think it's in principle impossible for a designing agent ever to communicate his intentions in such a way that we might have good evidence to believe that he exists?
Yeah, in principle, I think so, yeah.
You think it's in principle impossible or possible?
Well, I mean, based on the interpretation thing that we have, maybe not, but for the sake of this, I'll say yes, I guess.
Okay, so if it's possible for that being to communicate intentions to us, right, it might be conceivable for us to construct a design hypothesis that would be a good hypothesis, right? All it would have to do is, first of all, predict the facts in question, the facts that we're looking for an explanation for, but then as part of the hypothesis, it would have to predict other things that gave us independent justification for the hypothesis.
Okay, yeah, in that case, yes, I see.
But I would agree that it seems highly improbable that any intelligent design hypothesis is ever going to be able to do that for precisely the reasons that you raise, right? Where would we get the idea, right, that there's some set of facts that we can attribute to the designer that would explain not only the fact that there's something like complex life on Earth, but that would explain a range of other facts that that hypothesis wasn't even designed to explain.
Yeah, that's what I was telling Matt Bell earlier, that merely seeing junk DNA or not seeing junk DNA isn't enough to establish the hypothesis that an intelligent designer did something. You have to independently justify a whole swath of things.
Well, again, right. Either, first of all, in the bare version of that hypothesis doesn't generate the expectation that we should see little or no junk DNA. In fact, doesn't generate any expectation whatsoever, right?
Right.
So instead, you need to build into your hypothesis that the designer would have a preference for designing life that contains no non-functional, non-coding DNA.
Right.
Right. And then if you could find functionality or coding capacities in every line of code in DNA, then that would be confirmation of that hypothesis.
So if someone did something like that, would you accept it as scientific?
No, not unless we had independent justification for the hypothesis.
Right, but assuming that
anybody could just make one prediction that turns out to be correct, right?
Right.
But why would we say, oh, well, that's, you got it right, somebody could predict that Donald Trump will win the election, right?
Right.
And there's basically a 50% chance, right, that they will be right or wrong. Do we think that it was a good hypothesis just because it was proven true?
Right. No, what I'm saying is, let's give the example of the ideal intelligent design argument, where they build all of these assumptions that actually do generate predictions, like God's going to communicate his intentions with us, and that God's going to put the loaf of bread in the center of the earth. Let's say that this is the actual hypothesis, and every step of the inference chain relies on some kind of confirmation or disconfirmation, right? Would you consider that scientific?
Well, I don't know that I'd consider it scientific exactly, but if you could, the key point is that the predictions have to be integrated with each other. They can't just be sort of add-ons, right? Because see, I could say I'm going to propose a theory that's not the theory of general relativity, but a variant, a theory that says everything in general relativity is in my theory, plus that we should find ourselves in a universe in which there's Swiss cheese. Right? Well, that is true, right? That we find ourselves in a universe with cheese, and so therefore that could be taken to be confirmation of the theory. The problem is that there's nothing about the theory of relativity that has any connection to Swiss cheese.
Right.
And so just adding it on is something that's extractable from the theory, right? But that's not the case with the prediction of massive objects, of light bending around massive objects, right? What the theory was designed to explain was the anomalous data found in the Michelson-Morley experiments, right? That's what it was designed to explain, right? But it followed logically that the same way in which it explained that set of facts also generated an ancillary prediction, which is that light would bend around massive objects.
Right, so there were novel facts.
Right, and you can't detach that prediction from its prediction of whatever it is the Michelson, Morley, whatever it is it predicts with respect to the Michelson-Morley experiments. I forget exactly.
Right.
Right. Those two are indissoluble. Right. Same thing goes for the labor theory of value. Right. Labor theory of value. Simultaneously, out of the same set of assumptions, makes a whole set of predictions. Right. It predicts that capital will have a long-term tendency to centralize. That capital will have a long-term tendency to concentrate. That the gap between the proletariat and the ruling class or the capitalist class will widen, and so forth, right? So you just start from one set of assumptions, and you can logically generate a whole set of predictions, right? So what the intelligent design proponent will have to have is a hypothesis like that, where you can't detach one set of predictions from the other set of predictions. They come conjoined, right, in an indissoluble way, right?
Would that be Would that be a demanding criteria? Like, would we? Let's say that it didn't do that, but it did make that one very specific bread loaf prediction, right? The beefed up version. Let's say that it didn't really explain much else beside that, and would we want to say that it's not a valid hypothesis or not a scientific hypothesis as a result of that?
Well, again, I think scientific. I don't think we need to be restricted by science, right? We just need to think that there's good reason to believe it, right? To me, it doesn't really matter whether it's scientific or not scientific, right? Because we could have reasons to believe hypotheses that aren't scientific.
Right. Okay. I see. Yeah.
Yeah.
I understand now.
It just has to be the case that whatever it is that we're trying to hypothesize to, whatever hypothesis that is, there have to be good reasons to believe it, right? And that's going to come in the form of things like, being testable. Now, that doesn't mean that all good hypotheses have to be testable, right, or independently testable. you know, like predicting novel facts or something like that. There could be other things that the hypothesis does that gives us good reasons to infer to it, right? The point, though, is that what it is designed to explain, if it does gain its virtues by explanatory other set of facts than the ones it's designed to explain, it has to do that in a way in which the same set of assumptions predicts both things. Not that there's an add-on assumption that's irrelevant to the other assumptions and then independently predicts some other set of facts.
And the real key takeaway here is that just because something's a good explanation doesn't mean you have good reasons for believing it.
Well, when you say, no, I think that is, if it is a good explanation, then
I'm sorry, not good explanation. I worded that wrong. Just because something has the ability to possibly explain something doesn't mean there's good reasons for believing it's the case.
Yes. It can't just be that it potentially explains the phenomenon in question. It has to actually explain it well.
Right, because belief criteria is different than explanation. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
that's a better way to frame this.
I can just posit anything to explain anything, right? I could say that the reason why my shoes are missing is because of shoe-stealing fairies, right? Now, shoe-stealing fairies, the one thing it does predict is that my shoes should disappear, right? So it does, in fact, explain the phenomenon, but it doesn't. There isn't really any good reason to believe it.
Yeah, see,
because it explains the phenomenon in question.
Yeah, see, we started the debate by him saying that he didn't really take the position, but he was arguing for the position that it was a valid scientific theory, right? And I think that was the mistake, because then we got into all the criteria for what a scientific hypothesis is, which is notoriously difficult to demonstrate. Then we got into testability, and then it just took a shit. But I think we're framing it in the way that we just did, where just because an explanation is being proffered, it doesn't mean you have any good reason to believe it. And, you know, I think that's a much...
Well, the thing that he said that was really suicide for him was to say that there's an inference to the designer as the best explanation for the phenomenon. Right. So that leaves doubt, right? And that just means we have the ordinary criteria for what makes something a good explanation, right? Now, I assume you've seen that table that somebody connected to Dawes. Let me find it. So I linked this. Was it earlier today? I was talking to. God, I lost all sense of time. I can't remember whether it was today or yesterday. But here, can you see this? I posted in the side chat. Now, this is not every explanatory virtue that philosophers of science have proposed, right? There are others. But these are some of the basic ones that most often turn up, right?
Right.
And I think what you'll see here is this is about inferring to a god rather than to an intelligent designer. But I think you'll see, even if you substitute intelligent designer here, right, that in fact you don't have any explanatory virtue.
Right.
That's all that it means to say there's an inference to the best explanation. Right? When we say this is the best explanation, or we say this is a good explanation, what we're saying is this is a virtuous explanation. That is to say that it possesses explanatory virtues. And these are the kinds of things that would make the explanation virtuous. Right? But when you look at intelligent design, it doesn't have any of these virtues.
Yeah, you're right.
So there's no inference to the best explanation there. Just like there's no inference to the best explanation for any of the theistic explanations that are on offer, right? They want to say that the, most of these arguments, the fine-tuning argument, all the teleological arguments, they want to say that the type of inference that's going on there is an inference to the best explanation, right?
You're right. I think he committed suicide twice then, because he did it when saying it was the best explanation, and he also did it when he said things that can't be tested are useless.
Well, I mean, the guy doesn't even understand what it means for an explanation to be ad hoc. and he's lecturing other people on not being informed on the topic.
Right.
I mean, it just boggles the mind.
We just had a conversation for 30 minutes. Me and you just had a conversation for 30 minutes where you reformed my way of approaching this argument, right? With Matt Bell, that shit is not possible because.
Well, part of the thing is that he's an obstructionist, right?
Exactly.
He doesn't want. I mean, he can catch him in a mood, in an exploratory mood, where he's more generous, where he's actually willing to think things out, right? But if he thinks that he's on the defensive in any way, he goes into pure obstructionist mode.
Yeah, that's very true.
You know, which is basically just, I will resort to any tactic whatsoever to prevent you from cornering me, right? But the point is, it's only the ones that are actually relevant to the argument at hand that really matter, right? But he will take issue with points that don't have anything to do with the argument at hand.
Exactly, which is why in the beginning, I mean, I've known that he kind of does that, but I totally underestimated to what extent. Because in the beginning, I tried to get him to agree on definitions just to absolve that kind of bullshit, right? Because that's his most common tactic, is that's not what I mean by such and such, right? But it turns out that he'll do it with any auxiliary fact that's tangential to the conversation.
Exactly, and that's the same thing that EF does. If you say something that's basically incidental to the line of argument you're trying to run, that he can attack, he will seize on that and derail the discussion. By focusing on some negligible point, right? If he knows that that's the best thing for him to do, because if he lets you proceed by being charitable to you, he knows he's going to get cornered.
Right.
You know?
Hey,
so they have to engage in pure.
Hey, Joe.
Hey, Joe.
Hey, yeah, the explanatory or the explanation desiderata, it's always kind of it's interesting which ones to pick, and there's so many of them, you do kind of have to cater them to who you're going up against. And with Matt Bell, you just have to pick the most obvious ones so he can't equivocate, because you guys are both right. He will just anything, he'll go for it.
Yeah.
I know he would reject some of these criteria. I know he would.
I tried to do talk to him about Bayes' theorem earlier today. He loves William Lane Craig, and William Lane Craig in a debate gave a very long-winded explanation of Bayes' theorem, and there's a guy who actually went through it and discovered that William Lane Craig messed up on something. And it's just like a simple math thing. He is, okay, Nadia's in another room. That's why she wants a high five, right? Okay. Yeah, okay, so...
I guess G-Man's having a hangout.
Oh, forget that. JJ, why aren't you over there?
I'm too lazy right now. I'm actually not even at my computer. I took a whole day off yesterday.
Yeah, you must have been playing the idiocy video game. Is what
I was actually watching. I was watching somebody play an idiocy video game. Actually, I was watching somebody play.
If they developed
I was watching people.
The video game, you would never come back to G+.
Let me explain. They have it, and I would if I could. The game they were playing is DayZ. You know, the survival zombie game, and they ran into lots of idiots for me. So I was vicariously interacting with idiots in this sandbox game. Yeah.
So you're never coming back for G+.
I'm back today.
You really satisfy your idiocy fix.
Yeah, I came in with Matt Bell, but.
I'm sorry, Joe. What were you saying?
Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
Oh, was I? I came in and there was kind of a delay, and the little interaction just now just made me realize I think I was very rudely stepping on what you guys were talking about, because I was super excited to talk about this. I've been trying to get a debate with someone about this topic, and
Joe,
So,
are you stoned?
No, do I sound stoned?
Why don't you
Maybe you.
debate Max? Isn't Max the best person to debate because he actually is kind
have
of serious?
But Max, he's what is it? Max is we have debated, but Max is and he doesn't like ID at all. In fact, he went up against true empiricism, and he had a hangout before, and I think it was just too many chefs, and Max wanted to go the more philosophical route, I suppose, or the more using philosophy of science, picking explanations, and so I wanted to tell him about explanation, the explanationism or explanationist approach, what we were talking about. But in the hangout, people were showing him how to balance like chemical, balancing each side of like a chemical equation, stoichiometry, I think. And it's like, what are you guys doing? And so he went into this debate with true empiricism, and he was all over the place, and I was trying to feed him information. And so I got really into the topic, and it's hard to pick. You really there's a lot of different virtues to a theory, and you have to be careful, because if you say something like simplicity, people are going to think like, oh, simplicity. Well, quantum mechanics isn't more simple than Newtonian mechanics. So how is it the case that you're saying simplicity is a good sign of a model that best fits stuff around us? And so if someone's going to mess that up, then maybe you should just go with, I don't know, I can't, it's a fecundity or something.
Your mom's a fecundity.
But it doesn't seem like you need to be restricted to ID to run this type of argument.
No,
right?
This is Greg Dawes' argument.
Yeah, so presumably Max does actually think there are good inferences to God as the best explanation for some phenomena. So you could probably get him to debate that rather than debate
Matt
ID.
Bell? Yeah, we're debating
Max.
on the 13th.
I was saying Max.
Oh, Max. Max and I, we debated God's existence, and
no, but I mean debate this type of on this type of terrain, right? On the issue of whether that can be a good explanation for anything.
I have like two debate scripts, kind of. One is based off of this approach, but I feel like, I don't know, I can run the other one a bit better.
About ID, you mean?
About against God's existence using
no, but you said you wanted to debate this stuff about explanatory virtue.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Fine. You could probably get Max to debate you on it. Just don't do it on ID. Do it on on
God's existence.
God as an explanation. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, what did he threw like an argument I've never went up against, so I didn't really know how to respond. He did like a moral argument. Yeah. It was kind of a weird argument. But the thing is, I think it was my first debate, like formal debate. And what I do at the very least is I have strong endings, because I just take like notes out of when I see Nadia like that, I want to like high five her. Like just let her ask her question.
Go over there and make them.
She's raising her hand.
Yeah, she's like. Yeah, and I can't imagine it. I cannot imagine everyone else in that room doing the same thing. I can't see it. She's the only one raising her hand.
That is hilarious when she does that.
Arf.
Oh, but against intelligent design, I think there's like a really good way to flow, because what's another approach to gauge which is a best model is a justificationist approach, and that's where you just use probability stuff. Like you can use the principle of likelihoods or Bayes' theorem, and when you're looking at the same kind of evidence and comparing intelligent design to evolution, you can actually you can have just Bayes. You can have the probability that your model is correct given the evidence is equal to the prior probability of your model being correct in the past, multiplied by the explanatory power of your model. And so you can then make the argument through Bayes' theorem why intelligent design sucks. And then when you say, what about the explanatory power, that's when you go into the explanatory virtues. And you go, not only does intelligent design suck balls in meeting a criteria that you're giving, but evolutionary theory is so much better. So you already have a better, you always have like a better prior probability with evolution. And we're under the sea now. You both have scuba gears. Yeah, you're always going to have a higher prior probability on evolutionary theory in comparison. And you're also, and you can also demonstrate through Greg Dawes' approach why it's a better explanatory model. But like, I don't, when I tried to use Bayes' theorem against true empiricism, he was not having it, and I don't think Matt's gonna have it either.
Yeah.
It's a floating head with a key.
I'm just hitting the random thing in the background.
Yeah. Like the issue with focusing on the prior probability when you do Bayes' theorem is that it's subjective which priors you focus on, but the thing is that we were talking about something else. We were talking about the resurrection. With respect to the resurrection, we're still it's subjective, but I can pick like a prior probability of something that both of us would agree on. Like, for example, with the resurrection, we can agree that, or not even both of us can agree on, but something that they can't disagree with. There's the probability that, fucked up already. There's a 99.99999% chance that when people die, God wills them to stay dead based on our observations of people dying, which means that the prior probability of someone dying and God willing them to rise or to not stay dead is virtually zero. And since the equation is can be simplified to just x times y, and x equal the prior probability, having virtually zero times even the best goddamn explanatory model ever, it's still going to render a small number. But I couldn't even get to that, because when I said, well, it's a subjective probability, he just was like, oh, it's subjective. I know how to say that that's a bad thing. And I think I was cooking stuff, so I was afraid I was going to burn down the house.
Well, you should restrict yourself to debating Max.
Yeah. The reason why I did... Oh, yeah. That was way back in December, too. I should debate him again.
But he's not dishonest, you know?
Max is probably, yeah. Like I've said in the past, the other thing I like so much about Max is he's interested in coming up with his own stuff. He's interested in like making his own syllogisms, making his own arguments, that kind of stuff. And he's interested in the debate, but not in like a mean-spirited way, right? I don't know. I thought that was kind of cool.
What did you guys debate on last time?
Just God's existence.
Oh.
And there are several issues in why I think it's best to say that I lost the debate. I think that there were kind of technical things in it that I did better at, and I think I had the stronger ending. But I don't know if that's much to say. But one of the major things is he gave an argument that I wasn't sure how to respond to. I think there's a moral framework that we follow, and God is the best. It's the best explanation, or the best way to explain how we are obligated to follow that moral framework, I believe. It's a Thomism mixed with Kantian stuff. And I wasn't. And the other thing was what he did in order to respond to a couple of my arguments was he fit divine hiddenness into his response to the problem of evil.
Mm-hmm.
And in so doing, he was able to, lump them into one thing and make it look like he addressed everything. And when I came back, I don't think I explained well enough that he can't just do that. That a lot of people try to make the argument from divine hiddenness into just another argument from evil. And oftentimes, a type of evil that people do point out is God's hiddenness. But the argument from divine hiddenness it's not the same. The argument looks at an inconsistency with another characteristic that is central to the God of theism, or classical theism, which is him being perfectly loving. It's inconsistent with a perfectly loving being who would so desire a reciprocal loving relationship with all his creatures, or human creatures, or at the very least with all those human creatures who totally would be cool with entering such a relationship. It's not necessarily saying that's evil, but it's saying the existence of one thing conflicts with the existence of another. But I wasn't able to just say it that simply, I suppose.
Yeah.
I'll get him this time. The other thing is I like Jeffrey J. Lauder's approach to debating, because it really gives, a lot of times it's mostly just atheists are kind of on they're not presenting like positive cases, or they're just not explicit enough about it. But the way that Jeffrey J. Lauder presents it, it's a positive case for, well, he argues for naturalism, but his definition of naturalism is just like a very hard atheism.
I don't even know who that is.
Jeffrey J. Lauder's it's such a bummer, because he actually has like competitive debate experience, but there's only 2 debates of him out there, like 2 that you can watch and stuff.
Toss up a link, would you? Or type
I'm
a
sorry.
name.
Yeah. Holy shit. Okay. Yeah, he's really good, but the bummer with those two is one of them was, I don't know if you know him. His name is Phil Fernandez, and
Nope.
he's not a good debater. And his voice, it sounds like it's like pure gravel, and like nasally pure gravel, and he was just devastated in the debate. But like I said, Jeffrey J. Louder, he's really good at he. It's a lot like William Lane Craig. He knows how to, call what are called drops. Like if your opponent presented an argument and you go up and you present a counter argument, and then when it's your opponent's turn again and they don't use that argument or they don't address what you said, you can call them out for dropping that argument. And it's actually very, I think it's very, what's the word I'm looking for? It has a lot of impact. What's up? Sorry?
An effective tactic.
Yeah, it's very effective. Like a lot of times people go up and it's just you'll respond to something and you'll give what's called a defensive response and you'll answer the problem. But the thing is that if you only give a defensive response, and this is especially so with William Lane Craig, if you only give a defensive response, he'll drop it. He doesn't have to respond to it. The only way you can make him you can make him have to respond to what you said is you have to do what's called a turn, and when you do a debate, and that's where you kind of just call them out on it. When you give your defensive response, you say something like say for fine tuning the argument, right? You give an argument against fine tuning, he gives an argument back, you go up and say, well, his argument is crap, and also as a Christian theist, he has to affirm a fine tuning regiment that's consistent with the tenets of Christian theism. But here are some tenets of Christian theism that are really weird and are not consistent with facts about the world. Take, for example, the concept of a solid dome as the sky, right? I mean, that's an extreme example, but when they go up and they don't address that, it's really effective when you point that out. I don't know. The other thing is they just give more and more arguments when it's their next round instead of it's best just to lay out the case and just support that case, and if you have time, give more arguments.
Yeah.
Because like people aren't going to remember all your arguments, and if you're just giving more and more arguments, you're also not addressing what your opponent is saying. Yeah. Gosh, there's a lot of stuff happening tonight. I guess it is a good thing. I'm not gonna host shit.
Who's having a hangout besides G-Man?
True empiricism, but I don't want to go into that.
There was also that thing that Ozzy was in. Is that over now?
Oh, there's Talking Shit Tuesday?
Yeah, is that over?
It's usually an hour, but sometimes they have like an after show thing.
Well, Drag was having a hangout before that too. It was going to be aired and then it wasn't.
It was going to be a what?
It was going to be aired live and then it wasn't. That was at...
Hey, JJ, would you mind refreshing?
No, I'll go up there. Might be in my range.
Motorboating.
Yeah.
I forgot to post a link to the debate. And the other debate that Jeffrey J. Lauder gave, it was one of those extended debates where, you know how written debates, you release a statement and then you have a week to respond to that statement, and then you have a week to respond to that, and then only instead of just it being written, they also recorded their responses. And then Reasonable Doubts took all that and put it in, like, spliced it all together so you can listen to it all at once. It's probably has the most, like, it has so much information in that debate from both sides too. Like the other guy, he didn't win, but I think he did better than what people are saying he's done. But
I put a link in the side chat.
Yeah, is that to that Phil?
I think so.
Man, I had a chance to freaking pimp my, what's it called?
Ride?
Pimp my ride, pimp my blog that I never update.
What's the link you posted, Amon?
The debate between Jeffrey J. Lauder and Phil Fernandez that Jeff was talking about.
Mina must have taken like a really long bath.
Jack, do you mean because I did a lot of work on a very like gross site today? Is that why I would have taken a long bath?
No, I was thinking that, you know, after an orgy that lasted several days, that would be the first thing you would want to do.
Well, I only wish that my life was like as colorful as the way you describe it, Jack.
Or at least rinse off it. I mean,
You know what that's an example of, Mina, you saying that?
What's that?
That's an example of not merely willing to do, but like to
do. Fair enough.
hey, am I less robot-y?
Yep.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, you sound good now.
So what does Commando think of all that stuff?
It's all a part of your paradigm.
Well, stuff. I wasn't even focusing. Sorry, I was listening to music.
Oh. Well, I just poured my heart out to you. Oh, you think it's funny?
But was there a topic though?
Was there a topic?
The topic was inference to the best explanation.
And science and all that jazz.
Yeah. I mean,
So
that's
religion,
kind of
then.
just, kind of the issue is, like, the main approach, especially to intelligent design, the main approach that's found on G+ is just straight showing how much more you know about science. What's up?
Right, but why do you entertain such boring arguments for quote unquote intelligent design? Like the people, you know, who argue for that position are neither intelligent nor do they understand design.
Mm-hmm.
Truly, because they ascribe design to a deity, which is an incoherent concept. So why do you entertain such arguments?
Well, they try not to officially.
That's the other thing. They try not to. But it's also, when it's someone like true empiricism who's just mean-spirited and smug, it's so fun to show that they're wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, it's very petty, but like I love arguing with people. It's just really fun. Like when Darwin's deity is being a dick, it's fun just to.
I saw some of his hangout today.
His own or him in here?
It was his own. There was a couple earlier today, I think. But I caught the second hour.
JJ found an idiot hangout earlier today to look at.
I did listen. Nobody I knew, some new person he was apparently showing the ropes to. Her first hangout, maybe. It was weird. But before that,
to be topless. What?
Before that, he was arguing with MMA guy.
Oh yeah.
About they were arguing about whether or not you could scientifically prove the universe, the uniformity of nature. That's what it was. With the scientific method, because you can't even observe the uniformity of nature, because you can't observe everything that is physical. It was just an asinine argument.
Like anything
Over
that
nothing.
involves, the scientific method is usually an asinine argument.
Well, come on.
Commando.
Oh no, go on. Go ahead. Tell me all about it. We can talk about Darwin's deity later. Or you can just watch it if you want. But, yeah, anyway. That's what they're arguing about. That, well, he said that without science we can't know anything. We can only know anything through science, through the scientific method.
And who said that?
MMA artist guy, whatever his name is.
Okay.
Guy with the Monsanto shirt sometimes. Or no,
we
no,
can
no.
only know things through the scientific method.
That's not who that is, though. Who's the guy with the Monsanto shirt?
I think it is MMA.
Yeah.
Is it? Okay. I get him and somebody else confused sometimes.
You fucking would.
There
is someone who I also think I get confused as well. Him and I,
You're just a mess.
What?
JJ's a mess.
I am.
Wearing scuba gear when you're not underwater. Dogs living with cats.
Can you prove he's not underwater?
I thought I was underwater.
He hasn't drowned yet.
Maybe I was floating over the water. That's what it was. I was floating over the water and wearing a scuba mask. Yeah, and a beard, I think, or dog ears, or I don't know, something else. It's always three things.
Well, you see. Oh, you missed it, JJ, because I just had to change my icon. But I had a House of Cosby icon.
Oh, you already changed it?
Yeah, I already changed it, though, because Cliff called me the Antichrist, so I think I needed to document that.
The anti-Cosby. Antichrist Cosby.
There was like evil Cosby.
I know. Maybe that's
Oh,
it.
you watched them all, not just the first one?
Oh yeah, I watched them all. It took 20 minutes. Come on.
Yeah, it's pretty short.
Yeah, but they're layered.
I also binge watched The Brink. That was kind of funny. Some Jack Black and As If Mendy, whatever his name is. Anyway.
You know,
and I started watching another show.
They also have the first episode of House of Cosby's with commentary.
Yeah, I saw that. I didn't watch any of those. I thought it wasn't. I don't know if I could handle commentary, and I have to watch it again.
Oh my god!
The first watching hasn't even sunk in yet. Come on.
You sound like the robot that was on Jabba, who was in charge of the other robots in Jabba the Hutt's palace.
Yeah.
That's what you sound like right now.
Isn't that 99?
You know, in like that robot torture chamber.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah. What you know which robot it is?
I think it's 99.
It's not that clever a name. I got a Chromebook, but I'm waiting for it in the mail. My what's its nuts? My MacBook is just dying. I only have Firefox open, and you can start a fire with.
How old is it?
2011.
Why would you get that?
The Chromebook?
Yeah.
Because I only use. I do everything in the browser. I use Google Docs. And
no. Why did you get such an old one?
No, I've had it since 2011.
Oh.
What the fuck?
I thought you were getting.
I just bought it, and I'm like, nah, I'm not doing this. Nah, bad call on my part. I mean, it was like $20 or something, but it's not like.
Fine.
It sucks because I want to read the YouTube chat, but that means I have to have YouTube open, and I can stop the feed. I can stop the video, but my computer's like, no, you have two things that are video-y happening. You can't do that. This isn't. You're not like. This isn't like some super computer. You can only do one video thing at a time. And I'm like, well, you're a dick, computer.
You could try buying more RAM for
it. The computer's dying.
It's dying. I mean, it's not that expensive.
How much is it, actually?
I can look it up. Forgot exactly.
Like right now, it's gonna probably take a minute for me to even check if you posted a link and decide. But that's also because I'm applying for something, so maybe that's the other issue. Ah, crap. Finally get to the thing, and I cut and paste. I wanted to cut and paste the email, but it didn't copy the email, so I just cut and paste the Jeffrey J. Louder debate. So I guess it's going to whoever has that has naturalism versus theism as their email. Hopefully they'll hire me. Oh, did I fucking...
Good luck, buddy.
I don't think I'll get it, and it's in Oakland. But it's for the National Center for science education.
I'm praying for you. Yeah, I think I'm going to go back to watching more Daisy videos.
Watching more what videos?
Daisy.
Oh, Daisy. There we go. Okay.
Daisy
I'm like,
standalone videos.
Daisy's your new chatterbait love?
Yeah, it's good for laughs.
I'll start calling you 99. Fuck.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll come back later.
Why, it's freaking rocking in here.
Not enough idiots.
Well, the leader was in here earlier. You missed out on Matt Bell. Go and watch whatever the fuck you were gonna.
No,
Sorry, I'm keeping you.
Yeah,
I caught the end of it, though. He even muted me a couple times.
Fuck off.
I think he tried to block you also, JJ. I don't like. It seemed like he was trying to block somebody at one point as well.
He did block Jack.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, he was trying to block Jack. My God.
That's a kickable offense.
And he was thus kicked.
That's how Darwin's deity was first kicked. I think he blocked, of all people, Cliff.
Right. Well, G-Mon has me blocked, I think.
Well, did you see his latest, or the bullhorn thing?
I was there.
Oh, yeah, that's right, you were. He was like, who are you?
That was good.
That. Yeah.
What's up?
I remember him confronting JJ because if he doesn't know you, he's got to like size you up. So he only has one method of doing that, and it's, who are you?
You know who confused him for a long time is Ocean. His pagan ways.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I thought that was funny that if you didn't know who I was, what I said didn't matter. In fact, I haven't even watched what he was doing here. Did he make a video about that?
Fiona made it. She made like a 11-minute video showing just like one of my friends who was like,
yeah, I haven't seen that.
He like hurt Jade's ears, and you could see how visibly upset Drag was.
Mm-hmm.
And Drag even was like, I'm going to ask you nicely.
Yeah.
Like, conceding earlier, I was asking like an asshole, but I really don't want you to do that. And just G-Man's, I mean, yeah, he's the only one in the room, and yet he gets, I think True Empiricism gets the most crap. It's inversely proportional for how much he gives back, whereas G-Man gives back a lot. But G-Man was just it was. There's just like a mean-spiritedness to it. I don't know.
I'll just praise Fiona for making that record. So, if anybody ever says, can you bring a device into a Hangout that is, completely verboten for good reasons later on, and you really have a good example of somebody completely out of control, and even going beyond the pale, and then, you know, bringing something like that in, and then laughing because people are saying he seriously was hurting people's hearing, you know. So, you know, just it's you know, it's things G-Man does all the time, but piled up really high. You know, which will never change anything about G-Man, of course, but you know, it'll be a handy reference on, okay, what's the worst possible behavior you can imagine in a hangout? Well, we have this buffoon on a megaphone.
Yeah. No, G-Man is insane. I don't. He's a beyond idiot, in my opinion.
Who are you?
Oh, I'll have to talk to him again, I guess, and remind him.
I told you, like, the Ocean just, he's not an atheist, but he's disagreeing with me. But he's not a liberal Christian. And he's not a Catholic. I don't like them.
Yeah.
Well, no, he could just as easily call Ocean a demon worshiper.
You know, G-Man gave me, I don't think he meant it to be a compliment, but he gave me what I thought was a compliment when I debated him. He said I gave, like, in my response to him, he's like, that was a fire hose of, and usually when I listen back to me, I get a bit frustrated with how slow I talk, and so I felt pretty slick that I was able just to, I mean, I think that I actually did that very well, because I took one of his arguments and made it an argument for my case, and I made it so he had to defend an argument that he didn't present in his opening. And it's like, I don't think I'll ever be able to do that again.
Well, it's always a possibility. I mean, when you look at G-Man, his knowledge of many topic is incomplete. You know.
That's almost a compliment for G-Man.
Yeah.
It's incomplete.
Yeah, that's vaguely complimentary to such a person. Yeah.
Yeah, he does this whole through Hebrews 11, I accept Christianity based on faith, but because he's into presuppositional apologetics, he doesn't know anything about the actual arguments for Christianity. He just thinks he can be uncharitable, and which was pretty much his whole tactic. But the thing is, he said, I believe it on faith. And so because of that, I was able to say, well, in 1 Corinthians 15, what's his dick says, if Jesus didn't rise, then your faith is null and void. And he didn't present the resurrection argument. And so I made it so he had to.
But I can only guess that in G-Man's mind, he can discount that because he knows there's nothing that's going to contradict what he believes about the Bible in the Bible. You know, you're just confused, or you're purposely trying to confuse him.
He didn't even. He tried to. I think he forgot that he was going for a presupper apologetic, because he then came back and tried to, later JJ, he then came back and tried to give an evidential case. I don't know. I've been talking about debating too much now. I feel like I'm being self-centered.
No, you can do it. I mean, you did have something notable, which was a debate that managed to have a little more substance than your typical G-Man, you know, G-Man participating in a debate type of debate. You know.
Yeah, I felt like people, I mean, yeah, he's not a great debater, but I feel like the people who go up against him, it's just to crap on him. And every once in a while, I think he needs to run into someone who's a bit more serious about it, I guess.
Yeah, for variety's sake. I mean, I want to see the G-Man show once in a while. I don't care whether he, thinks it's some sort of debate. That doesn't matter to me. But occasionally, I want to see something amusing. And usually, with G-Man, if he has some sort of thing where he thinks a lot of his own argument, that half the time he can get himself really embarrassed. So, that's what I look for.
Yeah. I mean, he kicked me out of the Hangout. And so the top comment on the debate is me saying, who kicks the opponent out of a debate?
Yeah. G-Man does. He is our special little buffoon that he gets to break all the rules.
I think where Nadia is right now is getting more interesting. Godless Girl is in there.
Well, okay, you're talking about G-Man's Hangout, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's still going on. That looked like a really good mix of volatile people.
Hi, that's right. Amy Wood calls me Joe Nut. I'm starting to think it's not endearing. It's not for endearing reasons.
G-Man, he sort of reminds me of a headless chicken. He's still running around, blood gushing out and just crazy running around.
Mm-hmm.
That's sort of what G-Man is. Like he's aimless. He just wants to react because he is reacting.
It was kind of weird when he kissed his Bible in the video. There was something a bit more to that kiss. Do you think he dated a Bible?
I would, yeah. A discussion on him fetishizing his Bible, yeah. That would get quite dark quite quick.
I can't believe Godless is in here.
She can get into more of a fight with. Avon, I don't think we can hear you.
You can't?
Oh, I can.
Holy shit, we can hear you. I thought that it
you're
looked
good.
like you were talking. Maybe it's delayed.
Probably.
Actually, yesterday she came in when I started talking about Muslim talk. When I brought up our struggles in Iraq and whatever. I think
One
her
of G-Man's
ears.
or Nadia's?
What was that?
One of G-Man's or Nadia's?
No, here in Nadia's room. Oh, okay. You just have to get the Muslim talk going, and she's she's right there.
Summon her.
Just say a sentence with the word Muslim in it, and Godless gives you that special performance.
Yeah, just be a Muslim sympathizer, and she'll be here in no time.
Yeah.
I was saying how we were how we got out of Iraq. The reason for us why we got out. We couldn't say this for the longest time, but the reason was because in the Gulf War, when America started, when George Bush's father started attacking in Iraq, the Kurds supported America, and my father was vehemently against Saddam, and so he was a reporter on the news.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's a very passionate person. So he was railing against him. So the problem was when the contract was over and the troops and Clinton was instated and the troops were going back home. well, then Saddam was looking for people to, well, he was looking for the weakest dog to beat up, so sort of the Kurds were it. And so my father was one of those people who was against him, and so if we had stayed, we would have probably killed our whole family. And so yeah, that's why we sort of left out of Iraq. I mean, for the longest time, we couldn't say anything to anyone because, yeah, my father was. I mean, he was right. He was right to get us out of there. It was a very untenable situation, and there were a lot of other also Kurds who were like sort of sympathizing with Saddam purely for economical reasons or selfish reasons because he had placed like embargoes on the people, and when people are being squeezed, they're much more willing to divulge information or be cooperative. But
right.
They would have given up my father for sure if it meant that they would have basic needs met like sugar and milk and meat and just. So yeah, it was a very tough situation. He still has his old broadcast like of him. Yeah. That's another life though.
Yeah. Does any of your family feel like it's changed enough that anybody in your family could go back?
Actually, it's gotten worse. ISIS has begun to make things much, much worse. Even my aunt recently, she came here. She has a double nationality. She intends to stay here probably indefinitely for the time being because of the conflict there. Yeah, and yeah, we can get all our family here. I mean, we still have some who prefer to live in Iraq, but because they grew up there. But yeah, it's really craziness. They're starting to blow up bombs in the freaking grocery stores and whatever. I mean, you can't live like that. Yeah. Yeah, when you're raising kids, and she has now 3 kids, so she's very concerned about her own kids. Yeah, it's. I mean, my father and mother, they at one point wanted to go back, but yeah, it's always like a circus. It's always something is going on. Someone is beheading someone. Someone is, it's just insanity. It's always been Iraq. It's always been so violent. Since anyone can remember. Yeah, it's crazy. I don't think I'm going back ever. I've thought about it, but I'm probably not going back.
Well, it's a shame. I hope someday things change enough that people can feel like they can go back there. I think it's going to take an independent band. But that even seems like it's years away.
That's a pipe dream. That's never going to happen.
Well,
an independence. It most likely will be like part of the country, but like sort of independent, but not really. It's gonna be more like that. They're never gonna let it be alone. There are too many natural resources they don't want to give up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, that's never gonna happen.
Yeah.
Sort of like Luxembourg in freaking here. It's sort of its own place, but it's not. Yeah, it's sort of gonna be like that probably.
Yeah. Opposite ends of the spectrum of violence too. So, but.
Yeah, I mean it was the most peaceful place in the whole of Iraq. It was very westernized. Everything was going swell, but yeah, then you can only keep the unrest contained in one area, away from another for so long, and that's sort of what happened. And yeah, I mean, I can understand the other people's why they are so upset and angry and joining ISIS and everything. You know, I mean, right now they are lacking electricity, they're lacking water because the infrastructure is failing, because the politicians were playing dirty games. They were not really looking out for the well-being of the people, and they were using the oil money to further their own means, and that alone can foster hatred and anger, and get people to join ISIS. I mean, when you're in an extreme position, you look for extreme solutions. Just like 9/11, when Bush, started the war, that was sort of an extreme solution. People all over the world are the same, and so that's what sort of happens. They feel hopeless and helpless, and some group comes along and tells you, "Hey, we can really help you," and and it sounds very attractive. And that's sort of what happens, and that's how they grow their numbers by increasing the unrest and spreading fear. You either join them or you die. That's sort of their slogan.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, and like, don't mistake it. These people are very violent. Like they don't mess around. These ISIS members, they are very, very violent. They grew up all their lives in very, very poor conditions and war and just. But if it was like you met these people, they were just like normal people.
Well, yeah.
It's just.
If you're like me and have no sympathy at all for anyone that would be in ISIS or anything, but you could understand that when somebody who's fighting on all fronts like ISIS is, and they come in and be very violent, you acquiesce. You just quit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. Yeah, it's giving up under the threat of violence it's very easy to do.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very easy thing. It's a very alluring actually thing. Just having that safety and giving up. It's very, very tempting to do.
Mm-hmm.
That's what a lot of people do mostly. Very few actually resist. But just it's really in the right context. In the right context, people can do anything. They can be forced to do anything, and they will do anything.
Mm-hmm.
We've been shown this time and time again. In the friggin' concentration camps, they were just, dragging children's bodies out of the friggin', into the furnace and out of the furnace. It was like nothing for them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and like when they get back into the normal civilization, they sort of realize what they've done, and now comes the PTSD because now they are in another context.
Yeah.
But at the time, it's amazing what you can make people do. And the potential for people to be very brutal is it's very amazing. Like people can be very, very brutal, and they don't necessarily have to lack any empathy or anything. They can be just normal people, just like you or me. You just have to sort of justify it. That's all you have to do in order to do anything. Justify it, and you can do it, and there's nothing stopping you.
I have to wonder if there doesn't seem to be anybody really fighting the big fighters against ISIS. Assad and his Russian allies, and Iraq and their American allies. I mean, can you imagine where we get some sort of eventual peace where we just give the territory to ISIS?
Yeah, I wonder about that. I think eventually we'll have to do something like that, where we can sort of keep a sort of facade. We can say, hey, this is ISIS, and it's like the communists. For the longest time, they were pretending to be still the communists of the old days, But in all actuality, that was not. I mean, they died long ago, and vote for the Communist Party, and it's like, sort of keeping a facade. I can see sort of something like, but I can't see the ISIS as it is now. It would have to be the heads of the groups would have to be much more peaceful. Would have to not resort to these violent tactics as often. I think only then.
Well, maybe something that's like at the level right now that ISIS isn't fighting Assad and the Russians right now. But the ISIS do that for everybody.
Right. But they're like loose groups. They're loosely connected.
Yeah.
It's sort of not really any solid. That's what makes them so effective. So then you're fighting a guerrilla war.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know where the hell to go. They don't really have a base, and if they do have one, they have several. And and you don't know really where, and you have to. And they sort of, the really effective thing what they do is they hide amongst the common people, and so then even if you do kill those ISIS members, even if you do shell their base, they hide amongst normal people, and so then you have a lot of collateral damage. And so what this collateral damage does is foster hatred against you. What you've done is you killed someone's father, you've killed someone's mother, you've killed someone's sister, brother, niece, nephew, whatever. And so now you are making the next generation of ISIS. And then now, this is sort of a cycle that continues forever. This is very ingenious.
Well, I mean, I want to give props to any guerrilla movement that fights on the long term and everything, but maybe just in my reading of history, eventually, if you have one good successful starving period, that solves, that solves your problem if you're fighting against a guerrilla army.
What would you say? I'm sorry, I
was just saying, trying to imagine a really bad situation where really ISIS just loses power because they can't finance their war and people are starving around them.
Right.
Not saying I want that to happen or I see that happening in Syria, but if you take my account of history, that's usually how wars end with a guerrilla army. They can't even suspend a guerrilla campaign.
Right. It's sort of like embargo wars. Putting the restrictions on them. Mm-hmm. Well, in my experience, there is enough hatred for the West and enough alienation to where these people are not like us. They are very how should I say, they're very, because they are so different, you can sort of demonize them much more easily. Hey, look at their women, they're dressed so scantily clad, look at their homosexual acceptance and all these things, and all it really takes is putting it in the right context. And so even if they are starving, you only need to put it, you only need to frame it right. And if you can frame it right, you can shift the blame to where you want. And usually it's very easy to put it on the West, and then if the West does put embargoes on them, and you'll foster even more hatred. That's what usually happens, because it's these people, they're not afraid to die. That's one thing. They're not afraid to die for what they believe. They will do it. I mean, that's another big difference.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, they believe that when they die, they go to heaven. They believe in an afterlife. This is just I mean, that's what they really believe. This is just to wipe their feet off.
Okay.
This place. But yeah. Yeah, if we can, what you said about economical wars, we just have to find a way to really reason with the people and yeah, put it in the right context as to why we're doing it. Just the embargoes alone probably will make it worse. That's what's going to do it if we don't put it in the right context.
Yeah.
But it's, yeah, I mean, right now we're seeing what's happening, what you're talking about, and it's making things worse.
Well, I mean, I would say an embargo, has its least effect at the beginning of it, and I'll also say, there's an embargo that people can have that has no effect because all it does is different parties come in with a lot more supplies because there's a lot of stuff to sell in that area. For instance, oil.
Right.
For me, it's I think the probably I'm thinking of a way of saying something really horrible, and then I don't want to say it, so I
Oh, go ahead. I'm not really sensitive. Go ahead.
For me, it would take four parties. It would take the Assad government, the Iraqi government, the Turkish government, and the Saudi government, and they could end this war a lot sooner than anything else I could imagine. But none of those parties would be likely to coordinate anything.
Oh yeah, they are actually bitter enemies.
Yeah.
They are. Even the Iranians, they are not really fond of each other.
Well, I consider the Iranians, any policy they have is being enacted by the Iraqi government at large. And I feel like that's something that's been true for many, many years.
I mean, the reality is the leaders, they realize that this is all a political game for them and a way for them to gain more power.
Yeah.
That's all it is to the people on the top. They realize that this is all a game they're playing, and they're trying to put it in the right context so they can vilify this. Hey, this is the bad guy, and hey, this is the good guy.
Yeah.
And sort of manipulate the gears. They know that this is going on, but so that's why this is never going to happen. They will never give up their own power in order to come together. That's never going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Plus the people won't accept it. There's way too many differences and way too many grievances from the past. And
so do you and I see the potential for a decade from now that the only solution of anything is going to be because they probably depopulate the region of where they're fighting?
How do you mean?
I really imagine that when I say the four big powers that I mentioned and everything, when they all work to the ends that they want, it's just going to end up that the area between them that ISIS controls is just going to end up being depopulated.
Oh yeah, you mean the people are going to flee from those regions?
Yeah,
is what you mean.
They're going to flee and they're going to be dead.
Well, I do think that this ISIS thing is untenable. You can't really keep it going on for too long. It may be 5 years, maybe 10 years, maybe 20 years, but eventually it's going to die down. It's never, so long as you have the other one, so long as you have the enemy, so long as you have someone to blame, you have a cause to form a group around, and that's what ISIS is.
Mm-hmm.
It's sort of everything that is against the West. It's everything that is against Western values.
Yeah.
That's why they are so strong. And if that goes away, so will they. So will they lose their power. They will lose their common enemy.
So if I would take a real cynical approach here, I'd say, fine, let ISIS exist. They'll show the worst frickin' things that you possibly can about the group of people who reject Western values.
Right. Yeah. They're gonna. Yeah. They will. I'm sure they will die out. Their position is way too extreme. Yeah.
So if I have this attitude where I see, people in this particular party of my own country, the good old USA, about how big of a threat ISIS is supposedly to America, I can just say, I haven't given a shit about ISIS. I don't give a shit about ISIS. As far as I'm concerned, ISIS will never affect this country that much.
Oh yeah. They can't do shit. No, they can't. The United States has, let's see, the largest army, I think double than what the world has, the rest of the world. Just in means in terms of firepower, in terms of soldiers and everything. It's nobody can touch it. It's never gonna happen. And the people are armed to the teeth, so forget it. You got grandma, in her what is it called? For the fat people that can't walk, and she's carrying like a freaking desert eagle with her. If they, if she can take them out, then forget it.
Okay.
It's never gonna happen.
So if somebody accuses me of being an isolationist, I can say, hey, Palm backed me up on this.
Well, you don't have to be isolationist. Just don't meddle in their affairs. That's all it is. Just do your own thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's not really being an isolationist. Just don't be,
Yeah.
Just leave it alone.
Well, I just say there's parts of the world I'm more concerned about and wish my government was more, more concerned about, and there's pretty much a large part of the world that I think the United States government's doing a good job for showing its concern, and then there's some areas of the world I just wish we really step back and let everybody know we're just stepping back. Anybody else want to step in here? You go right ahead.
Yeah, you do kind of look like the Big Lebowski. Oh my God.
Love those White Russians.
Oh, hey, OG.
OG.
Oh, my little friend is awake, by the way. He's sipping on his water. So my
Mina.
Go ahead, Jack.
I'm just wondering if Mina is there.
Yeah, I'm here, Jack. What's up?
Have you dressed up in a maid's outfit?
In a maid's outfit?
Have you done that?
No, but I had like a nurse thing once.
Oh, a nurse uniform. You did that?
Yeah.
And what about the schoolgirl?
The schoolgirl, not like what you wanted with the braces, but there's been like schoolgirl babysitter things in the past, yeah.
You had the skirt? The schoolgirl skirt? You
Yeah.
have?
Yeah, I told you. I used like one of my friends' like Catholic school uniforms.
And what about you? Well, Santa's little helper, that's going a little far out, right?
Yeah, that's pushing it.
But you would do it.
Sure, if it,
If somebody got you the outfit.
Yeah.
All right,
It
I'll
could
try
be
to think of some others. But that's all for now.
Okay, good. That sounds good.
All right, Nadia thinks we need an opposing viewpoint here, so we need we need a contest to see who will leave and let somebody come in who will give us a good argument.
Huh.
Commando, go.
He's the only theist, I think.
I ain't even a theist though. Like I don't think that I know shit. I just know shit. Like,
Oh my goodness, Commando. Say something else.
well, it's true though, when like theism is just like a theory or some sort of theology behind what it is you think you understand. Like, I just don't bother with that shit because I make knowledge claims. So.
I don't think I know shit. I just know.
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay, we got to do better than that. Yeah. Okay, I'm just going to throw this out there, and it will also fail. But has anybody at any point, while listening to Shamos, heard him say something that they agreed with, that you think, well, it'll have to be me, that you think I would disagree with? So, no, I need to forget everything I just said. Has anybody ever supported anything that Shamos said and would like to repeat it right now?
I mean, Shamos says things that are correct sometimes.
He's right about like the historical person that the Jesus myth is based on being divine. He's right about that.
You know what they say? They say that a stopped clock is right twice a day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's where I would say, okay, I'd have to take an opposing point of view, but nobody knows me, so they can't say, okay, Shamos believes in this, and, yada, we know you don't believe this, so we have an argument. See, and I would agree that, a lot of things that Shamos says, he's really dependent on you agreeing with him about everything he believes about divinity. So, where do we go from there?
I feel that his debating skills are among the best. As far as the theists go, I wouldn't point to any particular argument, but one thing that I feel that he's been entirely in error on is his opinion that estimation that Matt Bell is a great debater. Even better than others. Because I didn't see that today. I don't know if you saw things play out. By the way, I'm OG Baninsky. Good to meet you, yada yada thing.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I've been around when you've been around.
I've seen you around. I haven't been introduced formally or whatever. But hello. But I'm a big fan of Shamos. Have been since the start. He's one of the first people that I saw here, and I've only been here several months, so I'm not coming at it with any kind of erudite opinion or anything such. But as I learn and go, I like his arguments and find them compelling because of the passion he exhibits. I've thought to myself that if I were to have a lawyer, one of these guys be a lawyer, he'd be a top consideration.
Yeah.
To defend me. Because the fucker gets impassioned and manipulates with emotion.
Yeah.
And watch guys fall for it all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And he won't even admit it, even coyly. He's just, maybe sometimes. I don't think I do, but I guess maybe I'm accused of being manipulative or whatever, but fuck it, And he doesn't really acknowledge it, but truth be known, he's got it down.
Well, yeah, and that's why I find him interesting too. But I'd like him to be, just show a little more courage than, all that courage he shows while he goes on and on and on and on. I would like him to, find somebody to mediate, and then hear him present his argument. I just think, there's an intelligence there, there's a sanity there that I want to see more of, but then what I mostly see is the going on and on and on and on.
He may need to stare atheism really squarely in the face.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's I'm a lot older than him, and I have some of the, I don't know, after effects, baggage, and everything of a theist, and consider myself in the Pascal's wager type of sense as perhaps a foxhole, maybe theist myself, but I'm not going to be happy with my worldview until I can look at, I guess, my worldview my God, if such, if that becomes necessary, and look at it with clear eyes. And I want to listen to a lot of what others have to say.
Yeah, and I really believe that it's in the realm of possibility that when Shamos finally presents something new, it'd be something I'd be particularly interested in. You know, but the second thing I would say that bugs me about him is anytime after he's gone on at quite a spell, you pinpoint the one or two things you say, well, here's where shit goes south on you on what you just said. His automatic response is, but hold it. You know how when I was going on and on and on and on, this part that I always repeat, well, let me repeat it right now. Now, you're going to think this has nothing to do with it, but believe me, I'm going to keep on going on and on and on, and you're going to forget you asked that question. There.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I think he is a better debater by far than Matt Bell, and needs to give himself credit for that.
Mm-hmm.
And because Shamos, in all of his debating, the difference between him and some of the other theists is, I'm certainly convinced, Shamos is on a quest for knowledge. He's still thirsty and searching. Mm-hmm. And I like Matt Bell, that fucking clam hole on his forehead, that's a door fucking button shut tight right now.
Oh, yeah.
And to just sit there and take people apart on point, you go back and forth with a guy. Matt Bell could learn so much today from young, well, I shouldn't say young, from Tom and some others and Jack, and to not even open up his fucking mind to talk to Jack over some perceived insult. This is, mind you, the theist and Christian and fucking Calvinist that doesn't know whether he is or not, I guess, that I've heard say every filthy freaking thing you could even imagine to Nadia, to the room host, to other people. And what bothers me even more still was he had kind of been presented to me as, this is King Kong of this realm or milieu or whatever you call it in terms of theist debaters. So having been a theist most of my life, I was completely distressed by his pugnacious and fucking polemic attacks on people. I thought he was drunk and out of his mind the few times I met him. But what I felt most bothered me about Matt Bell, and I hope he hears this, is that I don't even mind that kind of shit at all. If somebody is even bullshitting me, deceiving me, but they're doing it and they're kind of going later, yeah, you got you, OG, and I can laugh and we can laugh together. To have somebody feel like, again, this might be my theistic tendency or whatever, but I felt like he was actually spiritually dishonest with me a time or two.
Well,
it's hard to describe that feeling, but I could tell you what happened.
Yeah.
It was a situation. Oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I had a situation where I was early in the room and had occasion to speak with Matt, had a couple of differences of opinion here or there. I guess he must have decided right away he didn't like me, maybe because I talked slowly or I had gone to too many fucking up and down too many daisy trails or whatever. But he at some point he was really talking about Calvinism, and I asked him, oh, so you follow, he wouldn't admit to it, but I said, Jean Calvin, the French lawyer or whatever, being raised Catholic, I'm going to go off on Calvin, right? And but he started talking, and somewhere in that conversation, something came up about mercy and grace and things like that, and he told me that he was a doctor. He told me that he was a doctor. To me, now, that's a fucking healer. And he let me run with that for 5 or 10 minutes until later on when he started talking about damnation, his Calvinistic roots really came out, and told me he didn't care how few or how many people went to hell. He didn't care whether he went to hell. Now, keep in mind, this is the spiritual part of me that tweaked out on that, dude.
Yeah.
I felt bad for him. I thought, I honestly was, I will tell you this will sound, where I was at in my life at that time or whatever, my fucking eyes watered. I thought, how could you think that way about your creator and even fucking care to obey him? How could you feel that way about your creator when you're a healer? Don't think that way. And then he goes, fuck off, I'm lying, I'm not a doctor. I thought, dude, that's fucking horrible. What you just did to me was, you manipulated me because I'm a smaller-minded guy. All right, that's, you know, but that you can call that whatever you want, but I don't want to know your God. I don't want to know that motherfucker.
Bellin's never going to change. He's always going to come in, and he will use his intelligence to do dishonest, purposely manipulate people, and he will laugh in your face when you catch him. And to me, it's like if someday Matt Bell puts himself in a different situation that he has yet to do, I'll consider him something better than a coward, and I think his intelligence will be put to be better use. But until then, he's a piece of shit.
I wish I could defend him. The best thing I could say is that he does bring some cogent points in from time to time, and there are times when I actually feel a bit edified by his conversation. I want to plug for the guy. That's that other part of that baggage that I'm carrying along. I want to kind of find myself wanting to see the theists bring up their game a little bit, right? But I don't know why. I have no dog in the race or anything. So it's just baggage, I'm sure.
Yeah. Well, it's if you hang out here and do this hangout thing long enough, you'll see that your moderate Christians can talk a wide variety of subjects, and the radicals are always going to be disruptive, and when you get them to agree to limitations where they can't pull the usual bullshit, it's not interested to them, and they just fade away until they can find somebody who will let them get away with all their bullshit.
Oh, thanks for the heads up. Are you Frank? Did I have it right? No, I got you. I'm sorry. Yada yada.
Yada yada, or Don, if you know me.
Yeah, I'm steering through things, so I'm just kind of find myself. I'm at the point now where I'm just furiously scrubbing through wiki pages and shit like that, and I have a nice little kind of a search engine, thankfully, that one of the guys here loaned me, Eamon, I think, and because the ideologies, I hear them talking about, say, intentionalism, and I don't know whether it's with a T or an S.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to find out, okay, is intentionalism, man, that's got some quantum shit to it, right? When I think about the double slit thing, and I'm looking for some grounding, and to me that, wow, there's a metaphysical thing, and now is Einstein's, his final fucking proposal becomes irrefutable, the guy becomes godlike to me, not in a big G sense of the word. But he saw this last thing, remember, and what people were beating him on, if you go back and look at the videos even a year ago, is the observance of gravity, them claiming the non-existence of gravity, and trying to debunk his some of his special theories on that, and now he's right. So I'm thinking, wow, and he's the one that created this quantum, or I mean, foresaw this quantum world, whether he argued with people about it or not.
I guess the only thing I'd say about intentionalism, or any time somebody brings up a concept from philosophy, if they tend to want to focus on stuff that I think is much better explained by your high school and college physics, I'd really rather listen to somebody who wants to talk about the concept of intentionalism and just stay in philosophy.
I don't know. You see, I don't know how to do that yet. I don't have that discipline yet or knowledge, so that's kind of where I'm at, is limping along and trying to catch up. And I think it'll take me a good couple of years before I really know what some of you fuckers are even talking about.
Well, a lot of different concepts, and I'm going to include intentionalism, is very multifaceted, and I have my suspicions that once you know what you're talking about, you can kill the conversation off by taking the specific topic and apply it to something like physics, which I'll allow myself. I have most of the time I'm just going to allow, because I can't make people stop talking about what they want to talk about. But I really just see it as a way as, okay, this person wants to kill the conversation off here. You know, if we're discussing something that I solely consider concepts that people hold in their neurologically in their in their brain, or if you prefer to say mind, yeah, talk about it that way, because I don't. I'm not going to find intentionality because because quantum. You bring something up about quantum mechanics.
Yeah, it's certainly way the hell out of my bailiwick. Yeah, I've got to start with the basics and remember those first.
Oh, well, that's the problem.
Because I'll be talking about this, and somebody will present with an axiom, and I'll have to think, okay, wait, is that a tautology, or I know the difference between a few things, but if I'm too busy racing forward, dude, I'm leaving fucking potholes and shit on the road that I'm building behind me. I can feel that already happening.
Yeah.
So I'm forgetting shit as fast as I learn it.
If I would suggest something, it's like if someone from the theist community really takes somebody on from another community, and you really see that the person that's not strictly from the theist community really says interesting stuff, study that. Just pick up the stuff that seems interesting, the stuff that you see generate interesting conversations, and what the hell, you might end up going off on a completely worthless tangent, but that would be my advice to somebody who wants to partake of this this mess that we have on our computers. Yeah.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
Right on.
I don't know. There's just a lot of different motivations. I feel like I'm here, and I'm being my good, responsible person, and not slurring my words or really being unimaginative, and that's because there's no liquor touching these lips and everything. So I'm here because I feel really guilty. The last time I was on here, I was drinking, and I don't think I've made the best representation. So I'm coming in here, and right now in a room that's really, really quiet. It's so quiet that I actually get to talk a lot, which I don't want. I want to hear somebody disagree with me. I really want that. I'm not going to get it. People who disagree with me avoid me, I think, for some reason.
Yeah. There may be good reason for it.
Mm-hmm.
So can I ask, get a hint about what your worldview might be then, or is that something you care to divulge, or?
Yeah, I can be very basic about it. When it comes to a lot of philosophical discussions, I take an agnostic stance. So that, and when it comes to discussions of gods or supernatural things or deities or anything, pretty straightforward agnostic. My position is I don't know, and I don't think you do either.
Oh, this is funny. You might be able to. Now you're gonna fucking shoot me in the head or gag when I say this.
Okay.
I just know it. But there I go. That's the fucking problem.
Yeah.
I just know it. Here's it's just Freudian slip.
Yeah.
I would consider myself, I guess, a moral skeptic, and have no regard for the rules and intricacies and stuff that people battle on and on about a perceived God or certain moral conditions, whether they exist in this world, that world, doesn't matter to me.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't say that I'm a nihilist. I'd just say that it doesn't matter to me.
Yeah.
But I'm stuck with this odd dilemma, and there's actually a stance for it somewhere that doesn't look all that ugly. It's not like a weak this or whatever stance that I have yet to find again. I saw it once that allows for somebody. This is a stage I'm in. Keep in mind that I'm on a quest to try to realign some of my thinking in the first place. But in my mind, I know of in my mind, I know there is a prime mover or whatever, or let's say a god, a deity.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't believe in it. I don't follow him. I don't seek him. She doesn't seek me. I suppose that if he did, I would know it because I feel like I would recognize it and say, "Oh yeah, what do you want?" And but I don't. It's a familial kind of feeling.
Yeah.
I was brought up Catholic, and I wonder if that's a big part of why, with the whole we are family kind of thing and all that, it's in there. But it's kind of that deep.
Can I give you my theory on all this?
Yeah.
A lot of people that end up in this specific time period talking on Google Plus and the Hangouts, there's a high correlation that former Protestants become atheists and former Catholics become agnostics. It's just my theory. I have no proof, but
an observation nonetheless. I'll buy that.
Okay.
I called myself an agnostic at first, and then I went to skeptic. I don't, but my beliefs, like I said, they're gonna. A week from now, you might go, "Who's this?" Because I keep kind of saying this, and it sounds stupid. My greatest freedom is freedom to change my mind.
Yeah.
Freedom to change my heart. Freedom to change my spiritual outlook if I want. That's my most cherished freedom. So what I want to be able to do at the end of the day, or years or whatever, is be able to look at things with what I feel is really, for once, a rational mind.
Yeah.
And I have yet to do that. And I'm getting on in years, so I've got to get with it.
Yeah. You and I stick around at this, and when people discount us, let's just hang in there and everything, and just hold to that idea about what we believe our search for knowledge is, that it's worthwhile, that we can't let people tell us that we're not worthwhile, just totally discount us because they've made a decision on how we explain ourselves. I think I had another thought I wanted to follow with it, but it's gone. So go ahead.
I know I sink any credibility I might have with you for a while in terms of an argument, but I will try to do is try to be honest with myself and with others, and even that is a challenge enough for me. Just realizing how there are many inflections and tones there are to that, and how many waves of what seem to be the zeitgeist of the moment, or popularity with this group or that group, and all those kind of things. I got to fucking figure out how to, be constrained from all of that, or free from all of that, as I do this, process anyhow. So, yeah, from time to time I might ask you a question or two, and I'm not usually. A lot of times when I do that, people think that maybe it's because my voice is louder. I have an older grandpa voice or something. Maybe they think that I'm challenging them, or that I'm necessarily making a claim. But if I'm making a claim, I will tell you I'm making a claim. Unless I'm farting around, I will tell you a claim. But otherwise, I'm not challenging somebody at this point.
Yeah,
I can't get that through a few heads.
About how your tone of voice is interpreted by other people. If it is interpreted that way, you can just say, if some aggression came out unconsciously, and you actually believe that, you can offer some sort of apology and then move on. It's also just basically a trick of people to, when you show an iota of emotion, they're right there to start to mock you.
Fine with me. I can take that. I can mock myself. I can laugh at myself the moment I catch myself being an idiot, and that's fine with me. But yeah, I'm talking about some people that just seem to want to use it as a voice, not so much. I don't know what their purpose might be. I wouldn't even describe it necessarily to being ornery or mean or anything. But to me, I can see that what they're doing when they start yelling and demanding me to repeat myself when I've already done it 3 or 4 times, is that they're just forcing their mind closed against anything that I'm talking about. So
maybe don't go immediately to that interpretation. There's also, let's just say it, there are some times where the emotional level of any room it's appropriate to give what you've been taking from the other person and let the emotional level rise up. And some people are just going to say, some people are always going to say, oh, you're just trying to have drama. Well, no, I am trying to raise this talk. Well, no, I'm not trying. I'm allowing this talk to raise up with some emotional content to it, rather than just a monotone classroom reading from the textbook. Oh, by the way, the thing I wanted to say that I couldn't remember before, I wanted to give praise to anybody who comes in here and says, that they themselves are here for some sort of change, because for most of my adult life, if anybody wanted to broach the boring subject that hardly anybody I know has ever broached, but asked, what did I think about religions? Most of the time, for most of my life, I would have told them I'm a deist, and it was from getting, listening to people on YouTube well, actually, it was a little. The change happened before the the Hangouts really became a thing, but I really thought to myself, examine myself, be honest with myself, and all of a sudden I said to myself, yeah, if I'm going to accept the label, I'm an agnostic. I'm
clear eyes. Yeah.
For every, I could still have an argument that I'm really a deist, but it's that type of deist that I would claim to after every time I would hear somebody who was a deist speak, and I'd say, I don't agree with that. So maybe somebody needs to bring me back to the Church of Deity, but right now I'm very comfortable with the label I have now.
Yeah, I mean, even Christianity might not be all that bad were it not for the Christians. I am afraid to get closer with any theist, or I'm going to keep them at a little bit of a distance, because I ain't joining no team. I don't want to. And also, like I said, I used to, if I had any experience, I wouldn't call it debate. It was just like this, just going out and engaging in bloodbaths. Was that I kind of used to engage a little bit in I wouldn't call it apologetics. It was more polemics.
Yeah.
And I never dared take on an agnostic agnostic. I certainly wouldn't take on an atheist. In fact, I was actually kind of frightened by him 10 years ago or so. But I would instead challenge people that were. There are some really virulent anti-Catholics out there, and I can understand why. But I would enjoy arguing and fighting with them. But it was it was more of a perversion than anything else.
Yeah. I'll just say this would be my recommendation. If you ever want to have that pure enjoyment of a bloodbath and everything, try to sneak into a discussion with Arcane Logos, because oh my God, if you just keep him talking long enough, you can find something that you'll just munch on. It's so thick and juicy in the wrongness of what he said, all I can say is, Arcane, keep on doing that, please. I want another chance to do that.
All right. I'll have to learn a thing or two.
Yeah. But there's wrong, there's spectacularly wrong, and then there's Arcane Logos wrong. It's just a sight to really just experience in real time. And I have my suspicion that a lot of flat earthers, if they could learn to be a little more open, they could become an Arcane Logos. But I haven't seen much of them do that. I just think it's a possibility if they open up just a little.
How we always are, taught to look for a reward, and people do things ostensibly, they might say, for altruistic reasons, but of course we know better. There's usually some ascribable motive, at least. And I wonder what the motive is on somebody that would choose to, except for to find followers or converts. I don't know what the motive would be for somebody to maintain such a impossible worldview.
Well,
you know, in the face of,
My theory is your willingness to accept bigger and bigger conspiracy theories. Right now, I do not know of anyone that accepts a bigger conspiracy theory than your typical flat earther.
It would require the cooperation of the Chinese government, the Soviet Union, France, Germany. You know, what are we talking about? A world conspiracy among those. But then we're told that there's just a few little, very powerful little puppeteers
that
have kept us going.
OJ, if I can interrupt and just answer Commander's question, if it was to me, Arcane was wrong about the Incas using mortar in their buildings, and if you ever locate wherever, actually I think it was off air most of the time, but he had this really strong feeling that the Incas used mortar, and it was so much fun showing him he was wrong. And this one from when he used to have that Olmec statue on his ID thing and everything, and he thought it was from Africa, and we told him where it was from, and that led to eventually him telling us about ancient aliens and a couple of conspiracy theories, and the Incas used mortar, and he knew that.
Well, I remember seeing photo that showed up because I was getting a lot of. I did link to him because I'd seen him in the chat, and he's never done anything or said anything that was untoward to me, and I wouldn't care if he did. But he's been a fairly nice guy to me, as far as I know. I don't know him that well, but I get lots and lots of stuff on my feed from him. I think I might have even had to unfriend him because it was like I'd have 50 of these posts or whatever that had these photos and stuff that offered some sort of mechanical evidence of a flat world or whatever it's called. And, but one of them was a picture of I want to say an Incan wall, and you could see the incredible joinery that was used on most of the wall. And there's this little patch job in the middle that used mortar. That looked like this Incan wall looked like it was it stood 500 or 800 years or 1,000, would stand 1,000 more. And this little thing looked like it might have been a 20-year-old patch job that wouldn't last another 20 years.
Well, that's specifically what we had a fun really showing how wrong he was, because that he brought that up with no identification or with no way we could look. So we kept him talking, and eventually we found out where it was from. And the picture was from a guy who destroyed an ancient Inca wall, and so he would have an access to his store. And then they came back, basically, find him and everything, and repaired the wall with scrap. And we had the picture, we had the article saying what it was, but he had originally started by just pulling a picture out of his ass, saying, "There's the mortar, there's the mortar," and it's like, no, let's show you how wrong you are.
Like, look immediately to the left on the wall, look immediately to the right on the wall, and look at the joinery there. You don't see any mortar.
Yeah. And also remember, it might have been 2 or 3 years down the road that he really believed that a lot of birds expelled air out their butts, and that's how they could fly. So that's a really old one. If you haven't been around long enough to know that, look that up. That is just so precious.
My gosh, jet engines.
Yeah.
Some sort of jet propulsion.
Because he had a claim that nobody could show him how wings work, and in fact, he knew that the wings weren't the part that made the bird fly. But that's old news. It's just wrong of me to bring that up. you know, he didn't quite hear it. His mic wasn't working. He didn't know what the other person was saying. You know, he never said that. You know.
Yeah, people were paying attention though. Apparently, when he did. So
yeah,
interesting. Like I've got no quarrel with him as long as he isn't a public school teacher.
Yeah.
You know, teaching my children or grandchildren.
I mean, I think most people feel like, you know, Arcane is always welcome back. With, it's just like, you know, many people, you know, in and out of the community, you know, makes a big production about him leaving and then he's back. You know, he just can't give us up. I didn't say that right. What was that phrase from Brokeback Mountain?
I'm not. How does he say?
How does he say?
I can't quit you. I think that's what it is.
Thanks, Mina.
Yeah. Thank you. There. Okay, let's pick on somebody else besides Arcane.
Mina, do you like Jake Gyllenhaal?
Yeah, he's really cool.
Fucking love
like him
that
as an
guy.
actor. Yeah.
He is bomb diggity. Oh.
Yeah, did you see that movie he was in recently, Nightcrawler? That was like a really good movie.
I bought it. I thought it was his acting in that was so bizarre. It was so good.
Yeah, it really was. Like he was like pretty psychotic in it, almost like that good, you know?
Oh yeah.
Pretty awesome. Yeah.
Then there's the one that he did with Eminem, the boxer. Is it called The Boxer?
Southpaw.
Southpaw.
Yeah, that was a lot better.
That was.
I enjoyed that.
Yeah. Mhm. He trained a lot for that actually, so that was really good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I thought it was going to be a bit of a cliche, but I think they, you know, not a great movie, but they did raise it above what I thought it was going to be.
Well, that's Jake Gyllenhaal, and then also I was real happy to see. I'm not always crazy about the guy that was the gym owner. I can't think of his name, but droopy-eyed guy, that guy with the bright eye. Forrest Whitaker. And I've seen him and I've liked him in some stuff, but then he got it was like every TV show you'd see him on there, and it was like they're always using that freaking droopy eye or whatever. Like it made him a wiser, more sage guy. Or I don't know what the freaking thing was, but I got a little tired of him. But man, he brought it in that role. That was when the one kid died. That was pretty good stuff. Some good drama.
Yeah, he tended to use all the stuff that would make him look older, and he used it so long now he looks older. Yeah. You got to see him in Ghost Dog, though. You know, that was probably his best movie.
Oh, I haven't seen that. Ghost Dog.
It's a real small film, but well, it's also a genre. If you don't particularly like some basically a cerebral gangster movie, you know, skip it. But
oh, I do absolutely.
Okay.
Well, Nadia's going to come and shut me down if I keep talking about movies. We better find something to get the great debate started again, huh?
We want Nadia to come and tell us what happened in G-Man's room.
She's such a sport. Supporting that guy.
I mean,
it's how it looks to me.
I mean, something had to have happened interesting in there. I mean, there was just, I mean, at least Godless had the loser shit once, you know, before G-Man kicked her out.
Oh, was she over there? Was Godless there? I'm surprised she got in his room.
When I checked out a little bit of it, I saw that Matt Bell, somebody else had that I found us. True Empiricism and G-Man. I mean, when you get, I mean, those three usually don't get in a room together, mostly because of Matt Bell. Matt Bell's not allowed to be in a room with two other Christians because he will fuck. He loves fucking with them. You know, he's smart enough to know that, you know, what I'm imagining in this situation, he would have found something that True Empiricism says that would contradict something G-Man would say, and then he'd just sit back.
Yeah, and G-Man's asking him to show him where in the Bible. Where is that in the Bible? Show me your, and that's, of course, the grand authoritative reference book
Yeah.
for them all. But G-Man does, yeah, he's another guy that most people can't stand. But I again, that's maybe some baggage that I'm carrying, but I kind of want to, I like some of what he does. If I could see a guy that would go out in the street and scream to people about what he believes, I may not want to be within 15, 20 feet of the guy. I may not agree with everything he says, but I'm kind of, maybe it's a free speech thing. Maybe I don't know what it is, but I'm kind of thinking that guy's really sticking his ass out there. But then somebody told me, well, he does that, but it's only long enough till he can pick a fight with somebody and post it on YouTube, on his YouTube channel to show how he, what's the word, persecuted he might be. But overall, I kind of like him, but he sure digs himself into some traps. I mean, a guy that's been around YouTube this long that keeps talking about doxing people and blocking people and blocking people in Nadia's room and stuff every time he gets a little mad, and and then he acts like he's going to take Nadia to court 1 minute or not, and she puts up with that. Now she's over there boosting him. That's real cool.
There's a whole portion of G-Man's brain that's in charge of accusing people of doxing him. I mean, and it just, it grows like a tumor.
What if he keeps that information in his safe? Oh, I better watch it, man. Even that's enough. If you heard me say that, I might come under suspicion.
I encourage anybody who thinks they can, if they think it's worthwhile, to go into G-Man's room and do what you must and everything, and eventually, someone's gonna make a note of something hilarious G-Man said, and I'll look at it and I'll agree, yeah, that was hilarious, but I'll be glad I missed 99% of the rest of it.
That's it. Yes. There's a whole lot of yelling, a whole lot of antics. And then he's broadcast live, so there's a lot of hand movement and shit like that. And to me, all that gesturing and stuff is just overload. After about 5-10 minutes, I can't take it.
Yeah, it's just some mental imbalance. I mean, for a 10-year-old, there's medication for that. For a 40-year-old, just. I don't want to watch that because it just it grosses me out. I really don't want to see adults do something that I think only institutionalized people of that age would do.
What is it that people say that theists say? God gave you is it 2 ears and 1 mouth? I wish somebody would tell him that one.
Oh.
How does that go? I don't even remember exactly how it's construed or whatever. But
you have 2 ears and a mouth, so you should listen twice as much as you speak. And I would say I would put up good money on a bet that could take any length of time that G-Man would agree to, and just here I'm about to accuse G-Man of having a weak brain, and I forget how I was going to go on from this. Oh, I would say no. G-Man's a genius, and I'm an idiot because I can't remember what I was going to say. All right.
No, he has Wernicke syndrome, G-Man.
Yeah.
Don't start flip-flopping that. Yeah, don't project that guy's goofiness on you.
Now I know what I was going to say. I would take a challenge from G-Man for any amount of money, with practically any other person, and it would be a test on listening. And I'm pretty sure that he would fail it. There's just not any length of time that G-Man won't listen on purpose. That's his psychopathology.
To me, it's like I heard that Guantanamo, that one of the torments that they would use was they would make the guys stay awake in the cells, and they would force them to listen to like Enter Sandman and shit like that over and over. And man, if they wanted to put me into instant insanity and full compliance, it'd be to listen to him through a loudspeaker for any protected period of time.
Yeah.
Dude, I got to step away for a bit. Yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna hold my spot, but if somebody else comes in and needs it, I might be 5-10 minutes. So, but boot me if necessary.
No, you please come back. I'm sure at this point, as Nadia's going that yada yada, driving down my numbers. There's never anything that interests him when yada yada gets to talk a lot.
I kind of want to talk about intentionality.
Ah, good.
You dog. Just as I'm leaving, Elon, you are a smart ass.
I don't completely understand it.
Well, okay, we've talked to you about the rule following argument.
Yeah.
So, what part of it is it that you're having difficulty understanding?
So the intention is just the rule?
So the idea is that an intentional state is a normative state.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, and so you can be in or out of accord with it. You can be in accord with a belief, right?
Right.
You could be in accord with a desire, but you could also be out of accord with the belief or out of accord with the desire.
Okay, so the normative state would just be the robot catching bluefish instead of blowfish.
I'm sorry, say that again?
The normative state would be the robot catching bluefish instead of blowfish?
Yeah, well, the robot is an interesting case, right? Because if the robot was programmed to catch bluefish and throw the blowfish back, and then it bumps into a rock or a tree or something, and its components become damaged or whatever, they change in any case. And so it starts catching blowfish and throwing the bluefish back, right? We can say that it's malfunctioning with respect to the intentions of the designers of the robot, right?
Yeah.
But see, the interesting thing is that, as you may recall, that if the robot had been assembled accidentally by a tornado blowing through a junkyard, right?
Yeah, then it couldn't be considered to be malfunctioning because there was no, intended.
Right, and so what that shows is that human beings can't be like that, because otherwise they wouldn't have intentional states, because for them to have intentional states, there'd have to be a fact of the matter about the content of their intentional state, right? It has to be the case that what I was really attempting to do was to do quaddition rather than addition, right? Or do addition rather than quaddition, right? So there has to be a fact of the matter, because the point is that the point is that if we just judge it in terms of dispositions and causal tendencies, then we could make the behavior consistent with either intention, right? If I ask you what is 67 and 58, right? And you said 125. That could mean you were intending to do addition and did it correctly, or it could mean you were intending to do quaddition
and did it incorrectly.
And doing it incorrectly. So I can always interpret the robot's behavior as being...
Is that you binging?
Sorry about that. I'm having a problem. Let me try my headphones again, because for some reason I can't get the headphones work. But who knows? Maybe it just magically. Let's see.
I mean, it's not G-Man megaphone loud, but
yeah, I'm getting text messages from a friend of mine.
all right. Now, the question I would have to ask is, intentionality in most discussions only ascribed to the idea that in comparison to human consciousness, or is it sometime applied to a deity which that thinks? Or would that be improper?
I'll have to just hope that people don't send me a lot of texts. I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
I just... Oh, I'm echoing.
Oh, maybe that's my... Let me see. I'm going to go back to the other setting.
Okay, let me try to make it shorter and just say, in discussions of philosophy, intentionality only applied to human consciousness, or is it applied to supernatural deities?
Oh, it could apply to supernatural beings. I mean, prima facie it could. I mean, I think there are arguments to show that. I think there's an argument to show that intentionality presupposes a body, even though it's not. Even though it's not an argument to show that the mind is reducible to natural facts. The argument that I'm making is that intentional states can't be reduced to natural facts, but nonetheless, in order for intentionality to be possible, there'd have to be a brain and a body, so that disembodied minds would not be possible. So minds are not reducible or identical to the brain, but there couldn't be mentality without brains. That's the position that that I would argue. But prima facie, you could have, intentionality in supernatural beings, because all it means is to have beliefs and desires be an agent, right?
Yeah.
So the whole idea behind supernatural beings, at least typically, is for them to be some type of agent.
Mm-hmm.
But what I was saying before, I'm sorry, go ahead.
But they're not threatened by a tornado. That at some point they have. Oh.
Is that going too
I'll
bad?
stop talking.
Sorry, I don't know what was causing that. What I was saying before is that so there has to be a fact of the matter about what the content of our intentional state is, right? Is it that I really believe that it's raining outside? Is it that I really desire to go for a walk? Is it that I really intend to do addition rather than quaddition, right?
Okay,
And
yeah.
Right.
I guess I just kind of forgot that last part.
Yeah, so in the case of the robot assembled by the tornado, right, it seems like we could say, well, if it bumps into a tree and starts catching blowfish, we could say, well, it's trying to catch bluefish, but it's doing it incorrectly. Or we could say it now has changed its intentions and is trying to catch blowfish, right? But the problem is there'd be nothing to make it the case that it was doing one or the other, right? There isn't really a fact of the matter as to whether it's trying to catch bluefish and failing or trying to catch blowfish and succeeding, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's just sort of up to us to attribute whichever sort of interpretation we find more useful or more convenient, right? But if somebody said, well, I don't actually think it's trying to catch bluefish. I think it's trying to catch blowfish, you know. Well, who could say they were wrong? You couldn't point to the behavior and say, well, that behavior is inconsistent with that. Because the behavior is consistent with it performing one rule correctly and performing another rule incorrectly.
Does that tie into morality?
Yes. I mean, I'll see if I can show you the link. I mean, it's a little. There's probably a number of steps to get there. Maybe I can give you a condensed account, right? So the idea is that there's going to be a distinction between a first person and a third person point of view.
Yeah.
Because I can look at myself, or I can look at myself, or I can look at the world as consisting in mere causal tendencies. And so when I look at the world in that way, which I'll call the third person point of view, I'm engaging in prediction. Because that's what we do with causal tendencies. We'll say, given this causal tendency, we should expect to see this, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So we're in a predictive kind of mode, right? But now imagine if I said, I predict that I will go to the party, but I intend not to go, right? So when we're engaging in so that points to an alternative point of view that I can have, which is the first person point of view, the point of view of agency, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, so what I want to say is that agency and intentionality, right, are not reducible to causal dispositions. And the reason why they're not reducible is because of the rule-following argument. If intentional states were mere causal tendencies and dispositions, there couldn't be a fact of the matter as to what the content of your intentional state was. And so therefore there couldn't really be intentionality. Right? Is that clear?
Yeah. It's kind of hard to accept, but it's clear, I guess.
Yeah. So when we're looking at ourselves as mere collections of causal tendencies, we're not looking at ourselves from the perspective of ourselves as agents. We're looking at ourselves as mere natural objects, right? Mm-hmm. But and that's what we're doing when I say I predict that I will go to the party. Because what I'm doing there is I'm saying, well, given certain causal tendencies, it's unlikely that I will make it to the party, given certain causal tendencies in my personality or whatever. But intending to go to the party is to occupy the first-person point of view, which is the point of view of agency, where I see myself as something other than a mere collection of causal tendencies. And so the thing about agency, what's distinctive about it, as contrasted with causal tendencies, one of the things about it, at least, that's distinctive about it is the idea that can be a self-corrective mechanism for failure to live up, to be in accord with the belief or desire. So the way to think about it is to think of a belief or a desire as a type of commitment, right? If I believe it's raining, because the thing that's distinctive about intentionality is that it's beholden to principles of rationality, right? Because the idea is that if I, oh, Ozymandias. So, well, I guess Ozymandias heard me talk about this when I was talking to those presuppositionalists that he watched in that video. When I, if I have a belief, let's say that it's raining outside, that commits me to other beliefs, right? It commits me to the belief that if I go out without an umbrella, I will get wet, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so, I mean, all other things being equal, right? And so the idea is that if I didn't believe that, if I didn't believe that I would go out, if I went out when it was raining, if I didn't believe that I would get wet, I would be irrational, right?
Right.
And the same would be true with respect to desires. If I didn't want to get wet and I walked out without an umbrella, we could say that I was irrational, right? So considerations of rationality are constitutive of oh, I thought I saw Ozzy. It was Commando. Sorry, Commando. I mistook you for some others. Are constitutive. So considerations of rationality are constitutive of intentionality. Now, we don't do this with causal tendencies, right? We don't say that the lightning was irrational for hitting the tree rather than the house. Right?
Oh, yeah.
But we do say that with respect to beliefs and desires, with respect to intentional states, right? From that, we can go back to the idea of what an agent is. And an agent is somebody who can self-correct in light of failure to be in accord with one's intentions or desires, one's beliefs or desires, right? If I intend to quit smoking, if I desire to quit smoking, right, and I end up smoking despite my desire to quit smoking, right, I can accept criticism for failing to live up to my commitment because I'm understanding beliefs and desires as commitments, right? And then what the mark of that commitment being there is that not only would I accept criticism for failure to live up to a commitment, but I would have a disposition to undertake the cultivation of the dispositions necessary to live up to the desire, such as to, you know, enroll in a no-smoking program or remove all the cigarettes from my house or, you know, get e-cigarettes or whatever, you know, whatever it might take to quit smoking, right? If a person didn't show, in light of criticism, that if they didn't make any attempt at all to live up to the commitment, then we wouldn't be justified in attributing the commitment to them in the first place, right? Because the mark of a commitment is that when you fail and that failure becomes manifest, that you attempt to self-correct in light of that failure, right? And you see, that's sort of one of the things that's distinctive about agency as opposed to mere natural processes, right? Now, the thing is that in the robot example, I've built in a kind of simulacrum of self-correction, right? Because the way the original example is framed, every time a blowfish is caught, instead of a bluefish, the blowfish is thrown back into the water. So the idea is he's trying, we might say the robot is trying to catch bluefish, and the mark of that is that whenever it catches a blowfish, it doesn't put it in the basket the way it does with the bluefish, but throws it back. It's kind of like I'm trying to catch 5 bluefish, but I keep catching blowfish, so I'm going to throw them back and try again.
Okay.
Until I reach my goal, which is the commitment. My goal is to catch 5 bluefish, put them in a basket, and then go home. That's what the robot does, right? So let me see where to go from there, because I was trying to connect that to something else. So that's the idea of so the point is that in the robot, it just looks like self-corrective behavior, because as we've established, there isn't actually a fact of the matter about what the robot is trying to do, right? Because we can always say that the robot is trying to do the other thing, right, and failing. So in the robot's case, there isn't really a fact of the matter as to what it's trying to do. Instead, it's just an interpretation that we have of its behavior that is convenient for us, right? We can just say, well, it's very convenient to interpret that robot as trying to catch 5 bluefish, right? And we could even say that's what it was programmed to do, right? But the only way we could say it truly fails is we could say it truly fails with respect to the intentions of the programmers, right?
Yeah.
We can't say that the actual robot is himself failing, because the robot doesn't possess intentional states, right? So if we go back to the human case, right, the idea is that human beings do have this robust intentionality, which can't be reduced to mere dispositions, and by virtue of that fact, there can be a fact of the matter as to what the agent believes or desires. And so then what an agent is somebody who has such beliefs and desires and can act upon them and can self-correct in light of failures to act upon them, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when we intend to go to a party, we are within the perspective of agency, which is to say we're looking at ourselves as agents rather than as mere patients, right? As mere passive receptacles of causal forces, right?
Right.
We're looking at ourselves as agents, whereas when we look at ourselves as just purely physical objects, as collections of causal tendencies, we're looking at ourselves in the third-person point of view as mere patients. So there's going to be this distinction between the 2 points of view, agency, the point of view of agency, and the third-person point of view. Now, the interesting thing about this is that if it's the case that human beings or human agents can have this duality in their point of view on the world, point of view on themselves, it follows also that they can have this dual point of view on the world, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Now, why would that be the case? Well, see, there's a standard, a very widely held view since the 18th century that human beings are just basically collections, that agency consists in collections of preferences that human beings have. Right? And so this is basically Hume's view, right? That in fact values are not properties of the world, but they're just properties of our sensibility that we project onto the world, right?
Okay.
So the reason why I act is because of the desires that I have, and the desires that I have just consist in these preferences, which are basically causal tendencies. Now, what this view of intentionality shows, with this whole chain of argument, starting from the rule-following argument to the kind of more robust idea of intentional states as commitments, what we can generate from that insight is the fact that the Humean view has to be wrong, because the Humean view couldn't actually explain our actions as agents. And the reason is that if all that value consisted of was preferences that were projected onto the world, right, we would have a situation of the following kind. We would say, I could look at myself in the third person and say, the cake is desired by me. Right? The cake is desired by me. And if I looked at myself that way, it would be similar to the way I would look at you. And I could say, the cake is desired by you.
Okay,
and the cake is desired by Justin. Right? And see, if I can look at myself that way, in the same way that I could look at you or Justin, then I'm not actually prompted to act. I'm merely a passive observer of myself. If I say the cake is desired by me, that no more prompts me to act than it prompts you to act. Right? If I say the cake is desired by you, right? Recognition of that fact doesn't prompt anything, right? So in fact, for me to actually be an actor rather than a mere patient, for me to be an agent rather than a patient, what I have to do is perceive the cake as desirable rather than see the cake as merely something desired by me. So that means that when I look at the cake, I can see the cake from two different points of view. I can see it as a set of natural facts. It's located in such and such region of space-time, it's such and such height and depth and width, it's composed of such and such elements or molecules or what have you, it's at such and such temperature, and so forth, right? But over and above the natural facts that constitute the cake are going to be non-natural facts of non-natural value facts that coincide in some way with the natural facts that constitute the cake. And so what's going to be happening is that I can look at the cake as a merely natural object, in which case it won't prompt me to act, or I can look at the cake as imbued with value, let's say desirability, in which case it prompts me to act. Now, the idea is that this is a perceptual relation. So what I do when I look at the cake is not only perceive certain physical facts about it, but I perceive value facts that imbue the cake. And so what I do is I perceive the property of desirability of the cake. Now, the effect of my perceiving the property of desirability of the cake is for me to acquire a belief. I acquire the belief that the cake is desirable. But acquiring the belief that the cake is desirable is to acquire the desire to eat the cake. So when I perceive the value of a cake, I acquire a new belief, but I also acquire a new desire. They come conjoined. There's a technical term in the literature, in philosophical literature, of desire, a conjoint belief and desire. So when I acquire the belief that the cake is desirable, I acquire the desire to eat the cake, and I am then prompted to act.
Okay, okay.
And so given that I can't be prompted to act unless there are these value properties in the world, I can't be an agent unless value properties are something external to my sensibility.
Okay.
And so that's how it connects to morality, at least in the straight, that's sort of well, at least that's one of the important connections. I mean, obviously, the whole issue about commitments is that, going to be another connection, because the idea is that we have beliefs and desires, and so we evaluate things in terms of rationality. And, so it's going to be, I mean, in the moral case, it'll be like I see somebody beating somebody up, right? And so I acquire the belief that this is undesirable. I look at that and I perceive the undesirability of that, and so I acquire the belief that it's undesirable, and therefore I acquire a desire to stop it, right?
Okay.
Now I might have competing desires, and I might rationally reflect that as much as I desire to stop it, I have competing reasons that outweigh my desire to stop it, and so I might be rational to not do anything. Or it could be that I fail to do something and then later regret that fact.
Now, do desires always come conjoined with a belief? Is that always the case?
Well, I think so, because I think for every... You see, what I'm making the claim that values are a type of fact, and so what I'm saying is that for something to be desired, it has to be perceived as desirable, and so therefore there'll always be a corresponding belief that it is desirable.
Okay, yeah. Now, what about a belief without a desire?
Yeah, you could have a belief without a desire, but the thing is that you still have a commitment to act a certain way in virtue of having a belief. Because if you have a belief that commits you to something that's in contradiction to something else that you believe, once you recognize that, you will be prompted to revise your set of beliefs so that they're self-consistent. Otherwise, you wouldn't be an agent if you weren't prompted in that way.
I see.
So in a sense, what you're doing when you perceive the contradiction in your belief set is you're acquiring a desire to revise your beliefs. Right? You're acquiring a desire to act in such a way as to figure out which belief needs to be jettisoned, or which belief is correct or not correct, so that you can have a self-consistent set of beliefs. So it's built into the idea of a belief. In other words, a belief is not something that just sort of lies there passively, right? It commits you to things. And so in virtue of being an agent, you are engaged in this constant sort of process of self-reflection and revision of one's own belief sets in light of new evidence, or in light of new arguments, or in light of discoveries about because you might not perceive a contradiction in your belief set originally, but you suddenly might see it and think, well, how can I be committed to this and committed to this simultaneously? I can't be.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Yeah, that makes more sense now, I think.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot more we could go into in the future, because there's various I'm giving you sort of the sketched version of this, you know, but there's going to be sort of other details that are important, you know, stuff like, for instance, that one of the constituents of something, one of the constitutive facts about a belief or a desire is that it is actually self-known. I have to have the belief that I have the belief in order to have the belief. And that belief has to always be correct.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
And similarly, I have to have the belief that I have the desire in order to have the desire. So I can't have a desire without knowing that I have it. And I can't have a belief without knowing that I have it. Because if I didn't know that I had it, right, I couldn't self-correct in light of failure to live up to the commitment. I can't have commitments that I don't know about. If I have a commitment, that means that when I fail to live up to it, I am prompted to act to self-correct so that I live up to it. But in order for that to be possible, I have to know that I have those commitments, right?
Yeah.
So it's built into the idea of intentional states that they're self-known. Now, of course, that's going to raise a lot of questions about what are we talking about when we talk about unconscious beliefs and desires, because that's a very common thing that we do, right, is attribute unconscious beliefs and desires. So on this view, it seems like those things couldn't qualify as genuine beliefs and desires, because a genuine belief and desire, it's requisite upon it that it be self-known, and by definition, an unconscious belief and desire is not going to be self-known. So,
Would it count as a causal disposition?
yeah, I think ultimately it has to be a causal disposition.
Okay.
So, you know, there's going to be things like that. You know, there's going to be a lot of other sort of, once you sort of adopt a view like this, you have to sort of, you know, connect it to all these other facts about human beings, you know, so that everything sort of fits together.
Right, right.
So I'm not going into all the details right now, but we could, you know, we could spend a little time each day, you know, seeing some of the other facets of the view. But I'm just trying to give you a broad sketch so that some of the puzzlement disappears.
Yeah, yeah, certainly. Yeah, it's cleared up. I think you took it a little bit further than last time.
Yeah, exactly. I think I said some stuff I didn't say last time, so it may help fill in some of the holes. That wasn't a reference to you, Mina.
All right, Chad.
Yeah, so if you want, maybe tomorrow or whenever. Well, tomorrow I might be a little bit more pressed for time, but you never know. But you know, we could try to talk a little bit about it each day or every few days, and I could fill you in on some of the other aspects.
I'm here almost every day anyway. So.
Yeah, and Philip is to some degree learning this stuff himself, but Josh and Hal and CK know more about it, so they could actually talk about it in an informed way. They don't know as much as I do about the view, but they know a lot. This is not my view. I mean, it's my view. I hold the view, but I was persuaded of this view by the person who developed it, which is Akil Belgrami. So he wrote a book called Self-Knowledge and Resentment. It was through study of that book, pretty much, that I became convinced this was the correct view. I mean, obviously, there's been supplemental material that's helped me come to that conclusion. But pretty much what I've laid out for you is pretty much his argument, his picture. And it connects to the Euthyphro dilemma, because the same argument that you use to show that God's nature can't be, that the good can't be identical to a non-normative fact like God's nature, can be used to show that a causal disposition, that an intentional state can't be identical to a causal disposition. Because you can run an open question argument, right, to say, well, is it the same thing to have a disposition to think that one ought to have it, right? And clearly it's not, right? It doesn't follow from the fact that if I have a disposition, I ought to have it. In other words, it's a meaningful question to ask. Ought I to have this disposition, right? That's the same thing we're doing when we say, is longevity the good? That's a substantive question, right? So that's the open question argument. Now, of course, what the sophisticated moral naturalists or value naturalists try to do is say that and this is going to be true for people who want to naturalize intentionality, is say that the identity is not a analytic identity, but a synthetic identity. So it's not analytically true that an intentional state is a causal disposition any more than it's analytically true that the good and some natural property such as longevity is an identity. It's in fact a synthetic identity. But similar arguments to the ones we can use to show that it's unsatisfactory to think that there can be a synthetic identity between a set of normative facts and a set of non-normative facts can be used to show that it's unsatisfactory to think that intentional states could be synthetically identical to causal dispositions. And so that's related to all the stuff I was talking to you about how the good is irreducible.
Okay.
The idea is that just as the good is irreducible, intentionality is irreducible. And in fact, those are basically the same phenomenon. Right? It's not a coincidence that the good is irreducible to non-normative facts and that the intentional is not reducible to dispositional facts, because in fact, intentionality is constituted by normativity, and to some degree, normativity is constituted by intentionality, right?
All right. Yeah.
And so it's actually not two mysteries. You know, how is it that value can exist in a world of nature, and how is it that intentionality can exist in a body constituted by causal dispositions? It's not two mysteries, but one mystery. It's the same mystery. And
I see. Yeah.
So what we're doing is pointing out that whatever things we can't say, because presumably there's going to be stuff we can't say, because we just don't fully understand all this, right? Whatever it is we can't say, what we can say is that these are phenomena that are irreducible. And so it's never going to be satisfactory to try to assert or affirm an identity, either analytic or synthetic, between normative or intentional facts and non-normative or dispositional facts, because that would be to fall afoul of things like the rule-following objection.
All right. Yeah. We can cover it in more detail later. I'm pretty tired.
Yeah, I just wanted to tie that in because we had talked about that, about how it's never satisfactory to say that the good is identical to God's nature, even if that's taken to be synthetic, a synthetic claim. I wonder how many orgasms Nina had in the course of that discussion. Have you been watching those? Have you been watching that porn that I posted, Nina?
Well, you posted like 10 different things of porn.
Yeah.
I did see like some of them.
Oh,
I opened a couple. Yeah.
Oh, there we go. I haven't watched them yet. I bookmarked them all though. In fact, I made
Nice.
a bookmark folder called Muslim in my porn bookmarks, and then I took the whole set of links and posted them to Godless Girl.
What did she say about that? Did she enjoy those?
Hasn't responded yet. I don't know what she's doing. Maybe she's in Paltalk or something. She's listed as away on Skype, so I don't think she's responded.
Hey, Justin, you there?
Yeah, what's up?
Oh yeah, I was looking at that video that I gave you the link for, the Skinner versus Chomsky debates. And so basically, I was pretty much right on what I was saying. The difference, really, what it came down to, wasn't really that big of a deal. The main difference was Chomsky thought that Skinner, well, at least what he was doing, was fascist, and that was one of the main reasons why he was a big opponent of Skinner. The second thing is that Chomsky believed that language was purely innate, where Skinner was trying to identify the environment as being also a contributor factor to it, to the shaping of language.
I don't think that's the whole extent of Chomsky's disagreement with Skinner, though.
I can show you the video. I have multiple sources if you want to see them.
Yeah, but there's a pretty famous article, I think Jack knows the one I'm talking about, where Chomsky attempts to dismantle Skinner, right?
No, I'm telling you, like, after it's already been distilled, though, like, in its most purest form, right? It really comes down to two things. It comes down to the idea that behaviorism, or first of all, let's get this straight. Behaviorism is not the science. Behaviorism is the philosophy on how the science should be ran. That's extremely important. But just for the purpose of this conversation, I'm going to go ahead and make that mistake and use that so we understand what we're talking about. But so it comes down to two main things. First, it was the belief that behaviorism would lead is basically fascist, which is interesting. What's interesting about that is that Noam Chomsky is really the fascist, because he believes that everything is innate. So it basically comes down to genetics, where Skinner's fully admitting that environment is a very important contributor in behavior and in language, and is basically saying that we're all part of the same race, or we're all one race. That was very important in that video I'll put it back in the side chat. The second thing, again, was that language was Chomsky held to the view that language was purely innate, whereas Skinner was saying that it was also the environment was also a very important contributing factor. So I'll put the link in. You just go to my page, and you'll see the video. I don't post many videos. I think it's like the only one.
Okay.
Are you actually multi-orgasmic, Mina?
Yeah. You mean like having like multiple orgasms in like one session, for example? Yeah, I can have that.
Oh, that's
great. Yeah. It gets better. I mentioned that to Sugar because I noticed that it gets better. Like in your later 20s, it's already better than it used to be. Like you can come a lot more within one session.
That's hot.
Yeah.
Like a bullying campaign, it gets better. Same for orgasm.
There you go. Yeah. Absolutely like that.
That was funny.
And also one more thing. You guys were saying that Kant was the complete opposite of Plato. That's not correct either. I just want to make sure that's clarified.
That's not what we said.
That's what Hal said.
No, it's not.
What did he say?
He said that Kant said some things which undercut Plato's style of metaphysics.
Somebody said that it was the complete opposite of Plato.
No, I mean, you could argue that it's antithetical to what Plato was trying to do, but that's definitely not what Hal said.
Well, by the way, Justin, Dionysus pointed out that you were sucking big black donkey dick.
I don't know how everybody knows what I'm doing when I'm not here. It's just getting ridiculous. It's like I'm being spied on or something.
I was just playing. I can stop if you want. I didn't know.
I'm asking you, how the fuck did you know what I was doing?
It was just a logical conclusion of what I thought your behavior might be.
I guess I'm very predictable. Well, it's true I was, but you know, girls got to do what a girl's got to do.
I mean, come on, don't be too butthurt. You basically told me I need to be cuckolded by a black guy, so.
It's true. The joke I'm making is that I was sucking a big black dick, and you knew about it.
It's a causal disposition.
It is. I have a commitment, an intentional commitment to sucking BBCs.
Although be aware, there's no such thing as big black cock.
Yeah, it's a BBD, but we've got to go with the accepted terminology.
Yeah.
It's a dick.
But if we're talking about donkeys, I don't think that really matters. I think it's only a race issue when we're talking about humans.
Was it a black donkey or a white donkey?
It was a black donkey.
It's a dick.
He was barely alive.
Did you guys see that letter that Bin Laden gave his guys, basically saying that the war against the West was less important than fighting global warming or climate change? I thought that was interesting.
That is crazy.
Commando. I said global warming is a hoax. There's no globe, wrong physics, so.
I didn't realize how smart Bin Laden was, but I mean, from that letter, it looked like he was really on top of his game, basically saying that, you know, this is. I mean, I thought he was just a psychopath, but it seemed like he really did have a deep concern about the future, not just of him, but the future of the world.
I'm not sure he was that insightful.
Actually, they can be both. Like, it's not like a psychopath doesn't care about anyone else. They do actually. A lot of them do. They do have concerns, and so he can be both.
Yeah, I think you're correct, Palm, but I just think the fact that he mentioned climate change to be his #1 concern, I didn't expect that at all from him.
Well, yeah, the Western culture is the #1, perpetrator of climate change. Really, just the lifestyle. Sort of, if everyone adopts how our Western standards, the world is doomed. Like if everyone has a toilet and whatever, and flushing, I don't know, God knows how much water, fresh water down the drain. That's unsustainable.
I want to have a threesome with Mina and Matt Bell.
Matt Bell. Oh.
I want to use his head as a dildo.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's horrible.
But just for your ass, and then I want to enjoy the other part.
Oh, fuck you, man. That sucks.
Who does it suck for? It sucks for you or Matt Bell?
Definitely just for her. That only sucks for her.
Yeah.
Matt Bell would be right at home.
Is it easier for, Mina, is it easier for you to take the dick in your ass or in your vagina?
I think like it's really not that easy, like to take, like depending on size, it's not that easy to take anal.
So when with your husband, it was easier to have vaginal sex than anal sex?
Yeah, definitely. Like with him, I only had like anal sex a few times.
If Jack could be reincarnated as anything, he would come back as an anal bead.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, but whose anal bead are we talking about? Matt Bell's anal bead, or?
Yeah, he would definitely want to come back as Matt Bell's anal bead. Mina, what were you laughing at, Mina?
Yeah, what were you laughing at, Mina?
She's high as fuck.
Oh, are you?
I am. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh, no wonder. With the Rasta boyfriend, you must get a steady supply.
No, I'm his supplier, if anything.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's just
She
late.
rolls her
So
own blunts. Like she's good at rolling blunts.
yeah.
How do you know?
She told me.
Oh, really?
Jack wants to, how do you know? How do you know? Jack got curious for a second.
Well, I thought maybe you saw her doing it.
Yeah, Mina never gets on cam.
But check her out on Chatterbait. I think she's a
She's been a cam girl, though.
Oh, yeah, right.
I had a girl on Chatterbait she said she would pay me $10,000 to get married and move to the U.S., and she was serious. It's weird.
$10,000 for you to what?
No, I'm a rapist. Free. I'm kidding. What? No, yeah, the original part of the story is true, though. She wanted to get a green card and immigrate for citizenship, and she said she would pay me money.
Godless, I sent you some porn.
Oh, I looked at the first one. It was just like regular porn.
Oh, that's too bad.
Jack, you know what you have to send her.
Yeah, why did you just send me regular porn, Jack?
Yeah,
I didn't look at any of it. I just thought you'd like the titles.
Oh,
it has to be.
I didn't notice it. Hang on.
It has to be Muhammad face fucking some lowly Jewish girl.
Since I'm at it, I just want to go ahead and tell to the Google Hangouts that Ocean and Ban the Man was wrong. I talked to Cliff about interracial couples, about increasing diversity, and he agrees with me that it actually decreases, not increases diversity.
That's not true. That's not true.
No, you talked to Cliff.
I don't care what Cliff said. That's not true.
Well, he teaches at a university, and he's really fucking smart.
I don't care. That's not true.
No, you talking about standard deviation and diversity and like I think let's see, his point was that let me make sure I get this right.
I'll just correct Cliff on that later.
You either worded it incorrectly to Cliff, or Cliff was making a point about maximum.
No, I didn't fuck up with Cliff because Cliff and I have talked about this.
I'm sure you don't think you did.
No, I didn't because I've talked to him over.
I'm sure you don't think you did.
I've talked to him over and over again, and he's smart enough to see to be able to take what I'm saying and figure out what I'm saying.
Yeah,
If I don't communicate
I have yet to actually
well.
have a conversation about this with Cliff, so we'll see what he thinks. But I've read otherwise on that subject. So I hope none of you bastards voted for Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump.
Donald Trump, but Donald Trump is the one who has Melania Trump to be our first lady if he wins.
That's about the only good thing.
I want Trump to win.
Trump just won in Vermont.
Yeah, I think
God,
he's
this girl. I should have known that you'd be a Trump supporter.
I think he's gonna win primary, don't you?
Well, he just won a bunch today.
No, I mean he's gonna win the election, the primary election.
Are you talking about individuals or the whole thing? He's gonna get the nomination, is what you're saying.
Both.
Okay. Well. Yeah.
You don't think he's gonna win?
He might. It's definitely not stupid to suspect so. I think that if Rubio or Cruz drops out, though, he doesn't stand a chance. But if they stay in the race, he'll have the nomination. If none of these 4 Republicans that are left drop out, then Trump will win. There's nothing they can do about it. Except for dropping out. They need to get behind somebody. And they can stop him if they start dropping out tonight.
Like as his vice president, you mean?
Let's say, okay.
Does he have a vice president yet?
Trump? No. Except Chris Christie is vying for it. Let's say Rubio drops out right now and puts his support behind Cruz. It's like he's the bigger man of the two, and he just decides to drop out, put his weight behind Cruz.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
And then Kasich and Carson drop out. Trump loses. But
oh, I see what you're saying.
If they all stay in, Trump wins.
What are Rubio and Cruz together? What are their percentages together? How much more than
50.
his? And what is Trump? 40 something?
40s, yeah. So, and then
It would
Kasich,
still be close.
right? No, of course. So Trump polls between 30 and 40, 30 and 45, depending on where you are. But the people that hate him are in the 60s. So
What about Clinton versus Sanders?
that's a completely different situation. It's kind of it's still up in the air who's going to win. They're going to be battling it out probably till May. So it's going to make everybody really uncomfortable for a few months.
Why?
Because
Who do you want?
I want Bernie, but I think Clinton's going to lose a general election.
Isn't Bernie out of the race? That's according to Vanity Affairs.
Who says he's out of the race? I've just got done working for his campaign.
You didn't see the Vanity Affairs article? I can post it in Sidechat.
When was it published?
Yeah, that article was pretty bad.
Ocean, what about if they poll people, if it was like Trump versus Sanders, Trump versus Clinton?
I think I forgot what the polls state on that. I know Sanders wins against Trump, but I don't know if Clinton does. Let me check real quick. I can tell you. Matchup polls.
Do you think Sanders is an atheist?
I think he's a Jew with this kind of got a pantheist idea. He's got kind of a secular Jew opinion. He definitely he espouses God, and I think that he's being honest. But don't think. One second. Here we go. Clinton versus Trump. Does she win? She wins by 3%. Sanders versus Trump. Sanders wins by 8%. Most recently, he wins by 15 to 12. What's Clinton's recent numbers? Clinton's recent numbers are 8 and 5. But there's a poll that Trump wins by 2. It was done on February 15th. So it suggests that he would win. These matchup polls have been interesting, though.
I don't understand why you keep saying Bernie. I mean, do you see that article that I put in Sidechat?
Let's take a look. Sorry, it's time to say goodbye to Bernie Sanders. That doesn't mean he dropped out. And that was posted yesterday. That was posted on the 29th. The people voted today, and Bernie's still in the race. He just made a speech saying he was going to get hundreds of delegates and move on.
Yeah, I haven't watched the news since yesterday.
This is an analysis of his campaign, I imagine.
That's super biased, too.
It's not saying that he has dropped out. There's plenty of articles like this that say Bernie's going to win. So.
Okay, I didn't realize it shit varied that much.
It's really, really divided.
He did lose pretty.
But if he had dropped out 2 days ago, I think I would know because I was campaigning for him. That would be. That definitely would have affected my decision to campaign for him. Oh, he's not in the race anymore. Okay. I guess I will stay home.
It was South Carolina he lost, I know.
Lost badly.
Yeah.
The state split on Super Tuesday looks like it's going to be 5 states to 7 states. 5 for Bernie, 7 for Clinton. So Clinton will technically win Super Tuesday. But she won in the South. No Democrat wins in the South. Those are not blue states.
Nope. Not at all.
But then again, Obama won in the South, so there's that. We will see. Right. Trump came out of this the victor. Oh, so let's see how many states he won. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait a minute, really? Hold on a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 states. That's interesting. Maybe I did one more than that. Oh, I don't know if he won Colorado. Colorado's not on this list. Okay. Alaska doesn't have anything reporting yet, so as far as Republicans are concerned. Yeah, it looks like Sanders just won Alaska. Okay, anyway, yep.
Who will be their president? Sanders president? Or vice president?
Sanders is vice president? There's been hinting that he would choose Elizabeth Warren, which would be a great choice. That's kind of a dream ticket for progressives, but you know, it just kind of depends. He might try and choose somebody too that's more establishment, but given that he's kind of a rebel candidate, I think he would choose somebody like Warren. It's who Trump would choose. I think that Trump would probably choose Christie. Although Christie looked like he had sold his soul to the devil tonight when he was introducing Donald Trump.
That's exactly what I said yesterday to Amon. I thought that Chris, or I don't know if it was Amon, but somebody else, Aaron, I think, that Christie was probably going to be the VP for Donald.
Yeah, that's the reason. I mean, that's the only reason why he would be doing this.
Oh, did you guys see the president of Mexico said, I'm not paying for that fucking wall?
He even doubled down on that recently when Trump said the walls just got 10 feet higher.
Yeah.
He said he can make it as high as he wants. I'm not paying for the fucking wall. Not happening.
That's hilarious.
You know, all he has to do, though, basically, if he gets into office and not seem like he's lying, he can just say, like, I wanted to do, but my hands were tied behind my back because of Congress. And that's probably what he's going to do. So he's going to be able to deflect that very easily.
Well, his idea is he's going to make a deal and then allocate funds for it, with Mexico doing the building.
Well, it would make sense for them to provide the labor.
Well, I think he's going to say make them pay for it rather than them provide the labor. I think he wants to build it himself with an American company, hiring Americans to make the wall with Mexican money.
What's it going to be made out of?
Wall. I don't know. I have no idea.
But Ocean, like even if Bernie Sanders wins, like all he'll do is serve as a sort of boogeyman that Congress can gather around and like to where they can like get their numbers up higher and higher and just completely make the president impotent.
I don't think that'll happen. He's got a history of actually working with Republicans. He's not a Democrat. He's an independent. So
no, but his positions are clearly like very much against the Republicans.
Yes.
So how?
If you look at him, he co-sponsors tons of bills with Republicans. The guy can work with Republicans.
Right, but has that been your experience in the past with presidents? Like, has it not been like always working against?
We haven't had a situation like him. It's like, I think that this is a situation. A Sanders presidency is something we don't have precedents for. We almost have a couple of times. There was a guy that ran for president in the 1800s, I think like 3 or 4 times in a row, but lost every single time. I think I want to say he was Republican, but it was very similar to Bernie Sanders. But he lost a lot. Never actually got to the presidency. I want to say it's 1 second here. William Jennings Bryan, I believe.
Dionysus, if you want proof that he was wrong, just read
He's a Democrat. Okay.
Read this paper. And this paper.
Oh, you're talking about the race thing?
Yeah, I think what probably Cliff was talking about is purely random mating, and what mixed race sex would be called negative assortative mating, and negative assortative mating is known to increase genetic diversity.
So,
whereas purely random mating does nothing but bring alleles into equilibrium. The allele frequency balances out. It's not the same thing. Everyone fucking everyone causes equilibrium, right? But specifically choosing a partner of a different race is negative assortative mating, and it increases genetic diversity by intercombining different allele types, so they're heterozygous as opposed to homozygous. So it depends on the way Dionysus pitched it. But there's a pretty simple, example of Dionysus. If you're a farmer and you've got a breed of a crop of a plant, and you want to pick out a particular trait, and keep it consistent, showing, exhibiting that phenotypic trait, then you would take all the ones that have that trait, hybridize them and mate them, and then you would continue getting that trait, right? But if you're getting the same alleles after doing that, then it's clear that your genetic diversity is low, because you're yielding the exact same phenotypes by picking the same types of people, or in this case, plants. And if you vary that, you pick plants with different phenotypic traits or genetics, and you cause them to reproduce, then to me, it's just very obvious that it's going to increase the genetic diversity. Alleles might suffer or get lost in that example. For instance, when white people have sex, specifically, there are certain alleles that are more guaranteed to be preserved. Whereas if you mix races, then some of those alleles may be lost, because now there's only one from each parent being passed down, instead of two alleles of the same type. Anyway, yeah, just read those papers.
So I've just posted a link in the side chat to William Jennings Bryan. He's basically kind of a clone of Bernie Sanders from the 1800s. Ran for president a number of times. I think it looks like he just did twice, in 1900 and 1908. I believe he lost the first one to Teddy Roosevelt, or the guy that died and Teddy Roosevelt took control. Trying to figure this out. Yeah, McKinley. He lost to McKinley. Oh, so he ran for president 3 times. Look at that. Holy shit. Maybe even more. I'm still trying to figure this out. He eventually served as Secretary of State, but had this crazy career of being a populist for the people and trying to get rid of corruption and trying to demand a complete change to how our government worked and everything. But he would be the only person I would be able to figure out as a precedence for how Bernie Sanders' presidency would go, but he never won. But he might be precedence to say somebody like Bernie Sanders can't win. But Sanders is winning a few primary states. He might be viable. probably unfair to say that William James Bryan was a clone of Bernie Sanders, though, because he was also one of the people involved in the Scopes trial on the anti-evolution side.
Oh, you bitches.
So where does Mina pick up guys? At bars?
Sometimes, or clubs, or, I don't really have to, like, look that much. Like, if it happens, it happens, Probably no different than where you pick up people, Jack. Just regular places where people are.
I don't have a social life. My social life is entirely online.
But you go out, like, to all kinds of stuff. You
Yeah,
go out to
but
all kinds of
I never
things.
meet anybody. Huh? What did you say?
I was just saying that you go out to, like, all these events and stuff,
Yeah, but I never meet anybody at those events.
He goes out, but nobody likes him.
Well, I think it's up to you, like, how approachable you want to be when it comes to those kind of things, right?
I have a very short attention span, so I can't talk to people.
I heard about him in a muffin shop, was it?
Bagel shop.
Bagel shop.
Yeah, but I was on G+. I was in one of these hangouts screaming.
Oh, that's when Gus talked shit about you. That's right. I forgot about that. Gus was making fun of you for that. Gus said that if he saw you doing that in a bagel shop, he would hit you.
Did somebody take cuts in front of you at the bagel counter, Jack?
Did somebody what?
Crowd in front of you while you were...
No, they were annoyed at how loud I was talking.
He couldn't see the bagels.
They were annoyed that I was talking so loud. But they didn't tell me, could you lower my voice? This woman didn't tell me, could you lower your voice until she was leaving.
Did you decide to shove any of them down?
And she was like, you ruined my whole, you ruined my breakfast or something, I said to her, why would you wait to tell me that, until you're leaving? Why didn't you just say, could you lower your voice?
Chicken shit. Did you maybe think to mention that, tell her that she was just a chicken shit?
The correct response would have been to pick up her remaining breakfast and then just start eating it and making direct eye contact without saying a word.
What was your response, Jack?
I said, I just yelled at her. I was like, why would you wait to tell me to lower my voice until you were leaving?
That sounds nicer than the way Gus told it.
Well, Gus is a bit of an embellisher.
Gus likes to expand stories that he tells.
Yeah, sometimes I like him, sometimes I hate him. It just depends. Sometimes I think he's a bully, and other times I think he's making valid points.
The thing that I can't get over is what Shamos said, that when he first came on here, his personality was like pseudos. It was like very non-confrontational, and that he's just been totally hardened by his experience on G+.
Yeah, that's true. He used to be pretty non-confrontational, but that was for like a month, and then that changed completely.
I don't think Google Plus changed him. I think Google Plus brought the real Gus out.
I can see that.
Oh, did you see what Justin? Did you see what Miguel posted?
No.
When you were debating Matt Bell?
Oh yeah, I saw that. That was good. Yeah, I laughed at that too.
Oh my god. He said, "What a fucking pile of human trash." Oh my god.
How the fuck does this work?
You guys don't like Matt Bell?
Well, it's not that I don't like him as a person. I just think as a debater, he's a burning diarrhea shit.
I don't dislike him, but Miguel has a very violent imagination.
I hate that burning diarrhea. Oh.
Worst.
The worst kind. Jack, your mic's acting up.
Sorry.
Oh, you were just testing it.
No, there was when my computer does a backup, it seems to interfere with my.
I guess in thinking about it, I'm glad that it was your decision, Jack, not to go ahead and give somebody a big shove today.
Oh. Well, I would have kicked him because I think it's violating Nadia's rules to block people.
You think I think maybe you think I'm talking about the room. I was thinking about the bagel shop still.
Oh.
I'm kind of a laggard. It almost makes me think that a person like Jack might think that there's some things, that very few that are worth fighting for, but there are some things that are just very critical issues. And if you happen to stumble into one of those, it's like a landmine. But they're very rare. Once in 30 years, kind of a thing.
What I really hate is when you know you're right and you can't articulate it, and you know the other person's wrong, and they're very articulate. That's what I fucking hate. It's like the most irritating thing in my life.
Well, you probably don't hate life as much as I do then.
Well, it's just like I don't know, Jack. I don't know if you were in the room, but I talked to CK about what he thought I thought about race, and I was like, CK. Well, he basically said he thought I was a racist, and then I said, do you know what racism is? Can you define it, put it in terms? And I said, well, the definition basically means that you believe that one's superior than the other, and I don't believe that. And I said, you know, I do have preferences, but the preferences are like the same thing as having cake or rape. And then he was like, well, if you prefer something, then you must believe that that's superior. But I believe you can still prefer something and still objectively believe that there's no such thing as anything being superior, but just have a preference for one or for the other, right? So I don't objectively believe that one flavor of ice cream is objectively better than the other, but I may prefer one ice cream nonetheless.
Yeah, well, I'm inclined to take your side in that discussion, as I told you, and I've been meaning to talk to him about it, but he hasn't been around much lately. I haven't had a chance to bring it up with him. But my impression, it's not clear to me that you actually have any distaste for people of other races. And it seems to me, at minimal, he'd be committed to affirming that, you know. And I just don't see it.
Tom third to the third power. I bet you, I would.
Third power.
I
Throughout
wonder
that
if
whole debate with Matt Bell, people were calling you Tom.
Yeah, I like that too. I'm so confused by something. God damn it.
Is it your sexuality?
I'm very clear about that. Anything with a dick.
I found it funny today, Eamon, and I'm sure it was only a matter of timing and misperception on my behalf, but I found it funny that since you so seldom, speak, that just as I said I was leaving, you thought it was time to bring up the subject of Now help me out with it. What was it?
Personality.
Now, was that by any chance deliberate on your part?
No, not at all. No.
Oh, that was.
I didn't want to interrupt the conversation that you guys were having before.
For 2 days, I was trying to get the skinny on that from a couple of the guys, and I didn't know. I thought you had to for me ask. I keep bringing it up, and so I thought it was well played if it had been planned, but.
Shit. I'm gonna get fucked. No.
That explains why you're not seeing side chat.
What?
Tom. That's it. That would explain why you aren't seeing side chat. But don't you waver for a moment. You got it. It looks like a galaxy to save.
I've already clicked the porn. Let's see what Jack is offering here. Oh, this isn't bad actually. Bookmarked.
Yeah, I'm putting bookmarks in this too.
God, I've got a whole fleet chasing me. Fuck. Get out of there.
How the fuck? This is work.
Shit. No. I just got fucked.
How does it feel to be fucked?
It's not like it should, I'll tell you that much. I'm gonna try that again. That shit was crazy.
Where did Mina go?
She had places to go. Good to do.
She ran from you, Jack.
This is pretty cool.
Ah! Everybody just watching me play this.
Oh.
I am.
Yeah, me too.
Maddie's Hangout has turned into a Let's Play.
Isn't this kind of what fueled G Plus and everything? Wasn't there a lot of gamers?
Yeah, there's a lot of gamers in it.
For me, it helps with my mental conditions, sort of. It helps me distract a bit. It's, otherwise, I'm like, otherwise I'm like subjected to them constantly. I don't know what it does for you guys.
Jesus Christ, I'm getting under attack. Got nothing left in my forward shield. I'm gonna have to go face these guys directly. God damn it.
Stop shooting at them, motherfuckers.
Like all my lasers are. Oh, son of a bitch. Are you kidding me?
No, you're still going.
Oh, I'm dead.
Oh, I thought you went through it.
No. That's a hard fucking drop. I haven't had to face something like that. I'm gonna do it again though. I'm gonna have to like get that drop and then warp out of there as soon as possible. Alright.
This game looks awesome.
It's a really fun game. It's called Rebel Galaxy, but it's basically space truckers. Alright, here we go. I've got to get this drop before these ships get to it. I'm just going to crash into these guys. Alright, I got the package.
So do I.
Shit, here come all these other ships. These are the guys that fucked me up. I'm just gonna leave. And warp out of there. Come on, let's do it. I gotta be a certain distance away from everything in order to warp, and boom. I'm out.
Mina, that was pretty fast. That wasn't like your marathon sessions of the past few days.
No, well, that was just my like internet connection being bad.
Did you spank it?
I thought it was you. I thought it was you being bad.
Oh no, it was just because you sent that link, Jack. So I kind of needed a little bit of a moment there. So that's what that was.
I mean, I had to go off and schlick. Alright, I think I've made it. There we go.
Yippee-dippee, get down with the sickness.
Alright, died twice, but I got it.
This porno Jack post is really funny. It's like a whole conversation beforehand.
Oh, I think the funniest one that we've ever had is Thomas posted one in Skype where a girl used the hoverboards, the little things with wheels that you can ride around on.
Oh my god.
The entire porno. She would back up and scoot forward into the guy's dick, and then she would suck it the same way. Like, just forward and reverse. And she was really skilled. I was actually really impressed.
Do you still have that one, Jack?
I have that shit downloaded in
I did see that. You know that CK has like 2 terabytes worth of porn saved?
Yeah, it turns out that he has the most. He has even more than Simon, and I believe the most in the group. But CK's friend apparently has even more.
Yeah, that's mind-boggling.
I'm going to make a delivery to a place that is blockaded. This will be fun.
Would you like to blow a guy while on a hoverboard, Nina?
That's like the most random thing.
But she'd have to be on her knees, though, Jack. How's that gonna happen?
You don't have to be on your knees in order to blow a guy.
Yeah, you don't. It'll be fine, but it's just like, where did you guys come up with that?
Like a really tall guy, then? No.
You can like stand and hunch over. That's an awkward way to do it, but I guess it's possible.
How did she do it in the video? I forget.
Well, you could like crouch on. We could just crouch down on. You don't have to like stand on the hoverboard.
You can call it the crouching tiger.
The crouching tiger. Love it.
Oh, god damn it. These developers made this shit way more complicated than it needs to be. Oof.
Fuck! These guys are like taking down my shields like crazy. These pirate scows. I have to get new shields.
Are those bots?
The enemies, yeah, they're bots.
Okay.
It's just a bunch of computers, but they're like, they have pretty well designed ships. The Koreans do, or Koreans or whatever. There's still one pirate ship left.
So I was trying to get my girlfriend to have sex with me, so I told her that we should do chatterbait and we can get like $1,000 a day. I was like, you just have to act like you're into it. It didn't work.
Oh, didn't work?
There was more than one sad part to that story.
See, I figure that would have been a foolproof plan, dude.
I exaggerate and say it would be $1,000 a day. I don't know. It might be. You know, how long, depending on how long we
There are
can
some
go.
people that are millionaires off that shit.
I would do it. I think I would. Like, I wouldn't. I think I'd feel a little weird about you guys knowing that I was doing it and then like finding it accidentally. But other than that, if I didn't know
I think
anybody,
as soon as this place found out that you did it, the link to you doing it would pretty much circulate. Especially if you did something like Chatterbait. It seems like half the people on Google Hangouts watch Chatterbait.
Yeah, that's a weird correlation.
I keep hearing people talk about it. It's like I never even knew it existed until people started talking about it on Chatterbait on Google Hangouts, and I was like, oh, this
Yeah,
exists.
Joe's the one who introduced it to me. I didn't know about
Joe's
Chatterbait
been
before.
introducing it to everyone.
It was Joe and me. Don't forget.
Oh,
we
really?
were both trying. Yeah.
You've been showing people Chatterbait as well?
Oh yeah, me.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that was a really fun night when Dio discovered Chatterbait.
Man.
Oh, that was when he disappeared for about a week.
I'm impressed though. Like, there's some of those girls, those couples that go in there, and I swear to God, like the entire day will go by, and I come back and go on the TV, and like the girl's still giving the guy a blowjob. I'm like, don't your mouth fucking hurt from like an 8-hour blowjob? Like, that's got to be intense.
Look, man.
I've never gotten an 8-hour blowjob in my life.
I don't think anyone
Some
has.
people just know what they're doing.
Yeah, that's painful. I don't know. I don't know if I would enjoy that.
I'd fucking fall asleep in her mouth. There's no reason for that.
So, Mina, does it hurt when you do it for 8 hours like that?
Yeah, that's just excessive. But I think why sometimes you see stuff like that on Chatterbait is because they're not even like really focusing. Like they're so distracted by like money coming in and whatever the requests are and all that. So like it's interrupted, you know.
Definitely. I mean, it's definitely a very variable ratio schedule of reinforcement, and that I can keep them going probably 24 hours, I would imagine. But I'm just impressed that the girls eventually like succumb to the pain of it. I mean, I had one girl this one girl I slept with, and I screwed her for like 2 hours, and she said it was starting to get too raw, and she told me to stop. So, but 8 hours is a long time.
If you're doing 2
So, Mina,
hours.
what's the most that you've made on Chatterbait?
What's the most what? Sorry?
The most that you've ever made on Chatterbait.
Well, I didn't really go on it like. Well, first of all, I haven't been on there like for like recently at all, and it was just like the only time I've had like an experience like that was just once, and I didn't expect like any of the money. I was just helping out one of my friends.
But you've been on it? What?
Yeah, I was on it once, like, but like whatever, like it was like a long time ago.
Okay.
What did you do to help your friend out?
How much
Use that, like-
how much money did you make, Luna?
Sorry?
How much money did you make?
There was money, yeah. There was definitely like we didn't stay on that long. Like it was like maybe like 40 minutes or something. It wasn't really that long. So it could have probably been like a lot more, but still good.
How much did you make in 40 minutes?
I don't know. I think he made like quite a bit and stuff. So I honestly like
I'm looking for a number, Mina.
I don't even want to say like it's like because it makes me feel like weird even like thinking about it like that I did that, you know.
That's
but,
good. Do you feel like a big dirty like Mina?
Do you regret it, Mina?
Sort of, yeah, but it's like it's not like it could have been worse. Like I could have done like more and then like gotten into it and stuff, you know. So
what exactly did you do?
Well,
Was
like
any pegging involved?
No, like it was just like it was like pretty like usual stuff. You know? But I did have sex with him.
Someone's echoing.
You did have sex with him?
Yeah.
On cam?
Yes.
Wow.
Oh my god.
That was the best wow ever. You had sex with him? On cam? Wow.
Wow.
So innocent.
Oh, Jack is anything but innocent. He's a fucking pervert.
I was wondering if maybe if on a third-party type scenario, if maybe
No, she won't do it with you.
could help Dionysus estimate how much if he were to do something like that with his very pretty girlfriend, if that would, she's really prettier than most.
For a second,
women.
I thought you were Dionysus speaking in third person, and I got very disturbed. But I'm glad I worked it out.
People confuse me with Dionysus, poor guy. I'm trying to think. David from Germany or wherever gets us mixed up. And then I wonder if so, if like for an hour's time of course, I don't know how you could. No, I won't. We'll go into how an hour maybe of time, and then I was also thinking that maybe he could even get a bigger premium for it if he would earn more. If he did one of those unusual situations where the boyfriend sits there and maybe handcuffed or tied down and has to watch the.
I think I'm at the level of my sexual maturity where like I don't think I would regret it. I wouldn't want to do it just because I come on Google Hangouts and I know people. You guys are all fucking perverts and you guys would be on that and you guys would find it. But other than that, as long as like people like I know didn't know about it, I'd be famous with it. I think the whole idea is like if the tree hits the ground and nobody hears it, did it make a noise? No. So I think that's how I kind of feel about the pornography. As long as nobody I know knows about it, it's cool.
Shit. Oh god, I'm surrounded by fucking crazy ass motherfuckers.
But that was an unfair question, really. I mean, I meant no harm by that. That was not even trying to make fun at your expense. I'm just curious, actually, about the amount, and no, nothing more than that.
He's so sweet. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's all good. Like,
Nina, I don't understand.
Sorry, go ahead. Well, I was just gonna say, like, he did this stuff all the time. Like, he used to do it a lot. Like, it was a lot more than like you would make like stripping in one night, for example. You know, it was decent money, and it was more than like I would make as an escort. I mean, if you have enough, well, because like I know like a few escorts. Like whatever. I don't want to go into that right now, but it's definitely more. Like if you have enough viewers, you're gonna be set. You know, you'll be fine. And if you have activity like fairly frequently, then yeah, you can make decent amount of money.
Interesting. So Mina was an escort.
What did you?
No, I wasn't an escort myself, but I do have like some friends that are.
Yeah, I have a friend who also does that.
So wait, you were a stripper? What did you say about strippers?
No, she said that you make a lot more money as a cam girl.
Than as something else, and that's fine.
Right.
That was a convincing factor.
So why do you regret having had sex on camera?
Well, it's just I don't regret it. Like I think it's fine to do it and stuff. Like for people who are doing that, and actually it's a great way for some people to get into the porn industry, like with already kind of connections and like the right sort of network. But you know, like it's just it was just more like it wasn't something like that I really like set out to do. So that's not, you know, that's why I didn't continue with it.
But I don't understand. What is it that you regret?
Well, just the fact that, like, you know, that, I don't know, I guess just the actual matter of it, the fact that it was, you know, live sex, like, basically. Like, I don't know. It was like, there was like a factor of it that I didn't really, it didn't feel that good, like, afterwards.
Mm. Well, we think you're wonderful for doing that.
Ocean, would you have sex on cam with your girlfriend if like nobody you knew about it?
Depends on the pay.
If nobody knew about it, yeah, fuck, who would give a shit? Of course. I would
So,
do it.
Mina, would you like to be a...
Go ahead, Jack.
Mina, would you like to be a porn actress?
If I would have, like, if I was at, if in this year I was, like, maybe 10, 15 years younger, I would totally have a different opinion of it. But, like, I mean, like, when I was, like, you know, at that age to enter porn, I really wasn't feeling like the way the industry was still, you know. So, but I mean, if it was now, like with the way things are with ChatterBait and all that stuff, it's a whole other thing right now. Like you can get involved in porn and have like a pretty safe situation, like get on some good projects, you know, like, and you know, basically start making like decent money.
I've heard though that there's still a lot of like rape allegations in porn. Like for instance, women will go to a porn shoot and they will agree to something, you know, whatever the terms are, like put it in my ass 6 times and then you can do this. But then I've heard that the guys during the porn have a habit or a tendency of just kind of doing whatever they want to. And this got really big about one particular porn star, James Dean. And that's his porn name, obviously. But he's been accused by multiple porn stars of raping them during the porn, which really just makes the porn twice as good. I mean, honestly, it makes it so much more authentic.
He's been accused. He's been accused of raping them behind the scenes.
Yeah, he's just a general rapey guy.
Not just like from what I've read, it's not about what's been going on screen. It's been what's been going on in like the waiting room, that kind of shit.
Yeah, I heard a bit of both, but the funny part about that is that he was on Tinder actually in New York, and a shitload of people matched the guy, and then of course one of those rape allegations was based on that. So I don't know. I think probably having sex as much as he does and kind of getting to do what he wants to do is probably fucked up his moral compass.
I can imagine that.
But Mina, if you could make a lot of money in porn now, would you do it?
I don't know. I don't know if now, but like I said, if I would have like, if I was a lot younger now, then yeah, I probably would.
I've seen this one girl. I think I told Jack about this. This one girl. I think she was probably like, she was probably younger than 22, but no older than no younger than like 19. And I think you could kind of watch her go through the moral dilemma of doing it. I thought that was kind of she's acting her wrong.
There is like a moral dilemma for sure in it. I mean, like you have to be really committed to just like having fun with it and, you know, going all in, like not having any reservations, like this is what you are, like this is, you know, you're going to make the best of it. But if you're going to have problems with that, then I think that you can come across like
What I loved though was the fact that she did have reservations and that it was really, really fucking sincere. I mean, I was glued to my my bed basically. I was watching her go through it, and it was like she was kind of whispering and kind of saying things every now and then, but you could see by her facial expressions that she wasn't sure if she wanted to do this or not. But I mean, I think eventually, you know, neither was her boyfriend. Her boyfriend wasn't pushing her. They were both like a young couple. It was really interesting to watch.
Yeah, what'd you do while watching it?
What do you think I did?
Fucking pervert.
He put on his glasses and he got really close to the screen to examine things.
No, actually, to be quite honest with you, I sit there and continued to watch because I was so fascinated with the psychology of it.
So fascinated that you had to, you know, empty yourself onto a dish rag and contemplate all the moral consequences of what had just happened in the video after the fact.
No, actually now I don't have to do that because I have a screen capture. Now I can like capture the pornography and then I can watch it later.
Why wouldn't you just bookmark it and then just go back to it any other time in life?
You can bookmark it. Once it's over, isn't it?
What?
Once they've done it, isn't it usually live? And then once
Yeah,
it's
it's live. Yeah, it's what
Oh,
Justin, what you're
yeah.
saying wouldn't work.
That'd be my bad. Oh, you just meant like a regular porn site.
No,
Yeah.
I'm talking about the live ones where the girl is like in reservations and so is the guy, and they're debating
You can't actually
morality.
record those. You can't actually record those. It's just a little complicated. How the fuck do I do this?
So, when you say you were helping out your friend, Mina, what can you explain? Can you fill that in a little bit? Like helping him out, like what?
Well, I just like
How did this?
how did what? Like it was just
What
literally
were you
like
gonna
us like
say?
hanging like just our regular sex, but except it was, in front of viewers. And it's
Why did you say help?
because it was like his channel and stuff, and he had done that like on other, like I don't want to go into too much detail about his situation, but like he asked me if I would be cool with like going on, and I said yeah. So that's basically what it was.
Mina's down.
So who was this guy?
He's like one of my close friends, like to this day. But he and I have like, we've had like, I guess we've dated like on and off like for many years now. Like I've known this guy since I was like in like fucking grade 9, basically. Like, so yeah, like, he's someone I know really well, and that's why I decided to help him.
But why do you say help him?
Because he was like in a financial situation, and like that's why he even started doing any of that stuff, So yeah, like he asked me to go on, and like I was willing to do that with him. Like normally he didn't have like somebody there, so like, and this guy's straight, right? But like a lot of the time the people watching were other guys. So like we're talking about like that type of thing, like where he wanted like to have like a couples type of channel, right?
Do you still have sex with him?
Yeah.
How often?
Oh, do you mean do I still have sex with him right now? No. No. Just
you
friends
don't.
now. Yeah. Yeah, like not for quite a while.
Did he have a big dick?
Just Mina, start writing the book now. That way, when you're done, Jack will have all his fucking questions answered. Jack is fascinated by you, I think.
I think Jack just likes asking awkward questions.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah.
Oh, I disagree. I think Jack's genuinely interested.
I think he's just so emotionally numb that like this is his only way of showing affection. Sort of psychoanalyzing here.
That's a good movie.
Yeah.
Fuck. I got burned. Oh.
Jack does care a lot.
Yeah.
About what Mina gets in her ass.
Jack is.
There wasn't any anal on that thing, so don't think that there was.
Jack is the only person that can mean these questions well. That's the weird part about him. Like he
Exactly.
do it in a perverted way. Like it's weird. Like when I met Jack, he was the same way. Like he sends me porn on Facebook. Like just randomly, I'll get a fucking Facebook message of porn, and I mean like really randomly. Like sometimes at 1 in the morning, sometimes at 3 in the afternoon. And at first I was like, this guy is fucking strange. And then the more I've known Jack, the more I realized that to him, this is like talking about sports.
Well, I love sports, so that's why it doesn't bother me.
Right. So, I meant to ask him, what boxer is it that you like? Are they well known or are they amateur?
I like all kinds. Right now, like I love Manny Pacquiao, but he's about to retire. and I'm a huge Mayweather fan, but he just retired, so like a lot of the best boxers of this generation are going out right now.
You're a
including in the
Mayweather
heavyweight
and a Pacquiao fan?
Yeah, I'm a big. Well, if I had to choose, obviously I picked Mayweather, but you know,
I wanted Pacquiao to whip his fucking ass, and I was really disappointed.
I know a lot of people did, but it wasn't possible. Never would have happened. Like not now, not if it happened 5 years ago. It's still the same.
Floyd Mayweather is the best defensive boxer in the world.
Yeah, like you can arguably say that he's like one of the best defensive boxers since like the Black Murderers row, like Charlie Burley and those guys. Like
Damn, you know boxing for real, shit.
Yeah, I really like boxing. Like he even says that he's better than Sugar Ray Robinson. That's not true, obviously, but I definitely, as far as defensively, he's really good. Like between
He's
like
guy that try to say that though, that I think is living right now.
that's exactly it. Yeah, like I mean, he's definitely on like the same level as like guys like Pernell Whitaker and like even Tommy Hearns and all those guys that had like extremely good range and could fight way better than what you would expect just looking at stuff.
What I wanted Pacquiao to do was knowing Mayweather's defense and how just
Is he fucking up for everybody?
Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't hear you, Justin.
That's okay. Mina, I was wondering, is it possible for you to fit an entire table and 2 songbirds in your vagina? Or only...
That's horrible.
I just like... So when you were with the other guy and you were helping him out, does that mean that he was sitting you like on top of a Wurlitzer, or...
No, it just means that we just had regular sex, like just
And with the other guy, like was he staring directly into your vagina or obliquely into your vagina?
Gus, come on, don't be like that.
I think that Gus is making fun of.
I'm riffing off of Jack. I'm just like, holy Christ, man! If you were right there, he'd be at your gazoo with calipers. I'm telling you right now. You're just like, I gotta observe and record, says Jack. I gotta observe and record.
He seems shy to me.
Can I be heard?
Jack seems like
we can
a
hear
shy
you
type.
now,
He doesn't seem like the type who's very out and about.
Out and about?
Yes.
God. What are you playing, Ocean?
Playing Rebel Galaxy. It's actually a lot of fucking fun.
Sounds like fun.
Yeah.
So did this guy have a big dick, Mina?
You see?
Yeah, he was good. I think, Jack, that you would have liked him. He's like a Russian guy, like really nice looking fellow.
So, Mina, this guy's dick, was it like longer than it was wide, or was it oblong shaped?
He had good girth and like definitely nice, like all around
banana
nice.
shaped? Was it? Did it ook when you shook it? Did it? Was
So
it
why is it that you don't still have sex with this guy?
Well, like because both of us are like seeing other people now. We're still good friends though. Like we still like each other and stuff. It's just not, it's not really like it,
Have you ever dated a person that's had a problem with being friends with these people?
Sort of, yeah. Like, I mean, like my ex-husband didn't really like it, obviously, but
whoops.
Yeah. But like I'm not that kind of like, I mean, like we started that relationship being like, okay, this is like most of my guys are friends. Like if you're okay with it, then that's good. If not, then then I don't know if it's gonna work out. And it's the same thing with me and his like friends, right? Like I don't care what girls he had in his life, so it helped that like we had an open relationship.
God, all these cities are like fucking under siege like crazy. And pissed off about it.
Well, get in there and bring him some fucking supplies before they die. Come on.
That's what I did.
Well,
I just some supplies.
All right then.
Yeah.
But I don't understand, why aren't you still having sex with this guy?
Jesus Christ. Like a dog with a fucking bone.
It's not because like it's not because nobody like it's not that no one wants to, you know, like it's not that. It's just there's no reason to. Like both of us have other people in our lives right now, so why would we fuck that up, you know?
Oh,
No, but he just doesn't understand why you're still not having sex with that guy. Why aren't you not having sex with that guy?
So you
He
mean
totally doesn't understand. See, he doesn't understand.
You're serious with the Rasta guy? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I just don't. I'm not really like fucking around on him or anything.
So you're kind of serious.
Well, sort of, I guess. It depends how you consider serious, but like I have been like with him for like almost 2 years now, so.
Holy shit.
Hey, Mina, have you ever cheated on your boyfriend before, or not just this one, but anyone?
Not really. Like.
That means yes.
The thing is, like if the relationship wasn't open, then no.
Okay, I'm trying to get to the better questions here. I guess what I was trying to eventually get out was, when you cheat, do you tell your boyfriend that you cheated, or you just keep it always hidden, locked up inside?
Yeah, no. Like we told each other, so.
Well, look how he added, you keep it locked up inside.
Or do you just buy her a bottle of Dilaudid and fucking move on?
I think if it was something really weird, like really random, then yeah, like maybe not. Maybe don't bring it up. Like that's what I would say.
You lying bitch.
Oh, tempora mores.
Well, if it's just one of those things, if it's going to be happening like more often, then you probably have a problem.
Oh, that's not fair.
I could never date a girl.
That's not fair. I think people have a right to know.
I could never date a girl that I knew there was a possibility that she could cheat. I think.
Well, I wouldn't cheat on someone that I wouldn't be with someone that says like, look, we have to have it's not going to be an open relationship. If it's not an open relationship, then I'm not going to cheat. It's as simple as that.
By the way, Dionysius, when she says I don't like you anymore, that's not cheating. Just to understand.
Ha 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 ha.
Since you don't seem to know what the rules are with Snuffleupagus, I'm happy to help you out.
You kind of off your. You just broke your promise. Well, that shows your worth. But try again.
Oh, you know what? You're right. I promised I'd never call her Snuffleupagus again. You're right. I totally forgot. I apologize. I'm sorry. You got me. You got me on that one. You clipped me good.
I'm waiting for Jack to interject with another question.
Well, I'm kind of disappointed that she's like doesn't fuck around on the Rasta guy.
The Rasta guy? That's horrible.
It depresses me.
Well.
How come you don't stray from the Rasta, yeah?
It's just if I was like, see, the thing is, there's no winning. Like if I say that I'm gonna fuck around on him, then you're gonna like call me more of a whore afterwards. Like,
we're not
Jack Angstrike. Jack Angstrike. Do you call that nice girl a whore?
I would love for Mina to like. I would love for her to be like as blood as possible.
Well, yes, but that doesn't answer my question.
It kind of depresses me. She's like,
you're not answering my question, Mr. Angstrike. Something that if we were in debate, you would chastise me for not doing.
What question?
Now you're pretending you don't know what the question is.
I'm not sure I heard it.
Uh-huh. Do you call this lovely girl a whore?
No.
You hadn't better. I will go to your house and stick pickles in your nose.
No. But that's a term of praise.
You'd be nice to Mina.
Oh, that reminds me of a joke. That reminds me of a joke.
It's better.
A guy goes up to a woman and says, "Would you have sex with me for $1?" And she says, "No." No, I'm sorry. I got it wrong. A guy goes up to a girl and says, "Would you have sex with me for $1 million?" And she says, "Yes." And then he says, okay, would you have sex with me for $1? And she says, no. What do you think I am, a whore? And he says, we've already settled that question. Now we're just haggling over the price.
I believe that was said by Winston Churchill.
Oh,
The cleverest utterances by otherwise virgin men. Lowered expectations.
It's an oldie, but a
Gus, how big's your dick?
In this world of lovemaking, you must either be a dancer or a mechanic. That is to say, you must either have it in the hips or in the lips and fingertips. I am a mechanic. It might not have given you all the answer you were looking for, but it's what you're going to get tonight.
Lowered expectations.
Lowered expectations.
Jack, what do you think of Dylan Harper? You like her?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I just got into her recently.
Did you know that Sasha Grey, the porn star,
I love Sasha Grey. She's one of my favorites. Yeah.
Okay, oh, down boy.
Ended up marrying her cameraman that used to film her getting just railed right in the ass. They got married.
Well, after the girlfriend experience, what are you going to do with yourself?
You guys remember the band No Effects, the punk rock band? From like the late 90s, early 2000s?
I don't.
No.
Okay, well, it was a punk rock band, kind of like a poppy, popular punk rock band. But anyway, the lead singer is Fat Mike, and he ended up divorcing his wife and marrying a porn star. That was interesting. I think her name is Snake Oil, something like that.
I just want to point out to the room that I have a big bag of candy.
Jesse James ended up divorcing a porn star and marrying Sandra Bullock.
He didn't go far.
What was her name? Janine Windemulder?
That's my middle name.
Joe?
Hey, how's it going, man?
Are you settling my invoices?
Yeah, a little. I got excited because I looked up and I saw Cliff's stamp in my own avatar, and I'm like, "Oh, Cliff's in here." But no, I should change it. I feel like I'm living a lie.
Whoa, living on a stamp.
Him and I are gonna. Well, I don't think it will ever happen, but Nephilim 3 was saying no one's gonna take me up on my debate offer, team debate. Right? And I'm like, oh, I should get, because Cliff has done like academic debate. I don't know. I think he might have done not professional, competitive debate.
Neff has trouble fucking up debates all by himself. Just imagine what kind of mess he could make in a team.
I did bad in the Q&A part of my debate with him, but I think, yeah, like he fucked up the, like, it's supposed to be policy debate format, but he made it really weird, and so he made it so we went like twice in a row, and I don't know, he's a drunk idiot. But true empiricism, that guy does not like me. And Neff was like, hey, you want to be on my team? And he was like, not if Joe's going to be in the debate. And it's like, I think at worst I called the guy a weenie. But like, people here, all from like the lowliest G+ guy to the slightly over, idolized Aussie, have all like just crapped on this guy, and I have it, but for some reason me. Like, I went into G-Man's room and I said something, and he immediately, he's like, stop interrupting, Joe. And it's like, no, stop it, Daddy. But
Ozzy's pretty clever, though.
What's up?
Ozzy's pretty clever, though.
Yeah, he's really smart, but
he's a very intelligent man. None can say otherwise.
He reasons well. Like, it's not just that he was educated. I mean, and that helps, but you can tell that Ozzy just reasons well in general.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a smart guy.
But do you guys think that sometimes you guys put too much emphasis on reason? I mean, if you give me just a second, I remember reading Alan Bloom, and I think he said that we make unreasonable demands on reason, and I think you guys sometimes forget a very important emotional aspect of thinking. I think it's just just as much as equally important.
I disagree with that.
I think the intellect is a slave of the other part of the brain. It's
only if you allow it to be.
Your mom is a slave of the other part of the brain. You know what I mean?
We're not going to start that fucking shit again, are we?
We're always going to start that shit.
Don't you have planets to fucking relieve of their fucking famines?
I thought you just said, don't you have planets to fuck? Is that like the goal of the game?
Entire planets to fuck.
You just like start having sex with a giant like celestial vagina.
All the more reason to fucking give over.
Answer the question, Ocean. What's up?
Do I have planets to fuck?
Yeah.
Yes, I do. Much like your mom.
My mom, she's kind of like she's a dwarf planet now, like Pluto. So
this big planet right in front of me, that's your mom right there.
Well, I mean, did I not just fucking say she's a dwarf planet, like Pluto?
Jesus Christ, I'm getting hit with all this.
Yeah, that's right. She has really hard shields, but if you go, there's like there's a gas vent. If you go around the back,
there's a gas vent if you go around.
Yeah. There's a trench you have to go into, and I don't know.
How the hell did you dock with that station with that kind of flak coming off it?
I don't know.
It's like, yeah, what do you do when you dock there? And then they just are like, we don't have to shoot him anymore. All right.
This is the fucking credit card machine.
Yeah.
The interact. He's got a fucking. What do you need now?
Well, he has to take my mom out to dinner.
I need a new everything.
Oh, new hangout.
Ooh, slaves. Buy those. I have a ton of illegal cargo inside of my hold here. Let's see.
Yeah, I can go out this girl once in if anyone's tired. Wait, are we all switching hangouts?
Oh, looks like we are.
I'm gonna get in before you.